Ignite, though.
dropping a map for the longest time either. The first map that they dropped was back in the
Literally
Invitational
just
in
logged
February,
out
but it was
and then
against Team Peps,
loaded
and it
everything
was,
in
not a
at the
domination
speed
map,
of
it was actually
light.
Spider Island, with Team Peps going for their almost signature defensive holds now, when they pretty much hold Virtus Pro all the way to spawn and then go for those fights.
A draft that has been copied by a lot of the teams in Ignite and updated with the new Rocket Penny 10 to make sure that they can go
Could
for
have
a lot of
enough
defense.
time
Team
before
Peps
first match
are
starts for
flexible.
you,
They have
or
shown
not
that
YouTube, for
repeatedly
Twitch
with,
to start.
According to my research, so take with a grain of salt here, Leaf has played the most heroes
And-
out of anyone in Ignite so far, with Mantis, Wolverine, Storm, Human Torch, Psylocke, Winter Soldier, and Emma Frost all being played. And that's not even including those quick swaps to heroes like the Doctor Strange, who rush a point.
Literally just
They
locked
are
out.
so flexible, that makes them very difficult to draft against.
Virtus Pro, I think the names have done a really good job of establishing themselves in this game, some of which were established in other games prior to this one. But there was a real question, I think, from me and Moxie in yesterday's broadcast, Tetra, where it was a little bit like, okay, we've seen them lose. Surely they don't lose again, right? Right? And the answer was right. It was a real, like, dominant turnaround for Virtus Pro here. Not only just showing their own addition to the meta with playing a little bit more like Sparker, Adam Warlock, but as you're about to see with some of the clips from Dream,
So yeah, they did actually have overwhelming wins yesterday.
A character that was just an absolute menace against them when they played up and lost against Rad. Now, if it's, you know, can't beat them, you join them, and that's Virtus Pro evolving what we considered the meta here in EMEA.
The changes in the meta have really evolved, and you've got to wonder if were Virtus Pro rattled going into this. They have now come in, they have still not lost a tournament. They lost a series, as we already mentioned, one of the first ones ever, but they won the Marvel Rivals Invitational versus OG. They won MRC Season 1 versus LG. They won Season 0 before they were even Virtus Pro as Team Cats, and they have 11 out of 11 first place finishes in Marvel Rivals Fight Night. The crowd is heavy for Virtus Pro, but Team Peps, the French roster, we know what happens when the French find a king.
A Fight Night mentioned as well. So yeah, it's been such a good look for Virtus Pro, but I think it has been a case of the initial damage was done. It was a map that was dropped from Virtus Pro against Team Peps, which we're about to sort of see those moments, so you get a real chaotic vibe from everything that was happening. But it wasn't just that in this tournament. Actually, in the grand final, one of the which that they won in the Invitational, it was essentially Virtus Pro dropping even a couple of maps over towards then OG, now kind of Berber Patapim. So we do have like an example of what was happening in that game for Team Peps. And like I mentioned, you sort of see in
it's sometimes
Pro only able to push to this point because Team Peps on their defense were incredible at just holding at the spawn doors. This was back when there was only like a couple of bans.
I don't need to know what my...
And very much in the center of the low-key Luna meta, with both teams being able to just copy these big ultimates. But it was more the fact that like Peps were able to get a hold on him. This third map after this was Yggdrasil's Path. Peps could have won that, but I think it got the better of them. They got a little bit nervous, I suppose, excited that they had that potential to go on and actually sort of make history. Now that they've seen Virtus Pro lose, they want to make sure, like, okay, we almost had them last time, we're going to get them this time.
YouTube's working.
But Virtus Pro, they've now come off of that loss and they are qualified for playoffs. When you face a loss like this, when you've got this
Which
many
I think
expectations
it
on
might
you,
not
it can
be.
shake you to your core. You can really start to struggle with confidence, with cooperation. There's a really big possibility where blame can start to spread between players in these kind of situations. But once you hit that limit, we're qualified for playoffs. That's going to be calming, a little more relaxing. And Virtus Pro, they've had a week to go away. They came back and won their first series in pretty solid fashion. They've had time to get that mental reset, and that will hopefully stop that crash.
There it goes. There it is.
From losing that first series, and now all they have to do is to do what they've done before and beat Team Peps. But Team Peps, they are on the rise, and that is
We're
scary.
back on
on
Twitch. We're back on Twitch.
Things had for Virtus Pro was the new advanced pick and ban system. So we sort of went over this a little bit yesterday because
sorry, for some reason my connection tanked to 0 from out of nowhere.
It only, and the picks as well, it only affects the opponent. So for example, you've got the blue team here, which is Tetris team, let's say. Tetcher's banning me from playing Loki. If he saves it instead of the Scarlet Witch, as we see a little bit later on.
Now you're good, MP. How you doing?
He has access to that character. I don't. And what we have seen a lot, this would be a really
you're
effective
good.
draft when you look at the characters available. But what we are seeing is almost going to
Obvious likes to be difficult sometimes.
where the Wolverine is. That's the first phase of the pick ban stage if you're looking at the pro teams, where a lot of focus has gone in to ban out Magneto or try and get him, or ban Emma Frost or get her. So those two main vanguards are the ones that you're really gunning for. And then maybe where the Black Panther is, you're looking at taking out a Loki or a Luna. Those big support ultimates like we saw in that clip with Team Peps can be really strong. But it's the rest of the draft that I think did catch out teams like Virtus.pro beforehand, right, Tetcher?
It really has been. Those different ban strategies where you've seen these multiple bans onto strategists, which is really
I had a rain cloud follow me everywhere or had the power to make a light cool breeze of will, I'm fine.
And then picking up stuff like Ultron, picking up Mag.
Sounds about right. Today hasn't been too hot though here, so I'll take it.
Of the drafts compared to the more consistent, let's ban 3 strategists in a row and let through Mantis or Cloak and Dagger or something like that. But obviously, those were some of the earlier games. The draft and the meta has already evolved so much.
Yeah, and it feels like in a week, right? It seemed that last week people were experimenting with it. From talking to Virtus.pro a little bit as well, like after, like behind the scenes of like what went wrong, and they were like, we were trying so many different things and like experimenting.
It stayed the same, but the humidity went crazy. All my hair is growing up now. Humidity is never fun when it's hot out.
Really bad day. We made a lot of individual mistakes on that first map of domination, and Virtus.pro, the first map is going to be domination because every series starts with this. It has been a weaker map for them in comparison to other ones because it is a little bit more chaotic. It's a lot more about team fights and individual errors with some of the big strategist ults, for example. Team Peps, they have been very good and scrappy in these
So
ones.
both of them have banned Magneto.
I do think they have to pick up domination first.
I would agree with
Virtus has protected Emma.
We're going to start with the Magnetos. Mirror banned away.
And Blind Fluffer keeps wanting to lie over me like, no, I don't need a hot water bottle. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Peps banned Loki, protected Emma, so both have an Emma protection.
Pretty similar between
So we've noticed that the European teams usually tend to go for similar bans. Ooh, a torch ban. Interesting.
Is usually the sort of cookie cutter approach. The torch being banned out for Team Peps is an interesting one, making sure the Fi can't grab it up for Virtus.pro and saving the Punisher. I do feel like whilst you're looking at the first part of the draft as being like, okay, where teams are leaning, it's these second like saves, these lock-ins that have come in for Punisher here. And
Cloak and Dagger ban? Cloak and Dagger ban. So Virtus.pro lost to basically because the enemy team had a Cloak and Dagger a few matches ago. So I feel like that's a logical choice to go with. Luna save?
Through the ban phases you already mentioned, we do see Peps prioritizing a couple of
Luna save.
duelist bans as opposed to strategist bans, letting through, taking away that human torch. So far, all we've seen from Vi this tournament
and a Psylocke ban.
Star-Lord, but they're gonna go for that Psylocke ban to start us off, removing that flanking potential. Very sensible. So this does leave Star-Lord out of Warlock compositions over to Virtus.pro, and that's immediately what we're going to see.
So now, going over into Hell's Heaven, not sure on what point it's going to be just yet, but it seems likely the Virtus.pro are going to commit to what they were running before with this triple support. Saipei, when you have the likes of Loki and Luna Snow and stuff being banned out.
I love how hard is focusing Loki even though he can't play him.
This is something that you're going to talk about.
Gotta love when people go like, oh, I want to play this character. Oh shit, they got banned.
On the Terror Cape yesterday. Sort of forgetting the damage boost that you can get from Mantis, which is often overlooked because a healing output, especially on her ultimate, doesn't really compare to the likes of Luna Snow and some of the bigger ultimates when it comes to keeping people alive.
We've also been seeing them used together at times, and that is terrifying. Damage boost into plus the Terror Cape makes it very easy to try and pick people off, especially in these triple strategist drafts. Both teams starting off with the Rockets packed lunch, now featuring Penny to give everyone a little bit of armor before the rollouts. That 50 armor.
Yeah, can people do this more in games when you have a Penny? Put down your C, please. Put down your extra ability. You give more health Please, Penny players, please, for the love of God, stop looking at the Rocket Raccoon thing and put down your own.
To work around the Resurrect's been bringing in for Saipei over on the Mantis, and of course 5, he's sticking to the Star-Lord. But the eliminations against Virtus Pro didn't really happen all that much in their series yesterday, so hopefully Spark is looking to have a bit more of an aggressive fight, and they've dove right on top of each other. Hardest just pulling out the shotgun close quarters has enabled that first pick, and Beetle's going to be able to chase up the sort of resurrections that we're seeing from the team up. And
I know. I'm talking about blasphemous things. I know.
Like they might have had to back out.
They're going to push in a little bit more aggressively. Right now, positioning has been taken by Peps. That is an aggressive culling turret up onto this high ground to take some...
Might have to get out of it, yeah.
Seraphim barrier.
He did not have eyes on anymore, so he had to get out of the turret.
Will rotate up to the high ground, and Peps claim the first position, but
a lot of Punisher players tend to like pick a spot and then stay in it, but if you do not have line of sight, and you do know that they're going to go to a different area where you would have line of sight if you moved, you have to get out of your turret and place it somewhere else. Ooh. Ooh. Probably should have waited.
Yeah, just chasing now, making sure that the BR back can't get too much. Team Peps, good progression on the point initially. First Pro, I think they only lost 1 player, maybe 2 in that first fight. Spark brought himself back.
They had good progression, but the hardest probably would have been better off waiting a second to use his ult.
They do like to try to death ball, almost grouping up and just hoping that as a unit they can take somebody down.
It felt kind of like a panic ult, all things considered.
To go for these like flanks, just jumping in on top as the Omega Hurricane from Leaf, trying to clear out some of these corridors.
Oh, that poor Mendes.
is in full retreat with that soul rejuvenation to get out of danger. Leaf is acting as a sort of pseudo for this Punisher, but they did go off on a little bit of a split and now flank in from behind with
nasty. We love a good storm.
They need to try and get onto that Star-Lord, but with the iframes, with the mobility, they're so hard to lock down, but they will finally get the pickup.
You did? Yeah, you're dead.
At the turnaround, and that will wipe with the Maelstrom of Madness.
Oh, that turret is doing
and
so
he is
much
dead.
Damage to Finzi. He can't hold on for much longer as the RP has come in. Beetle just able to whack away this, but that's a really nice ultimate Karmic Revival, not needed once at all from Sparker in their last series. Now bringing back enough to keep Virtus Pro fighting on this, but Team Peps...
I've had that happen to me where all of a sudden I just go up. It's very jarring when you don't plan on it because all of a sudden your aim's off.
There's a bit of a disengage. The invisible boundary allowing
the first time it happened to me, I panicked a little bit.
Check up past this 50% point and get Hardest available with this final judgment.
Hardest is pushing in deep, looking for anyone, any stragglers in that hallway, picks off Finzi, and is going in even harder with that adjudication on the shotgun to try and melt through the poker dagger, but Terra came for the range reduction, so they cannot see. And 5 is just so uncontested in the backline, wipes that BR, that Cosmic Yard Amplifier.
I love how Mads is just standing there.
Time with their own ultimate to survive the engage of Beetle.
Ooh, yeah, there you go.
Oh, the fight back is actually really nice. Team Peps eventually have to give this one up and just trying to eke away as much percentage as they possibly can, and it has forced out, I think, another portal from Finzi actually, so it's not going to be available for these last kinds of fights. And ultimates wise, you're close to a Karmic Revival again, which is never going to be bad, always nice to have for a rainy day. It's that Omega Hurricane and something sounding like Seduction combo that might catch them out.
Ooh, nice Adam grab. Absolutely fantastic. Nice, 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 nice. They play on controller. Oh my god, they play on controller. This is a PC tournament.
As they push on in, but Hardest sniped by 5, who is once again always on the flank.
Ooh!
Almost knocked off the edge with the crystal kick.
Ooh! We do love a good tank. We do love good tank play.
That they could have maybe taken that overtime, but instead Team Peps get the flip, and Virtus Pro, they are very standard on 92% for Peps.
But that thing scares me.
Old-fashioned way with your boots and run all the way in. Fire has to try and go in for this fight, and on 80% of the Galactic Legend, he probably preferred to not have been. That Karmic Revival for Sparker is available. It's whether you can get the time and use it now. You've got the team up actually that Hardy was just sort of trying to buy as much time as possible so he could group up with the rest of his team. Now
That location is scary, but it's also the best location to immediately get back in. Back into a survival horror game with control and was like, why can't I hit you? Terrible experience, please no. Yep.
The strategist enables the support, healing and utility to keep everybody going for now.
By using their own body to buy the time they needed for the reinforcements.
Ooh, nice protection. Bye, Mantis.
Once again, trying to track down Zappy. They get 2, they get 3.
Yep.
Team Peps, they are actually able to extend that fight long enough, even though they got wiped so quickly. They take control. And
that's by the way how I feel every single time I decide to buy a game that is not like an online competitive game for the PlayStation. It's like, okay, I can just play chill on this. It has a gun, but it's fine. And then I try to aim, and it's like, how do I do this?
There's no longer that team up in game alongside Punisher with the ammo overload, so it is just a bit of comfort. A bit
like
of
half your mag is empty by the time you finally hit a shot, and when you do hit a shot, it's like the worst one ever because it like grazes their shoulder or something. It's like, well. Okay.
So much pressure onto
That's point and click. Problem's gone. Yep. Control's like, I overshot. I undershot.
America's been locking people down.
I think I have a short somewhere hidden in the depths of my archives. That is literally me just missing shotgun shots from something in my face. It exists. I don't know where exactly, but it's here somewhere on the channel.
Maximize the amount of time that hardest is damage boost, but with that aggressive portal coming out, dive in, blast of a rock, DRP finds the
very nice E. Very nice E. Ooh.
And it's a huge pickup for Team Pep, but they did lose Aura Stealer, and that's the one who can bring people back. Whereas Virtus Pro, they can just keep cocooning, keep fighting. But Leaf is making it so that they go.
Survival horror is the controller's sensitivity. Oh yeah.
Fire cancelling the Soul Revival too, just deciding to go for the clean reset. You gotta say DRP is
also, again, you will see Storm players fly relatively low, and if they go up, it's usually because there are no DPSs to boost, and there's maybe one tank, and then like the healers, right? So you don't want to be like in the center of that because there's not enough protection for you, and you will be very much caught out in the open. Yeah, you have to get away from that. But yeah, there's not enough. Yeah, that's
But where's the follow-up? You have the Psionic Seduction that's got to stop Ultimate's use, but Hardest getting out that final judgment just before it allows the support to strategize.
Yeah, you kind of have to run when final judgment's out.
But people are going down and Virtus Pro looking to take the point.
Fincy with this Strange and Nevix with this Emma Frost. They were able to drop it this time. They found the perfect shielding positioning to absorb that. The Iron Kimono came in, immediate turnaround. Damage boost. They had the
Let's see if I can find it.
They had that storm
Do people inherently want to go as high up as possible, thinking it's gonna be usually you're just sitting targeting it? Well, like, it depends on the target, right? Ultron is somewhere in between. You either want to be up in the sky or down low, depending on what you're doing at the moment. If you have an Iron Man, you want to be up in the sky where you're not using the team. When you're using the team, you want to go low because then you're able to hit more people. You think I will be famous rapper when I grow older? Everybody says I have to be something else. I don't know. I don't know how good you can rap. I don't know how well you are at making music. I don't know how well you're able to make a catchy beat, you know? I will say, if you want to do that as something, then fine. But do try and find something that you can have as a fallback, right?
66% currently for Virtus Pro. Team Pep's just approaching 40 right now. Almost
yeah, gotta pay the bills somehow. So find something besides rapping that you could become passionate about, or that you can see yourself doing. God, that's nasty. Just shields in front.
53 to 66 right now. As 5 pushing in quite deep. They're gonna try and just roll them here with a fast push.
and have that as your day job, and then make rapping something that you do, something on the side. Soldier? Well, there you have it. If you can see yourself being a soldier, go do that. That's your day job.
The hardest, he has been a hero for this team previously. It's another massive Eye of Agamotto that's coming from Finzi, and everybody's low enough on Team Peps that this is looking to be cleared up. So a fight, changing up the point, 86% grabbed for Team Peps as the Eldritch Monument is going to shift to the somewhat more neutral yet high ground. And a portal play for Finzi, not willing to give up any space, getting information, looking to try and go for the counter-attack against Beetle.
Wanted to interrupt that portal, the Guardian barriers, even the top up, they get him! Preventing the portal came out just in time though. Means that we do still allow Team Peps to make their way onto the point of visible boundary for that extra sustain to push on in. Second that expires though. Galactic Legend will be coming out, but that's in fine. Is able to
Well, then you have all the time in the world to like think about what you want to do, right? Because maybe you don't want to be a soldier later. Maybe you want to be something else. But if you're 7, you have all the time in the world to do whatever you want. You're a kid. What you want to be and what you are going to be are something that is going to take forever. You have all the time in the world. Just think about it. Just, you know, do whatever you want. Have different experiences.
It's always
Hi, Dwayne. Hi, Dwayne Moses.
Games. And it's the first map of the day, Tetcher. We've still got plenty of this to go for. And Team Peps trying to do a little bit more damage. They were the first team ever to take a map off of Virtus Pro. They want to be the second team to maybe take a series off of them. But to be the team to first eliminate Virtus Pro from a tournament, granted it's the season.
See if I can find that one short where I basically just
I think they'll take that, and that's what they're gunning for.
It would be a huge message to send to all the other teams in the playoffs. Currently, Leaf has 18 final hits.
I'm gonna lie, I can't even remember when I did that. How are you doing, Dwayne Moses, and how are you doing, Hugo?
Right now, Hardest has been setting up. You'll see that their KO count is actually a little bit lower, but that's because they are the one who's unleashing, trying to break these shields from the Everfrost, from the Doctor Strange, and allow Storm, once those defensive tools are gone, to just capitalize with Omega Hurricane. We would see a little bit of an opening from Aura Stealer with that extra bubble from the Jeff to give them a speed boost out, because this time they're not portaling. The cooldown burned earlier.
Wondering what ultimates are expecting to be online. 2 strategist ultimates for Virtus Pro available. Kamic Revival. So if this fight goes sour for Virtus Pro, they still have a chance to bring people back. And the Eye of Agamotto for Finzi, I mean, it's consistently connected onto 3 or 4, but down on the low ground, it is just contesting the point first. They feel that whoever's able to grab
If you're 7, I don't know if you should have a YouTube account to actually make videos with, though.
Not quite the same connection of the Eye of Agamotto as Finzi just flies on by. Team Peps
not because I don't think he can't do it.
Is the key element. Silent Seduction going to push things back.
More for the type of weirdos that are on the internet.
And Vi, it's really an even fight. Omega Hurricane,
yeah.
alongside this
nothing against kids having YouTube accounts. I think it's way too dangerous with the internet being a place where anyone can find everything.
Another 2 pickups, but
that's just me, though.
Already returning. Great job by Dribbler, by the way, with that Dark Force teleport to get out of danger as they're trying to capitalize. In comes Finzi to try and wrap around to look for an angle 5 with the Blast of Mirage as Leaf is getting zoned down aggressively here. And this time, the point hasn't even been captured yet, but Virtus Pro have been in control of this fight.
YouTube Kids is fine, but even then, I think it's still dangerous because it's not like only kids can use YouTube Kids.
It's more the fact that there's followed after these ultimates. We've seen so many good connections, but
hey, it depends on the type of content, and I guess it also depends on what your mom says. But dangerous place, the internet.
But it's the fact that they're building up another Kamic Revival, 65% already for Spark, who is putting out a keen amount of damage for a strategist. But then the Galactic
I forgot I played a horror game that's basically just Sesame Street.
moving on to the solo Vanguard composition.
Life tips from Asmo.
Pressure is now on their shoulders as DRP has decided it's time for more damage. Mantis with that Inspire to try and melt through Virtus Pro to set themselves up. Omega Hurricane with damage boost. The Galactic Legend is targeting it. The healing is good. Eternal Bond is keeping everyone from Virtus Pro up. Fincy, the only one to fall as Leaf gets caught in the seduction and is clean.
I cannot remember when I played Resident Evil. I don't remember which one it was. I think it was Village, but
9% now. Virtus Pro are controlling the location.
It's not actually Sesame Street. Oh, it was adorable until one of those things grabbed you.
It's even really close to being available too. Meanwhile, Team Pep's using a lot in that final fight, not quite having the same amount of fire taken out, but he's going to be brought back with that team up with Adam Warlock.
If they grabbed you, it legitimately was just the scariest thing.
2-man, 3-man, 4-man, 5-man, Karmic Revival. Sparker is being the lifeblood of this team right now as Virtus Pro are holding it overtime. It's time for Peps to hit the buttons. But the hardest taken out through the final judgment. The damage output.
I love horror games.
95%, 97, but the strategists are getting dropped. There's no big ultimate to keep them up. Fincy and Nevix have fallen, and Leaf might just try and hold on to this, and it looks like they're going to get the flip.
I mean, Virtus Pro are going to be happy with this for the most part. They've got 2 ultimates available, and they're very close to having another 2. Portal Play looking to be the go-to.
Well, it's called My Friendly Neighborhood. It's been out for a while.
Cute position to start this engagement from. Unfortunately, they've lost side play beforehand, but they're going to be able to bring themselves back with the team up of Adam Warlock, I believe. So now it's just a case of trying to find a good fight here as the invisible boundary is going to try and dictate exactly where this fight is starting from.
Here comes that Omega Hurricane. We called it earlier. The Galactic Legend is already set up. They're going to try and wait it out to delay as much as possible. That's going to be a 1-for-1. Sparker is taken down, but has that cocoon to bring themselves back.
I can't find it. I'd have to go into my gigantic library of shorts and try and see if I can find it. Let's focus on this. Probably?
I swear off the brow, I think Domination is the game mode where teams could do the most damage to Virtus Pro, at least historically. And it makes sense when you've got teams that are sort of so coordinated, the French-speaking Team Peps really synergizing and being on wave with each other consistently. It's more the fact that Virtus Pro, okay, the comps that we saw yesterday weren't really tested all that much. Here they were brought out in full swing, and we're starting to see exactly why they like that Adam Warlock. Multiple people being brought back with Karmic Revivals. Consistently able to do a good amount of DPS as well. It really
I think it is.
Virtus Pro have found their footing here, and Team Peps looking good on the first part of the map. Can't really move things across to do the same kind of damage on 2 and 3.
I want to see how many revives. I need to know. Someone in chat, please let me know, because Sparker was insane. They got 11 final hits just by themselves, just doing such a good job. Leaf was a dominant force for Team Peps though. Very nearly able to clean up and solo push on through, and that is where we do start to see the weakness of someone like the Mantis and like that Cloak and Dagger, where if you're able to time them well, they have long ultimate charges and they are a little bit squishier, can be crowd controlled. You are going to be in a situation where the Storm, if you can capitalize correctly, can really blow up everyone in the
Oh yeah.
And we saw that repeatedly with Leaf getting over 20 final hits.
The Mantis in general is just not a good support against Storm. Cloak and Dagger can survive somewhat because they have the finger point. Whoa, it's such a nasty ult.
But now Team Peps actually do get a choice of map, and well, they're very good at convoy because they do like to play aggressive defensive lines by holding towards the spawn doors. It's something that Virtus Pro are very keenly aware of at this rate. So Team Peps do have a bit of a fight back, and at the very least, Tetra, we are seeing that disparity of Virtus Pro against the other teams at EMEA shrink to a minimal, a couple of team fights, as opposed to Virtus Pro being just so ahead of the teams in Europe. There's no point in scrimming them, we might as well scrim the Americans instead. Now that's certainly not the case.
2-1 in favor of Virtus Pro. Still quite wild that there was the one in there. A lot of people would have looked at these teams beforehand and would have said, okay, well, Virtus Pro will be in the finals. Team Peps might have been one of the teams eliminated. And Peps have proved everyone wrong. They have got this far and they are already giving Virtus Pro a run for their money. This is just game number 1. There's still plenty of opportunity for them to come back. Like you said, they like Convoy. They like these spawn traps. They like to siege in as best as they can. We'll see if that's where they go for. Will we be heading to Midtown, or will there be a different plan in mind for Team Peps? Find out after this short break.
Short break time! Contemplating if I have enough time to make a coffee or not. I probably do. I will be right back. I need coffee. Coffee. Coffee.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Time do I have left? 40 seconds?
쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계면
Made it.
So you remember when I said the Team Peps are likely to be taking us to a convoy map, Tetcher, because it's something that they were able to actually beat Virtus Pro on ever for the first time a couple of months ago? They decided, no, we are not doing that. I was going to do a French accent, but I think that's just too ridiculous. They are actually taking us to the convergence map of Clintar Symbiotic Showdown. So this is a map that went relatively well with them yesterday. It was a very back and forth battle that we saw. And they narrowly won it out, and mostly down to Hardest's Punisher yet again, right?
This is a map where the walking distance between the actual point and the initial spawn is long.
Yeah.
Picking something like the Rocket, where they've been getting those quick revives to prevent people from falling behind, is actually huge. The Punisher is insane here, like you mentioned, and Hardest is played so good on it yesterday to keep the position locked down. This is, if they're not going to go for like lock-ins on stuff like Midtown, a fantastic choice for Team Peps.
Hey, gotta hydrate.
Sure
And if we're gonna hydrate anyways, might as well take a giant bottle of coffee.
The rest of this group stage is going to go as swimmingly
Homemade
as
iced coffee, to
possible.
be exact.
For the teams in the other group, they would benefit from, because it basically means, okay, if Virtus Pro managed
Which is
to reverse
basically
sweep
just,
this group and end up coming out
in
on
my
top,
case, a giant
you don't
ice
wanna be the
cube
false seed
with
coming
like
in
milk
Group
and
A, because
2
that's gonna be your
espressos.
first opponent. The symbiotic service, really, when it comes to the picks and bans, standard stuff. I think DRP showed a lot of promise over on the
Yeah,
Emma
it
Frost
depends
beginning.
on how
But
big
some of
the
we saw,
cup
like, a
is
bit
that you're
of a
gonna put it in.
console UI in the background.
But this is a giant cup.
Exceptional over on
So like,
Magneto.
there's a giant ice
It's
cube in it
even
that
a
fills
surprise
around
that
like
people
this
at
much.
Altitude let
It's
him
square.
play Magneto in the first place, 'cause
Then
he
you fill
decided
it up
to straight away, like,
until
Virtus Pro
right
half
around
it.
here-ish
But this is something we are seeing
with milk,
the
and then
EMEA
add the
team
2 espressos.
really locking in on these Magneto bands compared to the
So basically one of
other
these.
side where we've been on the Americas, where we've been seeing a little bit of Magneto let through in comparison to banning out the Emma. So it's interesting to see how that has swapped.
It happens.
around. This time though, both teams
Right.
still protect the Emma, and we'll of course see that low-key ban out by Virtus
Yeah,
Pro.
so
far,
2
thumbs down.
Magneto bans, 2 Emma protects, 2 Loki bans.
Looking at
Very
that,
similar like last game.
really is now
Again, very similar to last
sticking
game.
to their
They
guns
had
to try and
um
take fire away from the Human Torch. It's a very
Human
good
Torch
Human
and,
Torch.
Luna
We saw a
ban.
little bit of that coming out from Leaf, who's going
Cloak
to
and
be
Dagger protect.
comfortable. And actually, instead of the save onto the Punisher, they're going to really protect the fact that they need Cloak and Dagger. They felt that the lack of the
more
damage
time
there, I
running up
suppose,
and
would
downstairs to
send
get
people
more
hit by the
water than I
therapy,
do drinking
which is
it.
available every 12 seconds, and the
Sounds about
duration
right.
of that debuff is 3 seconds, so 25% of the time
Like the
they're
donkey
taking
chasing
30%
a
more
carrot
damage.
on a stick.
Seems pretty good numbers for me, I'd say, for the most part. As well as the Eternal Bond being one of the better sustained strategist ultimates to keep people going. And with no Magneto on either side, you don't have to worry about that Meteor M squishing you like a bug.
Yeah, you're really out of tools for dealing with that Cloak and Dagger. We will see an extremely late Luna Band coming out in terms of stuff that can really try and snipe you at the ultimate. The Iron Man is still available, but to do that, you have to play Iron Man into the Punisher meta, with Hela not being banned down at all because she's so far down the list, with the Soldier still being available. It's a potentially risky time. I do love seeing from Virtus Pro, though, the ban onto the Invisible Woman.
It feels slow when you're watching, yeah, but when you're actually making the picks, it's like, oh my god, I gotta choose something.
Will really benefit from that Guardian barrier, which can help keep them sustained while in the air. So taking that away is at least targeting onto Leaf.
Means Beetle has less freedom, I suppose, on Nevix is going to be licking his lips a little bit more, that he doesn't have to worry about Force Physics knocking him away with the Eye of Agamotto. Not that it made any difference last time, let's be honest. He was still connecting onto multiple people consistently. And with Magneto, it used to be a sort of bit of 50-50.
She's not there.
Magneto and Emma Frost, of like, which one are you going to ban out, which one are you going to try and get? Because getting them both is pretty much unheard of so far at this level of tournament. Portal play in action again. We saw a couple of people fall for this yesterday, and I do believe that DRP was potentially one of them. So hoping that he doesn't, you know, take a trip off the side of the map again.
You have to stop them from
Waiting to see
securing
if it's a
mission
portal
area.
trap. Fi on Spider-Man here. There is that portal. Will they get the counter? Did they place it ever so offset? This is what a lot of teams do, is they'll place the portal just up to the side. They did not. Is there the counter? No from the portal at all. So immediately we see Virtus Pro take the advantage, getting Larry, but a counter from DRP, who seems later guided onto Saipei.
I think he got the Carbon Crusher over onto Saipei as well, who's going to be back. This is something that, you know, attrition is the name of the game. Maybe Virtus Pro get wiped at the heat there for the universe, but that's going to take quite some time, and there's only like 4 minutes to be able to protect the point too. DRP trying to go in, Carbon Crush, seeing if he can grab onto those, but he's taking a huge amount of damage.
Emma died.
He putting the final blow on top of it. Fi trying to chase down exactly where Leaf is going to be playing on this Human Torch, and this sort of Guardians comp went a bit out of fashion. Has even taken a couple of evolvements and additions. Virtus Pro just going to run it everywhere, and you can see why.
The Star-Lord is still good, and they're receiving a buff coming up soon.
And she's also in the sun right now because
It's going to be good news.
the curtain is open over there, so she's even better visible.
What can deal with flyers? You of course have the Punisher, who can try and ping from a distance. You have Hela, who is a hit scan. You have the Torch with the Soldier, who can snipe people out the air. But then you look at Star-Lord. They have pretty solid range, but their melee, they have invulnerability frames, which they can easily blow people up with, trying to eliminate the BRB. Not enough, so they have to run away from the Punisher here.
Oh yeah, they 100% have to run away from the Punisher.
Super aggressive Eternal Bonds, and there's the Eye of Agamotto that's coming from Beetle. That's got onto 3. No force physics available for Virtus Pro as it was banned out. Really starting to show. And now Finzi is actually managing to turn things around. Isn't on the character himself of Doctor Strange. In fact, switching things around to allow Nevix a bit of a lore-accurate showing of Venom on Clintar.
Very cool. The Venom comes on in. Nevix used to be an insane player on people like Groot, on people like Hulk, and therefore seeing them on this Venom is very fun. Frenzied arrives immediately into the pull, into the feast from the abyss. They are committing, but Fi gets blown up.
Yeah.
Here.
For those of you that are wondering what he did, he dove onto enemies.
No Adam Warlock on the side of Team
Going on your Xbox now. Well, good luck finding the game. But he dove onto the enemies, so in this case, Team Pips. Yeah, you're not gonna, unless you get rid of him, you're not gonna survive that.
Just a fresh croissant, honestly. The Virtus Pro really hot stepping their way to taking the second objective very quickly.
But he dove onto them, used his right click to connect, immediately ulted and bit, and then the right click exploded on them, which caused, I think, 1 or 2 people to die. That is probably the best way to use Venom's ult, because there's not a high chance that you're going to actually eat someone, right? Usually you just numb and do damage, unless they're low enough health that they actually just explode. So your better option is to use your dive into a right click into an ult. It's not an Xbox. Aww.
Final blows to get Virtus Pro still trucking along.
Virtus Pro aren't slowing down. This is the Virtus Pro we expected to see coming into Ignite. They are rushing in right now.
I don't have an Xbox, so I don't know.
This Venom is trying to create distractions. As again, they're just copying Virtus Pro to try and match their compositional style. To keep pressure on. Here comes that Galactic Legend from Fi, just dodging the sleep attempt coming in from Aura Sealer from downtown in the air. I appreciate the ambition, but the extra healing is going to make sure that they don't get any pickups. They have to dive in once Larry's extra Eternal Bond has expired.
There's a lot of damage that he did, actually. It forced out the early ultimate of the Eternal Bond. Now, Leaf with the Comet Revival goes down before he can even use it. So this fight is more the tempo that's been set up from Virtus Pro. The Comet Revival's gone through. Sure, Fi gets taken out, but he's going to be brought back with the Adam Warlock ultimate. And really, it's just who's got these cooldowns available, whose soul is going to return to the battle fastest, and often more than not, it's Virtus Pro that lead in the line on that.
By keeping the pressure onto the backside, going in with the Venom Blaster Mirage in the doorway. Nevix and Spark can get the pickup, but Fi...
They currently have a spawn hold, so there's not really much that Team Peps can do to stop them.
Is the best way we can describe that. Wonderful play by Virtus Pro.
What's ridiculous is that we've seen faster times done on other Convergence maps, like Halls of Dajalia earlier, but that's still exceptional. Finishing the map full stop for Virtus Pro is hard enough. Team Peps have to manage it and match it. Whether they get even close to the time that's set, it's going to require a lot of these like resets. And I really like Nevix pulling out the Venom, especially when you have the Vanguard still feeling relatively strong. Yeah, the Thing is certainly a lot worse meta-wise than it was previous, and people are still adjusting to the new changes that have come in. But for the likes of like Captain America,
Storm's gonna make a play here.
Tony Parker, for all things, they still find value when they're used in the right places. And Virtus Pro, one thing that we can say from their scrim books, if they are losing a lot of scrims, you can put it down to the fact that Virtus Pro are also trying out a lot of different stuff. And the Venom alongside this comp seems to be something...
I wonder if they're gonna stay on Rocket or if they're gonna go Mantis again.
A little bit more.
Because right now, Rocket doesn't have a team up with Punisher.
Regions will kind of lock in on the Venom, and it seems that Virtus Pro have decided that the other regions might have a point and have been moving over to the Venom a bit more themselves, and a lot of that is going to be due to this frenzied arrival, pulling people inwards when you dive means they're all grouped up for Blaster Barrage. Combining that with the Star Lord, you have a pretty reasonable time for setting up some quick bursts.
Just very good to isolate some of these targets, because
I got food.
you're playing this sort of, I was going to say triple support, but that is actually strategist has been moved over to be something a little bit more standard. Everybody has to stay relatively grouped up, or you're going to have a Venom diving on top.
It's
of you,
lasagna.
isolating you from the rest of your team.
I like lasagna.
From Peps, looking to try to take the objective quick enough. And Leaf over on this Storm has had some inspired performances over on that first map of Hell's Heaven, and Hardest actually finding the first elimination so far on his side.
What a roll out there from Hardest on the second engagement, gets punished, running into 2 people. 5 picks up the elimination, and Sipper will be brought back with their own rejuvenating cocoon. And right now, Team Peps, it was an aggressive roll.
Ginger cat called Garfield.
Starts fine, though, and that could be the opportunity for Peps to move in if they can get the second pickup onto Cypher or 5.
I think those are a dime a dozen. Ooh.
Oh wow, look at everybody just coming back. It's clean from Fi. The combo is just cutting through people. And this was a side that Team Peps took off the Human Torch just to stop Fi being able to play on it. And he's just like, doesn't matter. I've got so many other characters that I can pick up and play. Another side of it as well, I guess, with the Venom is like, Venom seems to be a really good character to synergize with Soul Bond. Because you do have the extra, like, he is just impossible to eliminate, right? Like, he's sharing out that damage that he's taking. He can obviously give himself that resilience as well if he's down low on HP. It's going to be hard to take him down, and the Feast of the Abyss is available. Soul Resurgence.
Oh my god, so many ults.
Available if he wants to try and go for that fight. But Hardest is the one with the final dripper that's going to force things back. It's going to force out that second strategist ultimate from
No!
With that eternal bond, and in comes the Feast of the Abyss. It's going to try and look and hunt for a target, but Team Peps all surviving, but no progression made on the point.
Larry's able to take out Cypher, but now they're very much in the backline. Here comes Fi on the flank, trying to capitalize onto that psionic seduction. It's going to be a triple. It might be a quad as they push on into the back of Doctor Strange with 1 minute and 47 seconds left. Sparker gets some eliminations and gets the revive onto Nevix. This is Virtus Pro. They have yet to give up even a third of this point right now. And Team Peps are running out of time.
It's a statement, and it has been so far this week for Virtus Pro. And the ultimate's looming, at least when you look at the silent seduction for Finzi, but outside of that, not too much. I have Agamotto for Beetle, less to try and block you and get in the way. And Nevix trying to jump into the backline as the Omega Hurricanes come through. Hardest again, finding first pick. It's likely to be just brought back instantly, and the trade is there. To be back, actually, that's going to be the thing that sort of brings back Hardest too. So it's fight ongoing, time being bought, a minute left on the clock, Tetcher, and Peps pretty much need to clear the whole objective.
Yep, they do.
With that soul rejuvenation, trying to capitalize. Aura Steelers, no damage bonus, but they're a player down. Beetle gets taken out, and that Cosmigana gets wiped off the board. Here comes the damage output from Hardest to try and make something happen. They got Fi, but Fi's back. They try to get onto that Emma Frost, but they can't do enough damage to finish them off thanks to the extra healing from Dridro. This is just Virtus Pro vintage here as they hold the control with 30 seconds left. Team Peps, they're going to try and go with the Eye of Agamotto, even though they're down members, to try and create a stagger, and that will be a full... No, it's still a cocoon onto Cypher. Sparker's even got the cocoon and Karmic Revival. Everything Team Peps is doing right now can be undone.
At a revival, Spark has been brought back by his own classic part of it, but Beetle's just going to make sure, like, sit down, son, we need to get this objective rolling along. Fi now with the Galactic Legend, taking a huge chunk out of the shield and of the body of Beetle.
Yeah.
And even the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier can't really do
Star-Lord ult does too much damage for it to...
As overtime is just dipping out.
Yeah.
Virtus Pro showing the Team Peps, you might have taken a map before, you are getting absolutely zilch today. Take this sort of losers bracket game.
Star-Lord ult with when the rest of the team is also focusing on.
Team Peps, we will not be saying goodbye.
There's too much damage for Rocket's ult to actually be effective.
Playoffs, but Virtus Pro sending the message. But just because they are down, they are not out, showing that there was no shakes, there was no kind of like getting rattled after that first time they lost a series. It just happens sometimes, and they are showing that they are back on form after a little bit of a incredible start from Team Peps. Virtus Pro locked in and were able to, quite frankly, dominate that second map.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the things about it too is, like, with Hardest, we saw right at the start, we had some lovely highlights shown by production from yesterday's games from Hardest against Alcatia. every final judgment seemed to result in a 3K or a 4K. How many final judgments did we see here that Virtus Pro survived through? And if it did get a pick, how many of those picks just returned near enough instantly?
Okay, so I got one person with that.
Or the Comet Revival. Hardest couldn't get anything going this game.
Legitimately, they just could not find any momentum. They'd get a pickup, then they'd just get brought back. They'd get Cypher, they'd Cocoon, they'd get Sparker, they'd get Cocoon. And on the very odd occasion, they actually finish off Nevix through that Symbiotic Resilience, through that Soul Bond from Adam Warlock. Well, guess what? Karma Revival's off cooldown. Time for them to return. In the meantime, Fi is running through your backline, picking up everyone they need, and just playing incredibly. Fi again has only really played 2 heroes this entire season of Ignite so far, but so far, that's all they need.
It works so far. Yeah, Team Pep's not playing for the rest of this week. We'll see them back again for playoffs, so you're not going to miss out too much if you're a fan of the French squad. And at least they can sort of like, okay, we actually have a really good like VOD to look at exactly what Virtus Pro did here. How do we sort of copy it? How do we try to push on further on, I suppose, in this tournament and evolve things? And to Virtus Pro's credit, that's something
Lasagna with salad is absolutely amazing.
Out here that
especially when it's hot.
What Rads used against them last week, they sort of took some of the elements like the triple support and a lot more focus over onto the strategist of Cloak and Dagger, but then able to sort of bring out the likes of Adam Warlock and be able to use a lot of that team up strength that realistically has kept Virtus Pro in a lot of these fights, and it's really hard to get anything going when they're so good at stalling objectives.
Yep.
Dridro moving over to this Cloak you mentioned is the trick that was used against them that they seem to struggle a bit against. Simple adaptations like that to get that Terror Cape bonus damage in to allow Fi to capitalize, and just with that much extra pressure on the front line, Sparker's just hanging.
It's also very important to notice that the strategists on our team, when they had to, would fall all the way back. Like, all the way back. They would find a corner to hide in so they wouldn't die, right? And then heal up. Either by healing each other or by healing themselves, depending on what their kit allows. Especially considering Adam can just heal himself.
I mean, Sparker's been exceptional on a majority of characters that he's ended up playing, but seeing him move over to the Adam Warlock, which we've sort of seen from the early points.
That's probably the difference between a pro team and just a ragtag of people when you play ranked.
Sparker's able to still put out a crazy amount of damage output, despite the fact that he's not on that dual.
Is that the supports will just, you know, hide in the back. There's no shame in that.
Yesterday, I don't think he had to use Comet Revival once, because I think there was maybe 4 eliminations against Virtus Pro total. Here, it was a little bit more strenuous, but we have got an interview. We've got Nevix coming in as well.
But, so like, even if Adam can heal himself, right? If you use both your finger clickies and your soul bond just to be able to stay alive only by yourself, you're not going to be able to do much.
You're a team that have tried to sort of evolve what the meta has currently been. I know that you experiment a lot with various different compositions.
So instead, what you'll see a lot of supports do is they will go to the same area, maybe not like the same exact spot, but the same area, so that if they need to heal each other, they can. Even for Adam.
Really explosive dive tank compared to like Captain America, so and Hulk, and he also lives quite well compared to the other dive tanks. So like in this matchup where you have Adam, Star-Lord, like very explosive characters with Link, etc., you need that extra punch when you go. And you also slow down the enemy team and knock them up, so like it's a really good engage tool. So that's kind of where he fits.
Which is fine, you know, because there are supports that actually do need to play like that. Like Mantis, Adam, and Ultron. 100% you have to play those like you're playing DPS. Because Adam and Mantis will get their healing abilities back or back faster by getting headshots, and Ultron basically just puts his drone on someone, and for the rest of the time he's just DPSing. And if you're not doing that, then you're not doing it right. But do remember that you have to move your drone around to get your ult faster, so if you put it on someone that's at low health, or that actually needs the health, you'll get it faster than when you have it just sit on your tank when he's at full health, right?
On that first domination map, it was like the first couple of points at the very least, like Peps were really giving it to you in a couple of those fights. I know from speaking, I think, to Fi about like the Rad loss, he said that you made a lot of individual mistakes as a team on that first domination map. Like Did that feel, it's chaotic, obviously, but did that feel a lot better today? Like, just being able to tighten up some of the gameplay and, like, what elements, I suppose, do you look at? Again, you don't need to reveal too much, but I'm just curious, like, when you're a team that's at the top for so long, you have to almost be a little bit nitpicky to find some of the issues that you have, right?
So I think in the match we lost, we had a little bit, we were not really sure about the meta, like where it was going, where it fitted us. So we were on like Punisher, Groot, a very static comp that doesn't have too much solo playmaking. It's a lot about using our ults correctly and not that much clutch play. So, and I felt like we got a little bit nervous and got carried away, that we had to rush things, and that kind of led to the loss. But today I feel like people were more relaxed, more confident that they can carry themselves, so to speak. So I feel like this vibe suited us way better.
And like you said, you haven't had to rush things now as you are moving on in the bracket. You obviously are already qualified for the playoffs, and now it's just about where you place. Who would you like to play against? Who would you like? Would you like revenge against Rad? Where would you like to end up in the playoff bracket?
I mean, I want to go all the way. I want to beat Rad again to prove that it was just a fluke that one time, and that happens. Like we won so many games that at some point we're gonna make some mistakes, not read the meta well, and drop one. But I think we'll come back stronger now, and we want revenge.
Revenge!
I mean, yeah, it's been like, I guess with all of the experience that you've had as well, it does feel a little bit like after you lost that series, there was like, it's the end for Virtus Pro, right? Like the golden age is over, right? Like, honestly, has that been a little bit frustrating where it's a little bit like you literally just lost your first series in almost a year of playing Marvel Rivals, right? And everybody's just going haywire. Like, is it something that's just in the back of your mind, or you're just like, we just go next, literally, we can only keep going forward?
Yeah, I mean, it really sucks because before everyone's like, wait, they're unstoppable, but now there's that splinter, you know, or like people just like, oh, we can crack them, they're not that good actually. So we lost that mentality, or like what people thought about us, but now like we need to build that back. Like we need to repair whatever happened to us.
Yeah,
you go away and get prepared. Thank you very much for joining us, Nevix. Congratulations on your win, and we will certainly, as you move on in the bracket, see you later.
I gotta lie, it's also not a good thing when a team is just so overwhelmingly powerful that they just seem unbeatable, because then the moment you start fighting them, you will have that mentality from like, oh, we can't ever beat them because they've never been beaten, right?
To bounce back quite a lot is kind of how it feels, but it's nice to see the Nevix is just like, no, we just gotta prove that we're back on top. And I think with the results since that series loss, it has looked that you can't dispute it, honestly.
When you're at the top, everyone is praying for your downfall. There's going to be a lot of expectations. As I mentioned earlier, heavy is the head that wears the crown. But you know what could be heavy? Your inbox in Marvel Rivals. Because while watching this, if you have linked your Rivals account, we have the drops available for you. Starting yesterday, you can get the Magic Will of Galacta spray, the nameplate, the Echoes of Limbo emote, and of course, that gorgeous Will of Galacta costume. We've seen a little bit of magic creeping in every now and again in our earlier rounds, and of course, there's always more opportunities when we begin heading into these later playoff games and those international games coming up after.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff in the future for sure. I was saying it was 8 hours to watch before you get the skins. So it's 6 hours, so it's even better deal than I've been saying. But if you're still like, you know, getting the first couple of ones, we still have plenty of games to go over. More that are going to be exciting like this last.
The skins are only available on Twitch, by the way.
More EMEA Ignite action is coming up very soon.
Look who just showed up.
I'm gonna put away my plate.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 한 명의 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는
Grab some mince while I was at it.
소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기며
Ba 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 da ba da ba.
날배까지 새기며 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나나 새벽 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 꼬집혀볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go
I love the music in this game. Very well done. I also find it funny that Iron Fist, on most of the media, has a duck face. And for anyone that doesn't know what a duck face is, it is literally pouting your lips. Worst trend ever. I do like that they've changed from only showing Storm to switching between the characters on the roster. Every single time I see a Spider-Man image, I keep getting reminded of that one game designer who kept having her Spider-Man designs rejected by Marvel. So she asked, like, why are you denying my designs for Spider-Man? And they said, like, it's because his butt isn't correct. They need to be 2 scoops. That is the actual reason why they kept denying her designs, because his butt wasn't perfect enough. His buttocks were not good enough. That needed to be rounder. Imagine making the best design of your life and they get denied by the client because their ass isn't right.
Because it is time for all business versus low 9. That is our second.
Hi, Karina. Spidey cheeks indeed. That will never not be a funny tidbit that I know.
I think it's nice to see all business sort of truck along here. We've got sort of the old versus the new a little bit. All business invited to this tournament because of a 3rd place finish in the championship versus
how are you doing, Karina?
Which have been around the block, to say the very least. They were basically one of the latter signups, right, to just put a team together for the 2nd open qualifiers for this event, and they are the only team, low 9, to actually make it that went 0-1 first. They managed to go through that grueling lower bracket to end up in a qualifying position
at work,
for playoffs.
but good.
Now it's
Awesome.
doing as much damage as possible, frankly, and honestly, if Virtus Pro are on
pretty good. I started streaming right out of work. I worked from home today, so I logged out, moved everything aside, turned on my PC, and was like, I need to set up stream.
These games, because there have been 2 heroes thanks to this advanced drafting stage, including that we saw in this previous matchup.
But that's the joy of working from home, right?
How the meta works, and that is the Cloak and Dagger and the Mantis. While we talk about how Lunar Snow has been dominant, how the Loki has been a big protector for the backline, because they are always banned out, we start to look elsewhere. We look at that Cloak and Dagger you were mentioning with that eternal bonds. We look at
have to watch replay.
They are solid, but they are a little bit outclassed by, say, for example, a Fate of Both Worlds.
You're not allowed to work from home.
The rest of their toolkits. Terra Cape giving a
50-50, and a day off on Wednesday.
Buffed a couple patches for 3 seconds, and Mantis giving a 12% damage.
The only thing my job requires me to have is stable internet.
Of these life forms, these combined with heroes like Human Torch, like Storm, and like Punisher, have been game-changing for the meta of being able to burst through some of these other strategist ultimates.
Yeah, there's been a lot of focus, especially from Moxie.
Yeah, that gets a little bit hard doing from home.
How much you can poke at your duelist characters, effectively giving them all.
Oh, now that depends, right?
The mag bulwarks to be able to block some of the incoming damage, the barriers that you would get from Invisible Woman, the Idol Aura from Lunar Snow. It's basically just
15 working at home and 15 not working at home.
Yeah. Like, okay, I'll do my best. But for here,
understandable. Gotta take your enjoyment where you can, right?
The lineups that we have for all business.
I always imagine healthcare to be like a stressful job.
They were a little bit of an unknown in this game.
But I imagine it being like I imagine it's actually just like every other job where you have like your highs and your lows, right?
Of the support, the sustenance, just the resources that are available to all business have been funneled into Tuzi, and Tuzi basically destroys everybody else. So he's certainly the player to be watching. But also, I do want to put
it's just in the UK, then it's low.
Because he, as you're sort of seeing in the top left-hand side of your screen, actually put priority on picking and saving the Loki. And the funny thing about this series is not only is it a rematch from the first series of games that we saw in this group, but also
I just ate a mint and I drank coffee. That's gross.
Onto getting Loki available in game for them, and it's one of the reasons why they're here so far in this tournament.
Both these teams like their little bit of an aggressive tank when we look at some of the other players.
Gotta love a Cloak that just points his finger at people and die.
Actually Magneto. It's just that their other Vanguard player in the form of Welsh Mania ends up playing the EMEA fairly often, which does take it away from them. But if you look on the other side, Saint Amoto is...
I think that's almost every adult's best friend.
Merchant, as well as a Captain America merchant. Relentless attack is how we see Low 9 play a lot of the time. With Psylocke, Torch, Ultron even from time to time.
It's warm right now. It's not hot, but it's warm, so I just made myself some iced coffee. Sounds about right.
This team is so flexible and so hard to draft against.
I mean, certainly that Vanguard frontline Saint
trying to lure Bucky. Got him gotten so far. I will wish you good luck. Do you have any lures, or is Bucky going to be your first?
Over in the top left now, yet again, Gonski on the Loki, and this third map against Schmungus was a real battle, I suppose. They did drop like some early pressure up against Schmungus that had a really good showing on the domination map, but since then it feels that they kind of composed themselves nicely, had some really good team fights and some of these solid defenses over on those other 2 game modes. But I do think it was the fact that they got Gonski on that Loki that really helped them out with a lot of sustenance with the stealing of strategist ultimates to keep things going, to keep that
Speed
sustainable.
first and Punisher in close second. Both my favorite characters. Nice.
On the side of Shmongus.
I got Loki and Adam.
Start protecting Cloak and
I
Dagger,
have
as opposed to leaving it to the last, where it sort of traditionally found its
Cloak and Dagger
to
at
give that
Captain.
extra damage output.
I
You
think.
mentioned against Shmongus, they
I
could go
have-
Loki, but that has just leapt up in terms of actual times banned out. The question is, if both these teams do play it and like to run it, maybe a gentleman's agreement.
No, I have Cloak and Dagger at Centurion. I have Luna at Captain. I have Invis at Captain. I have Emma at Captain. This is off the top of my head, so bear with me. I might miss a few things.
Since last week.
Look at all those things at the bottom.
Still learning.
I have, who else? I have, I think, Namor at Centurion.
Teams might do in other games, right? Of just kind of doing mock.
I have Star-Lord at Captain.
You can take things in. But all business is something that they were doing before. But I do like the way that they adjust around it.
They missed the ban.
To remove one of the major
That's amazing.
vanguards, the Magneto or the Emma Frost. So this is something that all business have done in the past so far, but it also does make sense when you're going up against Satamoto. They did it in the.
Are they
series that
not paying
played
attention?
last, back when these two teams were 0-0.
Low 9, Wolver. Banner and Picker here. They've missed their first pick. First ban. Uh-oh.
OGC.
Call Wolver.
Surely something.
Oh, thank you.
Wrong there. Has Wolver, because he's in the lead, has he like DC'd? Is this something that gets done again?
I don't.
Magneto.
Like, okay, it's not just us. It's not just us.
Yeah.
I don't know if Wolver's just here, because there have been a couple of teams that have like maybe crashed on the way in. So this might
It
be
does happen, yeah. I think they might not be there.
It's
It's
an
a birthday,
odd
apparently,
predicament.
told.
There's no way that he missed it because he's like, it's his birthday of all things. Like, he's just like, everybody, there's like 5 people in his background being like, happy birthday to you. And he's like, please, not now.
Oh, no, there they go.
I'm trying to try. No, they are back. Okay, so OGC, again, sat thinking, okay, we didn't mess up this badly to miss the first pick and the first ban. What on earth happened?
Well, this is their time to try and make that recovery as they have returned. This has allowed all business to grab the #1 priority hero in
I
the
imagine
right
just
now.
like their family members walking into the room, like Wolf's room, and being like, happy birthday to you, and just him being just,
A front line or a back line because it's prioritized now. They
Are
choose
they
a
skipping?
different target. With limited options, you pick one, and they have decided that Tuzi is going
Oh,
to
they're
be the first to
skipping.
get banned out. If you look at their picks, they have played Psylocke, Torch,
To make it
Punisher,
even.
and they have just removed 2 of those 3, and all business, they let a ban go as well.
What's going on?
Priority.
Is there some mind games that are happening here?
maybe.
Is it a
Yeah.
gentleman's agreement. It's like, okay, yeah, we'll maybe.
They're
Okay, so
they're
one
keeping
point
their
did crash
save,
during the
but
draft. That's like confirmation. It's
oh,
gonna sort of go as is. I
So
wonder if
someone
that is
did
a little bit of,
actually-
like, almost sportsmanship from all business of like, okay, we'll miss a ban too. Because
Most
these are
likely.
important games, but both teams have qualified to playoffs. So regardless of who we get in the interviews later on, that's question number 1. Because if all business have messed up as well, that's just funny. But if they're actually like giving this up and they're like, no, we want to like, you know, it's fine, then credit to them. I guess we're gonna have to see though. That's a first, to say the least.
We assume best intent until told otherwise. We're going to assume that they are all business in name, but all manners in life here. As we see that Loki as the final protect for Low 9. Giving
so yeah, they probably just let one of their bans go through because the because Low 9 missed the ban.
If you can't try and zone out the strategists, if you don't have enough of actual bans
Understandable.
left to try and ban out a Vanguard, or to at least try and gain some Vanguard control, you pick one person and you say, this is a threat, let's do what we can with what we have. It's just managing resources. Yes, it's unfortunate that they didn't get that ban pick, but they are capitalizing and making the most of what they have.
All right, all of the people that are co-streaming a watch party and all you beautiful people you can also get drops from as well, talking to you specifically, you now have to, with that draft, explain why they've gone that direction, as if it was a legitimate thing. That's your challenge.
Oh, me? Oh.
Other than like Tuzi, don't give LeBron the ball. Make sure that he doesn't get like his main characters. But I'm sure that Tuzi will be fine to play on whatever in this case. But yeah, for both sides, you don't really have. We were talking so much about like the meta evolving. I think this has hit its like apex. I don't think we get any crazier than this, but it is domination. Anything could happen in this rate. Both these teams qualifying already, want to see how far they can push it, or at the very least get a few more reps. Luna Snow is going to be available for closer, and Tuzi over on the Star-Lord.
First Star-Lord we have seen them play so far, but without an Adam Warlock or a Mantis leading with that Luna Snow to just try and keep them topped up.
Well, like, Star-Lord does not need Adam Warlock, right? It's nice if you have it, but it's not necessary.
They're insane on it. Saitomoto on Venom. These are all heroes. They like Jerky on Psylocke. An insane matchup earlier.
I love that Venom's just walking up there.
Lovely lockdown onto Saitomoto, who does get that symbolic resilience off and is able to retreat back to their team, but with Star-Lord continuously applying the pressure.
Ooh.
Yeah, Saitomoto trying to copy a little bit of what Nevix was able to do before with the dive, but when you're up against the Loki, having a Loki and the Luna Snow available for all business seems to be like, how long has it been since we've seen that? And then also the Magneta and the Emma Frost, like these are just comps that you don't get to see anymore, so it's a bit of a
no, not here at least. A lot of well, every single team so far has been batting Magneto because Magneto is so strong against healer ults, right? Against support ults.
The Kraken impact, also something familiar to the previous invitationals and MRCs.
Ooh.
Loki clones, here comes Winter Soldier as Slowpoke able to capitalize and push back the members of Low 9. But Low 9 are still able to be holding relatively okay so far, as All Business have only just grabbed the point.
The Winter Soldier is very strong against tanks, which is having one on your team is actually very good, although it depends on how well.
First map in this series some domination before against Lona.
Okay, so
but obviously on the other game modes able to bring
Tuzi switched to Hela, which gives Loki the team up. So if Tuzi gets a kill, Loki comes back in. Works the same for Thor.
Obviously, so it has to be on the Hela. The Goddess of Death is good to go.
Holcomb, yeah. Well, not just that, like
might be the main thing to come through. Meteor M available for 2-2. Not able to get an elimination, but it's keeping Low 9 away from this point as it gets up in favor of
so long as that threat of Meteor M is there, they will not be able to move up because there's an opportunity for them to pick up your healers.
They have lost, whereas Low 9 have yet to lose a series.
I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting ults.
Team always taking everyone to the limit, but right now this is a rough position to be in. But they're making the most of it, pushing it on in, trying to chase them back, keep that Venom topped up, trying to focus on
the poor Venom.
Pushing on in, looking for that fate of both worlds is in.
Ooh.
Silence is taken down by Jerky.
It's taken everything. The kitchen sink, 4 ultimates thrown in for Low 9, and they still haven't quite got the point. Now they've managed to clear it, but All Business getting to 90%. They're going to be happy. There's some ultimates that they still want to build up, notably the strategist ones, that combination of the Loki and the Luna.
Loki should get it relatively fast, so I expect Loki to have it somewhat closer when Luna has it.
And it's who's going to be able to get these strategist ultimates online first.
It's 91% for All Business.
Imagine just seeing that hand poke out. Ooh.
As Crisis gets sniped by the man cannon into the main and auto attacks from Doom, who is popping off on this Magneto. It's so rare we get to see it, and they are making the most of it. Here comes the Kraken impact from Slowpoke to try and take out these high.
Again!
To the Strange that was swapped in for a little bit of reinforcement, but they are being burst down. Wolver falls. Jerky was able to sneak away, trying to get the duel without getting picked off and sent into that final hit mode from that Kraken impact to give a reset, and will be able to draw this out, but does eventually get taken down by Tuzi.
I love Loki, such a sassy little bitch.
Looking to be able to contest at all Business. It felt like they just
we love ourselves a sass master.
And enough damage early on to make that work. And honestly, it is just a bit of a nostalgia trip, I feel like, which, considering the game has not even been out a year...
Lucky, my beloved.
People are going to be catching up on and be like, wait, no, this can't be right. Like, we're seeing the Lunar Snow and the Loki both available. Basically, the main characters that are all banned out in the advanced stage are available in play here for both sides. That's the crazy thing.
You look at this draft, if you didn't see Emma, you absolutely would be like, wait a second, this looks familiar. What's going on?
This is season 1. What is this?
Hey, Blade has woken. Oh, well, it's the wrong map for Blade, but we do still have the lovely Black Panther having a nap. Well, they don't make an appearance in the game.
Adorable little Black Panther.
In our hearts, always, as we're seeing the rollout on the second point here. Can Lo9 utilize this draft to try and bring it back with that Venom pressure that they've been attempting?
I wonder if Blade is going to be the next.
Oh, look at our business though. Not only were they able to cap the first point, but they have 3 major ultimates good to go for this first engagement.
But I wonder if Blade is going to be the next character that's going to be introduced.
Over halfway for both of these strategist ultimates to keep people up.
Hey, thanks for sub, Jake.
Actually, it's a great shot from Crisis. Might turn things in favor from Lo9.
Crisis is an incredible hit scan player. Has been doing so much work on the Punisher recently. Now finally being forced onto this Hela. Wolver taking a lot of damage as Fate of both worlds is going to be dropped by Gonski with that God of Mischief immediately backed by Closar as they're attempting to push on back Lo9 to the bottom. But that's going to allow the Meteor M to take out Crisis. Sainamoto though gets closer on the backline, forcing Nos to also drop the God of Mischief.
And the fight held on so far. Aggression at a neutral stage. Somebody needs to cap the point first, but it's looking like all business, despite having that first elimination against them, have enough about them.
I love that Magneto's melee is a gigantic sword in the face.
To keep that fight going along. The Lo9 having plenty to work with ultimates-wise. And Jarecki, I'm really looking at him to just find that opening. It's going to be hard, but he has to be the initiator here.
It's such a rough situation.
I still love that at the start of Season 2, when I had a ranked match, a total noob was playing Psylocke and ran past our spawn in front of the door. And when I actually went and got them, asked if I had wall hacks. I'm like, no, idiot, you were running in front of our spawn. I could literally hear you. I have a headset.
Magneto to create these openings, and they are zoning out Lo9 right now.
If you're playing on PC and you don't have a headset, well, actually, if you're just playing this game and you don't have a headset, I have questions. Unfortunate.
The Garmin Crush not going to be catching anybody. Just a bit of CC. There's way too much healing on the board so far.
Why would I need healing?
Yet again, it's that Vanguard lineup that finds the burst damage, finds the pick. That
Thank you for joining the legend.
There it is.
Annoying. You even have the team up that's going to come in to just add these extra clones to make things incredibly frustrating for all business. But it's the same as the last point texture. Lo9 looking to pick up things now, but there's so much progression on the side of all business, they're not too upset about it.
Crisis with the turnaround there, first to go down to the fight, first to return. And
nah, this is 100% winnable for all business. It's just like, are they actually able to get the point back, right?
Out alone, away from their team here, getting topped up by the Loki. Looking for anyone out of position, they could try and go for a Soul Cypher to lock someone down here and get a pickup. Lo9, they have to defend further forward here because they can't afford to give up the distance. Regeneration Domain coming in a little early here as all business are pushing up, making the most of that early defense mobility being burned.
Oh, Sainamoto wanted to just dive on in. The world's forced out early, but I guess it means that if you can sustain this fight, you can catch them afterwards. The God of Mischief's out, so there's plenty more dance.
Sainamoto was hoping to be able to dive in, grab them, and then ult. Unfortunately, Luna ulted as well, so he couldn't use his ult.
For all businesses, they're looking to pull things back into their favor. The Sound of Seduction, just keeping things quiet now, as all business likely to
hear those loudest stomps.
Trying to disengage and reset as quick as possible. Now it's whether L9 could go for the contest. Wolver swapping over to the Doctor Strange, so the portal play is going to be the action here. Knockbacks are going to make it a bit more precarious to jump in onto the point, but they activate overtime.
We're playing very slow there to make sure that Saitamato can return as they swap over to the Ember Frost. Goddess of Death from both sides, but the Strange is in position. Wolver doing everything they can to try and buy some time for their team. And currently, low 9 Crisis finding at least a couple early pickups. Tries to go for the duel onto Tuzi, but they have an extreme numbers advantage. Low 9 take yet another fight, but they burned everything in order to do that. But so did All Business.
All Business.
Well,
some time to work up towards it. That's why Crisis is playing.
All Business has 2 ults upcoming. 2 very, very good ults.
All Business aren't necessarily paying attention. Somebody could get reset very quickly. Goddess of Death not going to be something that's going to farm up particularly fast, but whether some extra healing can come in, can get Konski up to having a God of Mischief. The siblings connecting nicely. And Jarecki, he's been very good at finding these picks. Dance of the Butterfly was very effective. Doesn't have it available just yet, but Slowpo is the one that finds that first pick in this fight.
Here comes Turkey into the backbone. They can take out Loki early, forces the regeneration domain that removes a lot of sustain. Kraken Impact was burned, found no reset. Crisis the first to go down, quickly swaps to the Star-Lord for the quick re-engage, but Jerky sniped by the Media M. Ayamoto, but that extra Fate of both worlds trying to keep them up. Slowpo will fall here. They're capitalizing. Welsh Mania pushing on in and low 9. That overtime is ticking down while they have control. But All this is going to try and reinforce. Crisis gets 2-2 after the fast roll out with that Star-Lord, and this is low 9 starting to recover. Fate of both worlds though from closer is going to delay this. There are no main strategist ultimates left available. Pinkload is the closest on 89, 91. The Galactic Legend is already charged.
Well, Crisis frozen for a second with Jarecki. Now this is where they start to come alive, and it might be enough to get low 9 over the point. The objective is in their favor, but overtime is being held down by All Business that are doing their best to just keep going, to just keep bodies on the line. There's 2 left now, and they're being very irritating and annoying. And it might be enough for Crisis to find the clearance, and he does.
Unfortunate.
Really, we're seeing the domination games go the full distance, and a third mapper required here yet again. It was low 9 that picked up this map the first time that these 2 teams met. They really need, I think, honestly, really be needing to pick up this one if they want to get the win.
Low 9 with the recovery there. Crisis, the swap onto Star-Lord to reinforce quickly. Wolver with the slow jump on. It's if you touch the point within a couple seconds of the timer ending is how you activate the overtime. You don't actually have to be standing on it the second that timer hits 0. So Wolver dived in, took a load of damage, and then dived out for the quick map heal from their own spawn to allow their team to make the way.
So, important fact, right? Slowpo switched to Strange to make sure that their team got back on point. Unfortunately, it didn't work because they just got eliminated off point. But that's what you do to be able to get your team back on point faster, so that you have a fighting chance to actually win the rounds. Because if it had worked, it would have been because of the Strange Porter, because they were able to get back on fast, right?
He was hit hard with the bans that were taken out. Can he still find the same success here when he doesn't have the Psylocke, when he doesn't have the torch? Well, the Mischief is going to be used, but the ultimate not necessarily dedicated all just yet. Jarecki, though, with that little bit of resource added on top of him, it means that this fight is going to lead in that direction. The Eye of Agamotto catching up to 2, but the Maelstrom catching up the breakpoint, making sure that the support ultimate, the Fate of both worlds, isn't able to keep people alive. Wolver's done terrific work there, and Low 9 take the point first.
Wolver is so cracked. They are absolutely insane. The Eye of Agamottos, they always make sure they're fully charged on that Maelstrom of Madness, and we've yet to see an ultimate where they haven't got at least 1 KO, and at that time they found 2 and then followed it up with another 2 later. Soul Siphon coming on out from right now Low 9, who hold the defensive position.
So Winter Soldier, besides being all about making sure that you hit your shots, is mostly going to be how few times you can reload in a fight, right? That's his whole kit. because
forcing out that regeneration domain early and up on the stairs.
every single one of his abilities reloads his bullets for him. Because shoot, 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 throw out a punch, shoot, 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 throw another punch, shoot, 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 try to hook, shoot, 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 try to uppercut someone. All of that reloads your bullets, so that means you don't have to reload. So it really is important to know.
And a lot of pressure and point has been put in onto Jarecki. Finding one before Slowpoke sends him back with the rest of the team.
So that's basically how you have to play Bucky. Very convenient, yes, but that is also how you're supposed to play him, because you only have like 3 bullets in your chamber. So the fewer times that you have to reload in the fight, the better. Of course, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't like use the attack you have in a combination or anything, but like if you're unable to, oof, immediately got pulled out ult. If you're not able to capitalize on that kit, you're gonna have a very difficult time playing him. It does help that his bullets are the size of mini buses, but
Wolver has been finding all of the connections, maybe not all of the players been stunned by Eye of Agamotto, but it's the Maelstroms, it's this burst damage that's coming through from low 9 to just really get by two of the strongest strategist ultimates to keep people going. All Business just can't seem to really find that connection, and I'm not too surprised realistically. How long has it been that you've been able to run this in scrims to get that practice in? A couple of changes coming over. Welshmania moving over to that Captain America. Did have the Emma Frost available, but wants to go for something that has a little bit more dive, a little bit more proactivity, and really push things over the line as low 9 take the lead on progression.
Also try and keep some pressure onto the backside. There's no Winter Soldier from low 9 to really try and lock down this Captain America with Bionic Hook or a Soldier's Fist, meaning that those backliners, that Luna, a little bit vulnerable. Fate of both worlds going to be forced down as Jerky was taken out immediately. Welshmania dropped low, but the siege of the Loki
gets grabbed by Emma, able to get out though, so it's fine. Woohoo! Managed to get the Hela.
Fate of both worlds, even though they're down 2 members, to try and delay this, to try and get some extra time, but they are taken out.
I mean, fundamentally, you're maybe looking at that a little bit more if you're low 9, because yet again, you had both the strategist ultimates available. You used Fate of both worlds, the copy for Gonski first in that fight, but you still lose 2 people.
Why are we looking at that face?
Burst damage is still there, and it's still very prevalent. So Pink Clone, it's nice that they still have
the fight left. What happened?
Over on the Luna.
Oh, there it is.
But now it's all going to be thrown in. Some good stuff built up for All Business at this point. 99% on it for Closer, who has the Loner Ultimate good to go. It feels like it's a game of chicken, Tetra. Who's going to use it first?
Look out for that Eye of Agamotto.
Oh, straight in the face.
From Tuzi, that might have just completely changed this game on 98% versus 91. All Business.
Hella done.
Impact will not find a reset. Jerky looking for the turnaround, for the save with this dance of the butterfly, but it's being sustained. And they interrupted the Eye of Agamotto with the crystal, with the carbon crush. And this is exactly what All Business needed.
Yeah, you're not. You are not CC immune when you Eye of Agamotto.
And it's quick running in, reinforcements to try and buy every second, but All Business have control, and they will take game number 1.
Getting revenge onto L9 that took this map against them last time.
So you can grab out of it. Or if you're playing Luna, you can snowball him in the face and have him just be an ice statue. I actually did that once. I don't know what the Strange was doing, but he ran up onto point by himself. Actually ran. He didn't add portal in or anything, because I don't think he had portal. But he ran in, tried to ult. I saw him coming, immediately went up into his face, ran into him, and just snowballed him. I'm like, yeah, now you're a statue. It does also help that when you're when you get hit by Luna's ice ability, when you get frozen, when you get slapped, or when you get exiled by Hulk, it counts as you not being on point.
It does need. They were still able to play it incredibly well. Crisis also showing just how strong they can be after their Punisher was banned out by the side of All Business, taking advantage of that little bad lead that they had in the early stages.
Yeah, it's certainly one to put an asterisk on. just with all of the characters being available, with so much going into like what characters are the highest priority, which ones can we give up, all business, just having enough about them. It's a team that haven't necessarily played all that long together. They have experience from previous games and been on teams in previous games together, but I've only recently started playing in the bigger tournaments. Probably, I think, season.
Yeah, that was a very good round for Low 9. Unfortunately, they weren't able to follow it up on the next round.
Together this roster for the second set of open qualifiers. Yet it was still a grueling matchup. It was just the synergy and honestly, the target focus. Being able to get eliminations through those big support strategist ultimates.
Also, for anyone who's wondering why there's so many strangers actually playing, not just as a pick as a switch pick to try and get back on point faster, but are actually played. It's because Strange got a buff where when he uses
off of all business. Since then, they've had a rough
right, he uses his E to get rid of all the negative energy, you know. It does not have damage fall off, so it just does static damage all throughout the hit area. So a lot of people are playing him again because he's good again. Not that Strange was ever bad or anything, but like if you had to choose between Strange or Magneto, most people would just go Magneto because he's just better.
For these two teams have been full free mappers, so they're expecting the marathon, and I wouldn't expect anything less. So let's see exactly where L9 want to take us for this second map after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Go, my children. Make yourself useful.
I still gotta do like 7 or 8 more of the Battle Matrix Protocol things because I haven't been playing that a lot because this takes forever. It's fun, but like so many rounds. Top 3 healers. Cloak and Dagger, what's her face? Luna Snow and Loki. Hands down.
By the eye of Agamotto.
What are yours? We'll throw Sue in. Yes, he's good. And if someone actually knows how to play her well, they can be deadly. But I would still put Sue Storm as a 4th option, not in the top 3. She would be in my top 5, and she would be number 4. In my opinion, Luna Snow is number 1. Loki's number 2, although it depends on the player. And Cloak and Dagger is can't team with Luna. I mean, she has hit scan, so it's kind of hard, but Luna Snow tops every single support in the game at the moment. Her ult is annoying. Her abilities make it so that she's very strong against basically anything on the roster. She's able to get in and out of the fight really quickly. And her healing's top-notch. Like her snowball and her secondary both allow her to heal herself. It's healing over time, but she's able to heal herself. And if she is being pressured and she has a snowball, she can snowball you in the face and run towards her team. A lot of the times when there's a Luna Snow or a Cloak and Dagger, not or a Cloak and Dagger on my team, I will just pick Loki and copy their ult. And literally just copy it, give my teammates a lovely path towards this victory, and just say, have fun. And if there is a Cloak and Dagger and I can't copy their ult, I will Terra-cape you into oblivion.
Can they keep the spree going? If that's the case, Low9 should win this.
I will run my ult down your own gallery, make sure you are blinded, and then point my finger at you as I suck all the life out of you.
3.5 minutes to complete the whole map.
I've done it multiple times.
So far in Ignite, it's fair to say, Tetcher, I can't predict what the picks and bans are going to be for this one, especially after that last game. Who knows what's about to happen?
I really do love what Low9 did. Again, they obviously had that unfortunate disconnect at the start, but they capitalized on it, and we did see a focus on Tutuzi, who did insanely well on that Hela, but you've got a question. Would they have done better on the Psylocke, on the Torch, on the Punisher? These characters...
A lot of the times, though, the Cloak and Daggers that I play with are not the smartest. They're not bad, because, you know, it's Cloak and Dagger, so the healing's no doubt going to be okay, at the very least. And in most cases, you can get by with, like, okay healing, especially if your other healer is keeping everyone else alive.
Yeah, and I think they even saw the interview yesterday of just like...
But it does get a little bit annoying when my Cloak and Dagger with Rox's primary was better. Dude, what are you talking about? This primary fire is amazing. You just need to use it up close.
To go for something that they don't get a comfort on, and so far that has been a lot of focus over...
Flyers hate me when I play Rocket.
L9 have the map choice here. They have two of
I will literally run up the wall you are hiding against and shoot you in the face.
And they are going to be taking us back to mid.
Your health will be non-existent.
Not quite Central Park, but the same part of the map pool. Do they go for a ban first? Okay, thank God.
Yeah, but that's not what your gun is for, right?
Yeah, Crisis is the one in control.
One, because his minigun is so overpowered, there is a literal second before your bullets actually start shooting from the moment you start pressing the button. And two, because it is so overpowered, and it does a shit ton of damage when you're up, when you're hitting.
So far, Magneto's going to be
you catch thanks?
Let's
just aim for their heads.
One-sided Loki for Low9. They could take this away from
You're fine.
I think, yeah, Low9 here gonna opt for the Psylocke first. But that second ban, you would assume would come in to try to catch the Loki, because this is something that has been a consistent second save for all business.
So we have Captain America ban and a Magneto ban. We have a Magneto ban, a Loki ban, Emma save, or no, Loki save. Sorry, it's Loki save, Emma save, Psylocke ban, Luna ban, Torch ban, Loki save.
Dagger with these damage buffs, vulnerabilities, extra protection. But in this case, Low9, they believe
implying I have accuracy. You overestimate my powers.
But this time, they've banned out Magneto, who was a huge impact in that previous matchup.
Punisher ban.
Need to have maybe a save over on the Invisible Woman. Or the Punisher.
Sue save?
To have a little bit more
a Punisher save.
Themselves.
I thought it was going to be a Sue save, but it's a Punisher save.
More of a standard draft that we've been seeing. Cloak and Dagger still on the field for both sides. And both teams, we sort of mentioned it in the...
And Emma ban.
For the Emma Frost, so those two main vanguards not going to be available at all for Low9 at all on this map. But when you've got Saint Amoto and Wolver, they were playing what? You know, they can't have Captain America, but they can play the likes of Venom. Hulk has been hovered over for Saint Amoto. Wolver was on the group beforehand. All business have Wolverine available at least. But awkward.
Yeah, so they were hovering over it, but they decided not to go for...
Tuesday, though, here is a risk that Low9 have taken. They have left open...
Ended up going for a flyer after all, but...
We've been seeing it a little bit in the Americas with the help of Self. We have been seeing a little bit of a creep on that team-up.
Ended up being Human Torch instead of Ultron.
It is terrifying. That crowd control is rough to deal with. But the question is, how much have you practiced this? Because Hawkeye has kind of been like not seen at all since like season 0 and a tiny bit in season 1. So being able to just pick that up and say I'm ready is going to be a bit more of a difficult feat. As such, looks like Tuzi is going to stick with something a little bit more comfortable and is looking at that Hela once again.
And before people type in Twitch or just any like streaming chat as well, just like, well, actually this got nerfed as well in the most recent patch. These games are on the old patch up until playoffs, I believe. So the stun is still as long as it used to be beforehand. I guess I'll miss this one to...
I mean, it wouldn't make sense, right, for them to... Because the patch went live today. It wouldn't be... it wouldn't be smart to have... the patches go live during the tournaments, at least not for the players in the tournament, right? So this tournament is still on the old, because like that means that you can't get used to any of the changes. Like you've had no time to get a skirmish going because the last tournament game was yesterday. So there was literally no time for a skirmish to get used to the characters and how they were changed.
Actually gets the revenge onto Wolver, who's been taken out first.
Jerky's putting in the damage out, but we have been seeing so many bads onto the Human Torch, including by Low9, with the Torch dropping insane damage.
Must be nice having a Punisher that actually shoots the, you know, squids.
Again, due to how much damage output it delivers, but they have the Loki to protect against the backline dives. They have the Namor, very rarely seen, but can get a lot of bit of the auto-targeting, very safe and very dive-resistant, thanks to that aquatic blessing. It is very strong, but they're very single-target blow-ups with at least their main attack output compared to Low9, who can drop some massive AoE.
I guess one of the things as well.
One thing, Punisher is CC immune when he is in his ult, so he can't get grabbed or, you know, dropped or anything. You can still die if you stand in the center of Namor's ult.
They don't want to over-dedicate any of these bigger ultimates, and with Welsh Mania swapping over towards the Doctor
So watch your feet.
A portal might be here in the nick of time, might not even be necessary this time around, as you got two that's just leaping in as this Hulk, forcing back Slowpoke, forcing out some of these bigger cooldowns to just keep that mitigation up.
How you doing, Andrew?
Alive. Sintomoto finds a pick. We do see the Supernova also used from Jareki. It's just trying to funnel out a little bit more. Strangled Prison not connecting onto all that much, other than Closer, which again used to fade of both worlds just at the end of it, taken out. And now that Goddess of Death just taking
doesn't have a lot of
to just pummel down people.
Eyes on, but
Bruce Banner, the damage might be good enough to keep these resets going, as Wolfer is now on the other side finding these pigs. Texture, it's come and go for both these squads.
It's back and forth, come and go. In comes the Venom once again. Saitamoto going aggressive onto these backlines. There's only a few meters left to go. Wolverine
You're pretty good.
Arrived because that Groot is in play to
How about you?
For a turnaround. Will we see Wolver swap it up? As right now, All Business were able to drive back Low9. Wolver, they're dropping the exact same strat that they did when they had to push out previously. They are going with the Storm and the Human Torch and the Punisher to just overwhelming damage break it with this Firestorm.
Good, awesome.
Final judgment can be used from Crisis. He has been so good at cleaning up the shop, but he hasn't really had to run into too many Lunar Ultimates on the other side, so it's a little bit of a damage boost, really. Now you've got the copy going into the Zenost as well. It just means that this fight ends up slogging on just a little bit more. Tuzi through all of the stuff, the hubbub on the point, finds the pick over on that Hela. Now Jareki, Supernova from behind the ambulance van. Is it going to be an ambulance for them, or at least not for me? Low9 fighting on the Omega Hurricane with that combination that we saw last time as well. The team up with the Human Torch, making this way too much damage for All Business to keep on top of. But they're dealing with the heat. They're staying inside the kitchen, and they're still holding on as overtime looms.
Yep. If they can get a, if they can get All Business off, they can get more time added by going to the next point.
Trying to get onto that backline, taking out Tututut, and they're running out of members. Here comes Tuzi though with a fast rollout on the Star-Lord. It's been that they get force physics to take it out with the Windblade.
Wolver's run back as the Storm, so it is just Saitamoto solo Vanguard at the moment. He's got stunned and he's very close to an Eye of Agamotto. It's just whether he can survive this onslaught from Slowpoke. Jareki gets the response back. And the point still hasn't quite got to the end, although it's looking pretty much a pixel away. That might be the difference from separating these two teams in this game. We've got the portal now that
Oh, literally every single ult is making an appearance just to try and stop from the next point from being taken.
It's not enough. Low 9 Crisis, he's able to get the combo in, clean up house, and finally Tetcher, they hit the checkpoint.
So they get 2 minutes 30 seconds for to reach next point.
Normally giving you that bonus health might be enough to hold it. We saw Insomnia capitalize on that so well, but Saitomoto on the strange this time as the players have been just on and off rolls all over the place, able to get.
For anyone who's wondering, I think only
Brooklyn locked down, unable to hold this.
What is it? Invis is on point, I think.
Off the Hella, it is time for Iron Man to try and siege away at this single Vanguard.
Loki clones don't count as a person being on point.
You don't have that team up as well, either with Hulgus, just Tuesdays just ran in on it. Maybe the sort of burst of the ultimate is going to be enough to clean up house, and with so many bodies stuck together, just a right click might be enough here. Wolver has been making the storm work, to be fair. He finds another pick onto Welshmania, and triple ultimates now thrown in from the attacker side to just get past his main choke. You do have the silent seduction from 2 to 2, but it didn't stop all that much. It's mostly that God of Mischief from Zenos that's keeping things going and actually allowing Old Business to get control of the payload once again.
Wolver used the Omega Hurricane to escape there, really getting zoned out. That is a big cooldown.
I can emote now.
But it's better to stay up.
Loki clones can emote. Did you know that?
The Psylocke. They're sticking with the triple duelist strategy here by just overwhelming damage. But Tuzi has just been piling on pressure. Welshmania on the cap has been running in behind. When there's this many squishies, you like to play cap.
I misread their name, Welshmania. I thought it said my name for a second.
Very good on this, especially when you get into high octane fights where you have to be a little bit more creative.
And no, I don't mean the one that's on stream and everything.
Price is now over on the Hella himself, trying to just perch up on the high ground. Not going to be seeing Goddess of Death all too soon, but that Fate of Both Worlds, I don't know what pushed it out in the first place. You got the Iron Man pulse come through, not connecting onto much as both these Lokis copying up onto the Luna ultimate. The Eye of Agamotto only catching onto one, but the follow-up is still there again from Saitomoto. Low 9 put on the back foot, now starting
oh, unfortunate.
It doesn't seem to be a concept for them to deal with. They're going to keep things going, and All Business looking for a final contest here again, potentially.
Low 9 are so fast at recovering. They're going to portal block the doorway to try and get the reinforcement. All Business, they did not have a strange. They are just
I don't see a problem.
all the way around the outside, but every second matters. Here comes Welshmania to try and buy the extra time. Wolverine going to be diving onto the point to try and focus.
We love our God of Sass.
That has been brought in from Wolver, struggling prison. Fate of Both Worlds to try and buy time, but it's not enough, and they're still going. Low 9 refuse to go quietly into that dark night.
Not as often as a grueling fight that we saw in that first checkpoint, but a decisive one for Low 9. Another 90 seconds.
I love how there's still someone in the old spawn.
Things tend to stop just shy of finishing out the map. For All Business, couple of other adjustments. Slowpo moving over towards the Winter Soldier. And Welshmania, third Vanguard that he's picked up now. The group trying to go for a fight, see if he can match up to what Wolver's been able to do.
Making their way onto the point, Jerky up to the high ground. Lovely soul siphon. Has to use the shuriken sweep to dash out of danger.
Very well done.
By the Guardian
They got away, but Jerry got pulled out of Invis into a soul siphon.
She can play it just as well.
If for anyone that doesn't know, Soul Siphon CCs makes it so it makes you so you can't move, and it pulls you towards where the Soul Siphon ends from its area of effect. So if you get hit by it, because it's an AoE.
That's all the sustainable business, and that card is gonna keep moving. Low 9 from overtime to Avengers Tower. They're almost there.
Their best bet was for Loki to put his clones in, but he might not have had them.
Business a new one if they're not careful now. They have all of the ultimates to sit on one. They need one clean fight as we go into overtime yet again. And there's the strangling prison crack and impact combination.
I love how Crack and Impact actually can't do anything because he got taken.
And finally, it's looking like all business have put a stop to this
I
one.
know, he got hit.
Stalling for a little bit more. And all business, sigh of relief, but must be thinking that could have ended a lot sooner.
Gonski tried to use that regeneration domain to buy enough time.
Winnable for all business,
Portal for their team,
but we'll see.
143 meters and 6 centimeters is an incredible push by Lone
They do
Knight.
basically have to go all the way to the end. If they can get it there, they will win. Otherwise, we're going to go into a third round.
They just got taken almost all the way to Avengers Tower and now have to mirror that against that level of output of damage that we just saw from Low 9. I think they have to put on the performance of their tournament lives. Of course, they are qualified for the playoffs, but it's about the principle.
We see this, like, look at the top left. It's not even like the stats I want to see. It's just as a reminder, sorry, top right of what the bans have come in over onto 2Z. Like, really focusing on taking out some of the big hitting elements.
Look at them Loki heals.
Able to hold his own. Like, his hell has not been bad, but it's just not the same level of character that we've seen from a Punisher, a Psylocke, a Human Torch from him. It really is a case of like Tuesday's like, I've had so much focus on me.
No, but I like that.
People to step up and
That's a good one. Oh, I love that.
But it is just a case of the Loki's been available on both sides means that these battles go on for way too long. Too many dance floors.
We do love a Princess Fiona.
Copies. It's Low 9 though, that are finding those openings and found a really good start. Now they just need to defend and make sure that all business can't match.
Taking out those group walls, making sure that if anyone makes their way in, they're supposed to be taking quite a bit of damage. It's the plan from Wolver, who will be the one sticking on this group for this round. Meaning Saint Mofo has been moved over.
I love how they're all just over there. Also, if you're wondering why they're not holding points with the enemy team, it's because having high ground is better than stopping point from going on, right? You stop it at this point. Actually, this is expected. You stop it at this point because if you're holding high ground, it means that the team that is attacking can't get. Oh yeah, high ground is that yummy. But you hold high ground because then one, you can prevent people from actually getting to your backline.
At least support now. Pinkclone being able to just put some barriers on top.
Jerky is deadly on Psylocke. No, stop. Thank you.
Right now, all business not really able to.
But yeah, it stops people from getting to your backline. That you have a better overview of the enemy team if they do go down, right? If they do go for the down. So it's to stop flanking, and it's to give a better view of the overall map, like this. You can see exactly where people are.
Strangler Prison for Welshmania. Whether you can actually get Low 9 to
unfortunately, for some reason, people just don't understand that, and they just like standing down low. If you have two tanks, one of the tanks can stay down. That's fine. They can stall while the other tank is with the rest of the team up top.
Goddess of Death is going to match on top as we see a little bit of that Asgard Wrath come through, and the fate of both worlds nicely matching in as one song ends, the other is mixed in perfectly on the side of all business to keep things going. Not stalled out on the same point that they had a problem stopping on this defense. 4 minutes on the clock to go on for point B.
Fast reactions from Zdos there, as a lot of that fight would have come down to if Low 9 could have waited out that final ultimate from Closar, and if they'd been able to do that, Jerky could have got a dance to the butterfly, they could have maybe turned that round. But Zdos reacting fast, spotting Jerky, and was able to take them out to prevent that turnaround. Meaning that Low 9 forced to back up to the defense position, and all business have taken a very good spot at the top of the stairs. They're trying to focus their damage onto Wolver, and will take them down.
Depends on how the fight's developing. helping, but yes, if you're defending on this map, it's better to hold high ground. Yes. It doesn't matter if you're on that little bridge over there. It can be in that little in that side area where you can walk up to from attack spawn. It can be on the back once you're coming from the defense spawn, right? But if you have high ground, you have the advantage. Because one, is easier for you to hit them than it is for them to hit you. That and, I don't know if you've ever been up that staircase, but if you come in from defense spawn and you go to the side, there's like a little opening, right? There's a stair on the right side of that. If you go up there and immediately back, there's a health back there. There's also a health back if you go all the way there or move on to the end. There's a... Is there a health pack up there? No, there isn't. But there is a health pack directly below the one high ground. So if you cross over the bridge, the fall down debris, if you are able to drop down, there's a health pack in there.
Strategist ultimates a little bit earlier on. Who's he trying to go for the fight? Maybe pull back Jerky to try to peel, and it's looking like Jerky's going to be able to win the fight and engagement. Both going to pull out for the time being. The psionic seduction.
Jerky's looking for a moment to.
And 4 people stunned out from all business from Saint Tomoto's Eye of Agamotto. That was perfect.
The ult. I can see it in them. They're looking the ult.
Insane. They get the full team.
Hi, Eileen. How are you doing?
They move back to try and set up a containment at the Fisk building, as there's only just under 30 meters to go for all business to take this map and the series. And Low 9, they have to now
pretty good.
3 whole minutes.
Pretty good.
Now it's building up. The pressure, the ultimates.
That's what they were waiting for.
Now, as we do see the copy, that first initial one used to bring us the first of many lunar ultimates that we'll see. Fate of multiple worlds coming through, and Jerky biding the time, waiting for the dance of the butterfly, seeing if he can catch a little bit of a window, especially with that strangling prison. That combination saves things for all business right at the end. It's found an opening, but it's not found a clear-cut fight, but things are still progressing. Actually.
There she goes.
Just under 2.5 minutes on the clock, and just under 30
didn't get a pick
for all business to go.
Goddess of Death
but was
the air to try
yep.
and zone away. Gets absolutely wiped out of that so quickly. Forced to back up as Jerky takes out Welsh Mania. They're holding right at the finish line. It's so close, but we are seeing Low 9.
Holding here is relatively easy, right?
Back to the Fisk building. Keep holding here. Every inch matters, and they are committing so much. This straggling prison came out, cracking impact.
I thought they hit the edge, but apparently they made it up.
Was able to drop the counter pickup using that final judgment onto Slowpo, preventing them.
I love that they're just out there in the middle of the open on their turret.
There's the copy that comes in from Zenost.
There's total trust in their teammates. Ooh, more Shylock.
He's trying to get through, stabbed in the back by Tuzi, that wants to really start to shine in this one. Had his moment, Silent Seduction. It's going to push people back. It's going to keep things churning forward for all business. They still have 90 seconds on the clock. There's still at least a couple of fights that they can go for. And we do see the Strangle Prison used from Wolf, but it's not really mattered too much other than Toot to Toot's wrath. Crisis even comes through with a final judgment.
Ooh!
Low 9 can't hold on for much longer. All business. Make this a 2-0. Progress into the tournament.
Came to a drop. Hey, that happens. Not often, but it happens.
You can't take out the 4th.
Very nicely done. That attempt. Very valiant from Wolver to try and hold that with a strike.
Usually that means that both teams suck at defense. But it happens.
It's the Loki. The reason it's banned out. Regeneration domain, and suddenly all of that effort was put to nothing. Wolver was focused down, and all business were able to lock in, get that cart to Avengers Tower, and Herbie will have allowed them to move on and get that higher seed when we head into those playoffs, potentially avoiding some of these upper bracket teams from at least the first round or so.
We want to be really mean on that map, because that map is perfect for it. Go with the 3-tank Mr. Fantastic to healer comp. Stand down low. It's the only time you should do this, by the way. Stand down low and have one tank hold point. And then once they're like half health, have another tank swap places and have them hold point.
But still, you're gonna take
and just slog it out, right? Because that's how you can waste the enemy team's time. But only do that if you are on defense second. Why do you do it when you're on defense second? It's to prevent the enemy team from copying what you're doing.
The first series that Low9 have not at least won a map after pushing so far, almost getting the triple cap in this game at number 2. But they're not out yet. They still have the playoffs to go through. Every team we cast today is in the playoffs. So we get to see them take what they learned from these games, adjust, and move on in. But all business, they're starting to get that momentum, get that mojo.
But you can always ask.
To the lower bracket by 0 tenacity.
But that is that strat was developed in Overwatch when you didn't have to worry about people just like being forced to pick roles, right?
But I think it was really the second point that let Low9 down the most, that all business were able to keep things moving along swimmingly. And whilst there was a pretty good defense over on point C, where exactly we're seeing these fights take place, there was just too much time bank for all business to go in and really... Best choices probably would be
Groot, Strange, Emma, and
a good result, an impressive
Magneto as your tank options,
to that lower bracket
and
they will be playing against Eva.
having Loki and Luna as your supports.
Later on, and we'll also be fighting
have your supports stand all the way in the back with direct line of sight. Have Loki put both the clothes down and just spam healing into the fight.
That come up to decide those matchups. And I don't know about you, I'm excited for them. But again, all these teams are going to playoffs. They're competing.
And if you have a Strange, have them not immediately use Portal, because if the Strange dies first, you kind of want them to immediately Portal back in at that moment, because by that point you should have them in overtime or close to overtime and just immediately force them off.
But also like the mid-season finals and beyond.
Because if one dies, it means everyone dies, and if Strange can Portal back on, everyone can come back in and do the exact same thing.
Where that meta naturally
it's fun.
People are going to be looking at Virtus Pro, what they've
once again, less people interacting with their team's voice chat in Platinum than they do in Gold. Oh yeah, always. It's because people in Plat think that they are God's gift to planet Earth.
Is there enough impact there?
Or the best thing since sliced bread. Sometimes both. That or they think they're God. And they're in Plats.
It's just whether Low9 will do that in the future against
not like they're the top 1% or anything, but like, yeah, they think they're the best thing in the world, and because their egos are so high, they do not want to talk because they think everyone's just stupid.
Other teams can learn something from. And with Low9 doing some very flexible stuff, taking a couple strategies.
That or you're me and you talking voice and all of a sudden it's like GG's, we have a girl.
Other regions, we are seeing so much flexibility and so much evolution.
That was fun, by the way. I had a match like that. The only reason that my team was able to push back as far as we did was because I pushed the enemy team all the way back into their spawn as Thor. As the only tank, by the way, Thor.
I think the first question I have is, does bans on that first map, like, not only did we see Low9 missing 2, but also you guys missed 1. I wanted to ask, why did you guys miss 1? Was that just sort of like we'll let you have this one, or did you also make a mistake there?
We were all kind of confused with what was happening. We were wondering if maybe the map was going to be reset, if maybe L9 can do the drafts again, and then while we were talking...
People in Gold are usually hard stuck in Gold.
So he forgot he had to ban.
As well, so they're a lot more chill because they can't get any higher. People in Plat think that they should be way higher.
It happened. And
right?
the same thing happened to OG as well, that the usual person that was in
I heard complaints about healers who aren't me.
What was that first map like?
Oh, people have complained about my healing. Even though I've had like the highest healing in the lobby, I would still have gotten complaints. The best one was when I was playing Loki and I was out healing literally everyone, doing exactly what I had to, but apparently I wasn't doing enough because people kept dying because stupid. They would either overextend or go fight a 6v1, right? And then they would complain to me because I was Lord Loki already at the time. It's like, why are you not healing? I'm like, what do you want me to do?
This was taken to yet another level, but you
have magic bullets so you can get healed around the corner?
That difficulty, but how much preparation did you have for that eventuality as we've slowly been seeing the bans against 2Z rise?
We were wondering if there might be a torch ban, but we never expected all 3 bans, and we had a special situation today as well in which 2Z had to, in the first game he disconnected, he had to use his hotspot to come back again, and Slop was playing from his sister's house because he also didn't have internet. Then we had an unusual ban against us, we were all kind of, it was very chaotic, to say the least.
It was a weird day, it seems like, but you're able to sort of come out on top, you progress in the tournament. The last question I have for you, what is it that your poster says? It's been on my mind since we last spoke yesterday, and I'm really curious on what it says.
It says in my head that just made sense.
In my opinion, everyone needs to shoot
for multiple years,
anything that is stationary. That is being annoying, right? It's not just the DPS, it's not just the tank, it's not just the healer. Everyone needs to shoot it to get rid of it immediately, right? Rocket ult also needs to go immediately, but people just don't focus on it.
Our DPS players showed very flexible strength. Sloppo popped over on the Bucky, Tozy went on the Hela, and we had very good games. Dodge went on the Groot, Toot on the Hulk.
I will say though, a lot of the times people complain about duelists and them being bad and stuff. I have seen my fair bit of really, really bad strategists that say like, see, this is what I have to work with, while they were in the wrong. I love going into comments of those kinds of videos because usually they get called out in their bullshit.
I mean, a poster someday up, Beverly, didn't it, of just a very a memorable series for sure. Like, I think we did see some good ideas from.
I think it was a Luna. They were focusing on a Hela in the sky when their Namor needed healing.
Happen again.
Namor would have been able to get rid of the Hela as long as he had gotten the healing, right? So all she had to do was just focus on Namor, just constantly heal and put Snowflake on him to give him the extra boost. And Hela would have been out of the sky. No, just focused on the Hela the whole time as Luna. I like watch those things and I'm like, why would you not focus your Namor?
That's our first upper bracket game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with our 3rd series.
Like, people like that, I feel like, give strategists a bad name. Because they will go into voice chat and say like, yeah, but there is a Hela in the sky, I need to get rid of them first. I'm like, no, you do not. Like, I 100% would find a rat hole and heal my DPS as much as possible so that they can get rid of the annoyance in the sky. I don't care what you say, I will find me a hole to sit in and just go heal my DPS. And if there is a strange in the sky, being a menace to the thing in the sky, you bet your sweet patoot I will be going into my hand clap mode and slapping my hands in their faces. Because then I do damage and I do healing at the exact same time. But like, some people just don't understand that, or they think they've had just so many bad games with DPS that they just forgot that they need to do that. There was way too many people who main this one specific character. Well, I mean, you have the good and the bad, right? That's with every character. Like, I've seen amazing Luna Snows. I've seen the worst of the first Luna Snows. I've seen extremely horrible Penny Parkers. I've seen the best Penny Parkers. But, like, you have those kind of situations in any kind of, right? Like, I've played with a Namor who could not hold his own against the dive, even though he was getting healed. Because they refused to put down their turrets. I've seen Star-Lords get shot out of the sky by flyers, even though they were getting healed, because they kept bouncing around so much that the heals weren't sufficient. Yep. Oh yeah, oh. That Spider-Man mains are a breed of their own. Every single time I see a Lord Spider-Man in my games, regardless if it's QP or if it's ranked, doesn't matter. It can go either one of two ways. One, they are the goatiest, the sweatiest, the most overpowered, non-job having bastards of the planet. Or they are going to be the worst characters in your games because they've lorded the guy in quick play and said like, see, I have a lord. Without knowing how to actually play them. There is no in-between for some reason. And before anyone says anything, there's nothing wrong with lording a character in quick play. However, there is a difference between knowing how to play a character in quick play and knowing how to play a character in ranked. There is a very big difference. Especially because in quick play you can get away with bullshit you wouldn't be able to get away with in ranked. Don't you do that. Jameson because of the damn spider. You just want to go, he's a menace? Da, 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 da. To clean my screen, there's a bunch of dirt on it. I will say though, regardless of what character people play, I'm always willing to give you a chance. I don't care what you play, I don't care what you do. If you're playing Spidey, I am willing to give you a chance. However, if you're going 0-10 in the first 5 minutes of the game, I am going to tell you to swap. Dun, 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 dun. I commented on a funny video involving Karma for a Spider-Man main, and the replies flooded me with Spider-Man mains who tried to find me in my rank. Oh no!
Well, we've sort of spent the majority of our time this week, Tetcher, in the sort of looming, sweaty, humid. I'm just using the fact that it's 30 degrees in my room to find like ways to describe this. In the losers bracket, where elimination's been online. Now we get to reach the heights, where we're looking at the upper bracket. One of these teams is going to be in the grand finals over on Sunday, as we're looking at Rad up against Insomnia GG.
The opportunity to fight for that #1 seed. A very good thing to strive for, because of course if you're #1 seed, you're going to play against a team that is lower down in the seeding order, giving you a massive, in theory, advantage to move on in the bracket to try and earn not only that prize money, that championship for EMEA, potentially a spot at the mid-season finals. As the bracket goes on, we're starting off with
I'm gonna heal the Punisher for show I can take down those flyers. Then I see someone else try DPS, and if
So
they
I
are
think
terrible, my whole
when we're
team
looking
ignores
at
them.
Rad first, the question realistically is, we talk about the Crown and Virtus Pro. And
I mean, that's usually how it goes, right? To give preference to the people that actually get rid of the things that are being a menace.
Genuinely a considered option of being the best
However,
in EMEA, because they beat the best team.
However, I was playing Punisher one time, I was getting rid of people. I was actually being a good Punisher, but I was like, being just totally ignored by my healers. And I asked them why they aren't healing me. And the reason I got is because you're playing Punisher. I'm like, okay, so I'm getting rid of people for you guys, but you're not healing me because I'm playing Punisher. Regardless of the fact that I'm actually doing well. Thank you, I guess.
All of the leaderboards and in these tournaments, this team has more pedigree than a dog food factory.
I ended up switching to Star-Lord and just saying, fuck it.
It's the fact that you're sort of looking at elements of it, right? Of like,
I stopped protecting my healers as well.
The Invitational. Second team was OG.
They noticed.
Well, the OGC team was a little bit different, but it is pretty much the same as this Rad squad.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Changes and adding in a bit more firepower for Insomnia. For me, as casted that event, wasn't involved in the championship. This is a squad that I recognize some of the players from various games beforehand, but they kind of have slipped under the radar. And
unfortunately, Strange can't.
Insomnia, it feels like.
Yeah, literally, I said it earlier. I spoke to a lot of the players, and they have said that people are sleeping on Insomnia. They're already in the upper bracket finals. The question is, how much these teams started to be able to adjust and learn. Insomnia have
Hi, Dean.
more aggressive teams in
How have you been?
You can see even in this,
but yeah, the moment I switched off Punisher and stopped protecting the healers, they noticed because they kept dying. They asked like, why is no one protecting me? So I literally just went like, you're not healing me, so why should I?
In EMEA
I was doing well without the heals. I don't think I need the healers for the heals either then.
Straight on its own.
Yeah, full sending it for the most part. I am curious on how this one's going to go, because Insomnia, I think their sort of matchup that we saw leading into this game was a really close one. Like, honestly, some of the moments that we saw in that sort of qualifying game up against Team Peps was crazy. It was a full free map, but they were able to push to the end of Clintar in overtime. Nothing left. They pretty much were able to go the whole entire distance, and the likes of Team Peps couldn't manage it. And then the end of Spider Island was a ridiculous fight for them. So I think it's like Rad have been pretty clean in all of their games, including the win over Virtus Pro, might I add. It was dominant from them.
I have one cat.
We almost expect them to make this a very swift 2-0.
I have one cat,
a
tiger plush,
team that I think
a giant Pokeball up there that you can't see, a giant Mimikyu, a giant teddy bear, an actual giant teddy bear.
The expectations and just the pure
and Bulbasaur
of Rad Esports versus the raw, unfettered, just skill play style of Insomnia that we just keep seeing more and more of. We've mentioned they have some flexibility with some different characters, and they do have a load of experience themselves.
There's also a Pikachu over there. He's just out of view. He's like right above there. Right over there.
Won the RTBA online session qualifiers and then the tournament. They are extremely proficient. They just haven't come across our radar in a lot of these.
Right over
also, they have
up there, that's Eivor and Eivor. And then in the thing next to it, over there, that's Yasuke and Naoe.
Very swiftly as well.
My cat's name is Yumi.
So we're not expected to see this way. For Insomnia here, yeah,
it's
a tricky old one, I think, when we're sort of looking at the
There's a Naruto behind the subscribe button on your screen.
The most of this race.
He's right above my head, right there. Yeah, there he is.
I was excited for him because I like this Captain America. We've got Sentinoblin playing.
Sentinel going to be taking the place of Passivo here.
See, we have Emma and Magneto ban, Loki ban, Magneto save, Emma save, Loki ban, Goblin.
Which I guess means Rad.
That's adorable. Cats are goblins, but they're adorable goblins and we love them.
You'd see Passivo and be like, yeah, you know what? The cap's a solid choice to fill
Luna ban for both teams.
Safe. Simple bans. Not the bag, though, which is kind of wild because Insomnia, they do pick up the bag because Rad chose to ban Emma Frost first.
I also think that Fate is missing an E from his name because Fat is in the server. And he's the one missing. You've got Naga Awesome as well. Like, great. Like, they'd be very, like, open and experimental.
Torch save.
I know it's, like, seeding that these guys are playing for, but Rad, you know, they beat Virtus Pro once. Now look at them. They're taking creative liberties on their usernames. But they are actually going to use that second save over towards the Human Torch. Maybe a little bit worried after the last series that, like, Naga is going to be hit pretty hard when it comes to some of the other bands.
Rad going to be securing that Human
Psylocke ban and Wolverine save?
Secured by Insomnia. They've shown how much they do like to play that, especially Demon. We've made the joke a million times.
No, Punisher save.
A literal Demon on this Wolverine, but instead they protect the Punisher, giving them a more stable option as opposed to...
And a Cloak and Dagger ban.
To a Wolverine style of draft. Final ban. Rad, one of the first teams that started banning the Cloak and Dagger earlier, including against Virtus Pro when they did find that victory, understanding its strength potentially before anyone else.
That would be amazing.
Could be Pasivo instead of Sentinel in its playing. Hard to know if it's just a username change or just a completely different player.
A roof wiggle bottom.
Familiar with Insomnia, like I mentioned, so who knows?
Wiggle bottom
right,
or wiggle bottom.
The draft system that they've pretty much concocted and maybe even patented to an extent, looking to
tis a name for sure.
Here on Benim T'Challa. All of these first maps are going to be domination, so they are going to be a little bit more brawly.
Wiggle bottom
from Insomnia again in their matchup previous.
Haruf Wiggle bottom the third.
More brutal, and it was Peps that actually took that map first. So here for Rad, they haven't dropped the map at all in this tournament. Must be feeling pretty good going into this one.
That's very true. Rad currently undefeated, and even in rounds, they dropped one.
Passion Ghoul, the Star Inspector.
They did drop 3 rounds versus.
I actually saw a TikTok of how
Rad are assailable.
What's it?
Be the ones to do it.
The
Zoom out is coming through.
The names of medication sounds like wizards' names.
The Guardians in there too, as Fate's going to be over on that Adam Warlock. Naga up in the sky, raining down.
Do with that what you will.
Insomnia, a little bit more standard stuff that.
But it does actually sound like it.
Seeing, but both teams running the Adam Warlock, both teams running triple strategist.
Coming in for a little bit more healing, whereas Rad went for a little bit more DPS on their strategist, with Melio almost being a third duelist as well as Fate, giving them that little bit of extra protection. Right now, Awesome, making the most of the positioning, utilizing this top wall, the ceiling being lower on this building to just siege from above and getting themselves a pickup. Right now, Insomnia do seem to be taking at least a little bit of momentum back after Rad started off so aggressively.
Yeah. Nocta clipping the wings at the very least over on Melio.
Yeah, it was sort of animated, yes.
Keep things going for Rad. Pushing up on the point in the blue side, and Rajaro is really just springboarding this pick into pick. More time into more time.
And then there randomly was those old man Viagra.
At least very much available. An invisible boundary, you want to be a little bit closer to the objective. Ideally, it wants to be on the objective before you take these engagements. But Rajaro trying to hide away, sneak back, disengage with a little bit of support coming in from the rest of the
speaking of Pokemon, I'm gonna do a Pokemon Legends CA giveaway. I accidentally ordered the wrong one. Because I was gonna get the Switch version with the Switch 2 upgrade instead of the Switch 2 version, but I accidentally ordered the Switch 2 version. So I bought the one that I was actually going to get. But because I ordered it at Nintendo, canceling is a pain. So I decided, like, I'll just get both and do a giveaway. Why not?
Trust me, it's very, very close to having a Psionic Seduction. Captain America running in. bit of the unnamed player been thrown into a hell of a matchup, and there's the supernova that's coming through. Meteor M from the distance, bounced back actually from the Captain America, comical almost, but no eliminations either side from it. The camera revival.
God, you gotta love a good Captain America shield bounce.
Both of them have come in. No Fate sat on his still. Trust me, is just brawling, happy to go in for the fight. And Demon gets a little bit more than what he could chew on. Bit of a mouthful as
I mean, it's similar to the reason why I did a giveaway for
looking to make this 100% to 0.
Assassin's Creed Shadows. I'm paying too much attention to this. I keep forgetting how to talk.
Just too short.
Yeah, unfortunate. But yeah, it's a similar reason to why I did the Assassin's Creed Shadows giveaway. I already had the game. I am invested, but I do kind of need to react to this. It's the whole reason I'm streaming it.
Oh, the Vanguard's not.
But I already had the game because I'm a Ubisoft partner, so I have the opportunity to get games for free. And I already had the game, including all the specials that came with it. But then the only reason I decided not to order is because it didn't have a special edition in my country. But then I found out that they did actually have a special edition, so I have the special edition right there. It's why there is Yasuke and Maou in the background. But I had an extra game, so I just gave the game away. Oh, I live in the Netherlands, but the game was a code, so that's the universal code that anyone can use. And because Switch games are not region locked, I can do the same thing. But I do have to send it to a person because it's not a code; it's the actual game in the case.
Over to the Human Torch. These compositions are now mirrored, with the exception that Fate is sticking with this Warlock and Relaxing Nights.
I'm not actually LGBT myself, but I'm pro.
It's literally the only character they played so far.
We let people be what they want to be. We do not object.
Really finding where this fight is going to start. Melio is going to start us off with the Rage of Ultron. It's not him getting the picks. You look at Rogero over in the elimination feed.
I mean, it's a lot easier to make international friends, right? With the internet being the way that it is.
It's how well Rada combo in here, and when you've got a player like Rogero on one of his most apt characters, it really does make it feel night and day difference.
My pronouns are Captain and America.
It really does. Rad it's so much control right now. Melio on that Ultron, putting on the pressure.
Oh, I like Ultron. He can't be a solo healer unless there's an Iron Man on the team, or in a two-healer comp. I mean, with that, unless there's an Iron Man on the team, because he doesn't have enough of a healing output. But he does more healing than Mantis, and his damage is a little bit beefier than Mantis is. So personally, I feel like if you have a three-healer comp and you have to choose between Mantis and Ultron, I would go Ultron. Of course, it depends on the comp, but that would probably be the better option.
Ooh, Meteor M is crisp right onto Naga, but a trade means that this progression is still going the way of Rad. Despite them being down in numbers, Insomnia trying to maybe have a jump off the map or reset, but no, it is just, trust me, playing with fire, quite literally being on the edge of this waterfall in a position.
Yeah.
Gets another kill. We're sort of used to seeing that at this point.
Yeah, I kind of understand that. I'm not American. I don't have, at least as far as I know, I don't have any friends in Seattle. But I do know that Seattle is very big on LGBT and everything.
Naga pushing on in.
At least according to media.
But Naga taking out Nocta, removing all of that healing. Relaxing Nights is sniped by level 1 Crook. And Naga finishes.
Did Naga change their name? I don't remember Awesome being in it.
There's no one left to damage boost. Sentinel is down, Forever is down. It is 99, 98, 99, and 100. Yet another convincing setup for Rad. They take game number 1.
So, for anyone that doesn't know, Rad is a team that actually beat Virtus Pro.
Able to get anything on board, and this draft plan and the comps that we're seeing, albeit they're a little bit different for Rad, those feel like
Yes.
Thanos, as the young whippersnappers like to say.
However, if you are my friend and I know that you're harming yourself when the game is coming out, I do have to have the actual game. But yeah, if you are my friend and I know that you're harming yourself, I will do whatever I can to be there for you, and I will try to stop you from doing it. But you are correct.
Literally hacking the mainframe.
I will also say that while I will let everyone be who they want to be, and I will respect whatever you want, if you push your beliefs on me, I will flame you.
Showing off the ability that you can sometimes get with this Ultron to track your opponents, to land those shots, which is a hit scan attack. You can really dominate when needed.
It's same with religion, right? You're free to believe in whatever you want, but you are not allowed to push your beliefs onto someone else.
And I think
That's not how that works. That's not how life works.
Strategist comp from Rad. It doesn't look like you have like the sustain to keep people like Ultron. It almost feels like you always need free support, and then having the Adam Warlock on top. Okay, then you need a real big beefy healer like the Cloak and Dagger to keep people going. No, level 1 Crook's over on.
I actually saw a TikTok from someone who was transitioning into a woman, who actually made a very convincing argument about that. About how a woman or a female is someone born as a woman with X chromosomes. And that regardless of the fact that there are trans men that can get pregnant, that's because they were born a woman. I love that woman. I love that person. I will respect her pronouns. They were absolutely amazing because they understood. They understood that despite the fact that they are transitioning, they were not born a woman. And like, that's the difference, right? Like, I will respect you. The Newsreel, the Cosmic Serpent's pinky finger is 10,000 long. Jesus. You're not willing to be a follower of Salixar, the Moonmaker? No. Unfortunately, no.
Still have a chance to snatch it and dispatch it from their hands. They need to have a reverse sweep, but before we get on to match,
oh, they were.
Quick break. So we'll see you soon.
They're extremely intelligent. Like, they had common sense. They understood that there are a difference. They were not afraid to say that they knew that there is a difference. They understood that they understand that they will never be a born woman. And that they still want to transition. And I love that. Because there will always be a difference, right? And there's nothing wrong with that.
Double kill.
And those are the people that I respect. Not the ones that yell it in your face, but the ones that actually understand. Unfortunately, there is a very big group that doesn't understand, that it wants to throw their beliefs in your face and will force you to see it the way they see it. Kind of like vegans in front of a butcher. This will be medically for safety reasons. The poor doctors need to know because meds interactively. Yeah, exactly that. Like, it's not to bully you, it's to make sure that you get the correct medication. And the correct amount of medication. love the music in this game. It's awesome. Depends. If eating animals was messed up, there would not be any carnivores, there would not be any omnivores, right? Oh, yes, yeah.
The Geiger meter is ticking away for Rad right now as they are showing up in this first game.
Yes, I am aware of it. I'm actually kind of looking forward to seeing how it works. I'm pants at fighting games. Not my business what the person next to me chooses to eat. No.
Put some points on the board. Zero progression made on the domination.
And neither is it going to be any of my business to tell you what you need to eat. Right?
Able to sort of fight up against the big dogs. But here, it just felt like
I'll never be vegan.
The boys, so
I mean, you can feel bad doing it, and that is why there are so many companies and groups that are looking to make it humane for those kinds of animals meant for the food service to actually be treated the way that they're supposed to be treated, so have a nice life, that they don't suffer when they are, you know, going to the butchers and everything.
And start to target some of these players. That torch was
super annoying. Right? Because like if an animal suffers, you don't want that. Right? You want to know that they have had a good life. It's why in the Netherlands we have a better life seal. And the higher that seal is, the better the animal has been able to live.
You were right, Symbiotic Surface will be the next map.
I love Insomnia for the fact that they all just click on the same character before actually going in.
First, the Vanguards switching around. We're so used now to seeing the Magneto be taken out unequivocally as opposed to it being personal preference. It's whether or not Insomnia, because they are
Imagine.
Insomnia, to stuff up, they are gonna go.
God, remember Clone Rumble? That game was hilarious.
The formulaic approach of how they've been doing this draft thus far, we can almost guess the direction this is going to go in. They're going to try and protect the Magneto on their side, which honestly, they've been available to them. They're going to be very, very happy about.
They've been making great use of this Magneto. It's been one of the dominant forces. You did like a little graphic with a threat level for Magneto, and it was 100% after a few days, and I really doubt that's changed. It's appearing.
So far, we've seen like similar bans on both teams every single time, and that's because like in general,
these teams basically
you don't want the certain characters on the enemy team because that will work in their favor, even if it would work for your favor in your favor as well to like have that character. Although bans work a little bit different, so you don't necessarily know what the bans are going to be.
Right? Like you have to gamble something. You have to try to think outside the box. Maybe there is an element of Insomnia, especially because this is their map choice, that they can sort of mirror things. But they've opted to try and take
the no more Ultron
board. Having you know, with having a flying torch and the Ultron in the sky, it's a little bit too much to deal with, and just takes their focus away from the main front lines of these fights, and namely probably those strategist backlines.
So having two flyers is probably like a max that you could have for it to be effective, because that would mean that people would have to look up and down to be able to go and get into that fight. But if your attention is taken away from what's on the floor, you have a very high chance to get too distracted and not notice the fact that you are actually dying to what's on the floor.
With the cloak and dagger, and that will be
not hit the snooze button.
The right heroes could make all
it's tense, isn't it, a little bit for like Insomnia? Like I think teams like this, it feels a little bit like Low 9 to an extent of Insomnia having to go through the qualifiers. Rad invited from, actually no, Rad went through the qualifiers as well, my mistake. I'm so used to them because this is effectively that old OG roster that they would have been invited for the Invitational, but no, hasn't quite worked out that way. They have to pull up their bootstraps and come through the qualifiers themselves, but it does mean that they're able to get a lot of reps in on what this meta is, despite the fact it's changing quite a lot. Feels that Rad are the closest to having it solved for the time being
So no solid team comp yet. We saw a few characters that were locked in, but some people were still like hovering over.
Did this instead of that, so maybe if they run what they're running now, they might have the answer, and we might be able to see and crack what Rad have been working on so far this week.
We will have to see. You mentioned Rad coming through those open qualifiers. They came through qualifier number 1 when they still went under team 1.
Go watch
Insomnia
Hitmonkey.
came through qualifier number 2. Had to go for their second attempt as they weren't able to make it in that first rotation. Now, the question is, as we see a very messy game of doors and crosses in this
Graffiti!
but Demon is... That is a portal, attempting to take them off the side, but they go through the different door, not going to get caught out. It's Insomnia are looking to go for the hard engage. Rajaro is starting on Jeff.
A Jeffy!
Right, the portal play, trying to set things up, and yeah, we have seen a little bit more Jeff, but it's the fact that it's Rajaro that's on it, he just seems to be going for almost gun game and the characters that he's wanting to pick up and play. That means that trust.
Well, hey, sometimes it works, right?
For the time being. Just maybe
It's like portaling people
at this rate. Rad at least wanted to begin with this whole to try and throw off what Insomnia are doing, but it's not quite working. Progression with 5 players on the board, and Rad still contesting. Nobody's been eliminated. They've just had to give up the space for free and go for the re-engage. It's a great catch.
It's the amazing flying Canadian!
And slamming it right back down to the ground. The Beerback's going to bring some numbers back in these engagements. Rad looking a little bit more scrambled. This play with its Jeff ultimate available.
Yeah.
It's not really going to be that useful as the final judgment's going to come in with the amplifier. You've got the invisible boundary on top as it's 92% progressed for Insomnia. It's a wacky old thing that's happening, and the Agamotto's connecting 1 apiece, but the follow-up's not quite there. Rad losing this point in a surprising amount of time.
I love how Wolverine just came in like, yep.
By the way, Rajaro again, they did start on the Jeff. Last time it was Nago who played the Jeff, as this team
God,
have run
when the
Jeff
angry
before.
Canadian is good and he's on your team, it's absolutely amazing. But when the angry Canadian is good but he's on the enemy team and you're playing tank, it's so scary.
Coming out here, because if you are CC immune, you can't get pulled in, and that indestructible guard could be the tool they need to try and...
But yeah, if you have the opportunity to switch attack and defense, do it. 100% do it, because it makes it harder for the enemy team to work on it. Hold it.
Just at the end of it, just takes a little bit of a bounce off the ground, but Naga is not going to be too threatened by it in comparison to last time. The Demon having that last stand, looking to see if he can catch people out, and Rad is still dedicated to this. Rajaro still sat on the Jeff, and it's just allowing his whole W
God.
approach. There it is, last stand, able to
The little manlet that I hate.
Seems to be Rad filling up the kill feed, but then you see the Camera Revival bringing everybody back in a split second. Insomnia still keeping things
So
moving along
angry.
and trucking, and Rad surprisingly in a bit of free fall.
We talked about it exactly, that we need to see Insomnia try something different. They are running a team-upless less Adam Warlock. That word made sense, but it did not sound right. Adam Warlock without any Mantis or Star-Lord for revives. Then they've got Rocket for
Makes you want to buy the Deadpool game so I can get the scene where I slap him a bunch.
And then, of course, they have the Wolverine, who is being the majority of their pickups. We finally saw that Jeff Nato coming in, and that will force the push out from Insomnia, going to force them to back up and regroup. But they are making...
I just heard a bubble. Jeff players, if you're still playing Jeff, use your goddamn bubbles. I can't tell you how often I've had a ranked game in Plat where I had an unironic Jeff that did not put out his bubbles. I get that you only have 3 right now, but that doesn't mean you can only have 3 at a time on a map. Throw them!
Clearing up, it takes Melio out as he has that final judgment. That's a big ultimate to not be available in this fight as everything else.
Every single time I die because there are no Jeff bubbles. Give me my bubbles!
And it's forever that finds the picks. Actually, the melee approach, the whole W Demon, he's playing.
Dude, a go to Jeff on the current rework is scary because they don't dive. They just sit there and they actually know how to stop buffering.
Showing exactly why we've
It
seen
listens.
Wolverine get banned out. Mid-fight throw being pulled in.
But they are actually scared because they know how the kick works and how to make it work well. It scares me, honestly.
They swapped up the composition. They realized something needs to change. Naga bringing out that human torch,
because they don't need they don't need a storm to make it work. There's guys.
Can't keep getting away with this, Ryan.
I thought Demon was like the hit scan player, but I guess when he's been thrown in the air, he is like a bullet, just shooting down anybody from Rad who...
Having a Wolverine on air control is scary. When you're just flying around and all of a sudden you just see an angry Canadian fly at you with claws.
From Insomnia GG that have been surviving for a good amount. You see the Hulk being able to come back into the fight. Agamotto catching on to Rajaro whilst the Force Physics sends it winding back. Karmic Revival to bring back a couple of the people that we lost just along the way. A Meteor M for Rajaro thrown into the middle of 3 different targets square down the center. Really isn't able to do all that much in the end. We can't keep our eyes off of Demon. We could just sit on this one, observers, because he is absolutely on a tear.
Oh yeah.
They got 2 pickups, but Nocta had that Karmic Revival.
Dude, imagine being that Invis with angry Canadian running at your face while your ult is up. He will yoink you out of it and destroy you.
Team to take a series, but first you gotta get to the end of Symbiotic Surface, get that essence of Null. He leaps in. The offer is being sent by Saint Anoblin to allow them to pull out after they nearly get caught out of position. So they have a retreat. Supernova coming in, and this time they notice no.
So what you see a lot of Johnny Storm players do during this tournament is they throw down a right click first, and then immediately after ult. Why do you do that? Because the last thing that you throw down will turn into one of those fire nades, which means you get more of your ult.
Burn him down from the sky. Another catch in the air for level 1. Not really used to being on that side of it, and meanwhile we see that final different coming in from Melio. So trust me, also going in with a Feast of the Abyss, seeing if he can crack down on anybody to catch out these picks. But Insomnia are doing a relatively good job of just surviving. Anybody that goes down that Karmic Revival now for Nocta is going to just bring them all the way back in. Rad were the ones that seem to be leading the meta side of it, but Insomnia taking a little bit of the leaf out of Virtus Pro's book seem to have a really good response. The problem, however, Tetra, is so much time has been bought by Rad here. Oh my god, he keeps going!
They're actually dropping Battle Rebirth beacons closer to the fight so the Demon can get the jump packs to try and isolate people even
God,
more.
it's so funny.
1 minute to go. Fate will burn that.
God, I love it.
And that is the unfortunate way of playing the Hulk. If you get dropped into that banner and you're the last one up, it is all about staggering. Take them down as late as possible. A solid extra 10 seconds off the clock because Insomnia can't engage without the Hulk, so they're waiting and they're going to Portal so that they can move out together.
Yeah, see how much this Demon Eagle can do when it's been thrown up in the sky. Has that last stand available. And the Eye of Agamotto for forever.
Oh, they weren't playing with him. They were trying to make sure that he staggered hard. There's a difference between playing with your enemies and actually staggering them. The reason why you do that is because Bruce Banner, for one, on his own is not a threat, right? He doesn't do enough damage, there's no way for him to exit. You will definitely 100% out-heal his damage regardless of what is happening. The reason why you want him to stagger is that the longer that he stays away from his team when they come back in, the longer it is that they have one player less. And because everyone was alive, they could just block his damage, or even if they did, you know, they didn't necessarily have to damage him. They do have to eventually kill him though, because Bruce gets his ult back very quickly. He's like Diva, right? You lose your mech, you do a bit of damage. If you're smart and your team is alive, you can get it back relatively quickly. And if you get it back, you can stomp on someone's head with your mech. Bruce works the exact same way, only he doesn't have a mech that can stomp someone on the head. If your team is alive, you just play a little bit like backline duelist. You try and shoot, you try and get out of the fight, shoot people in the face, try to stay alive for as long as possible. You have your ult, you can go back Hulk mode again. If you're the opposing team and Bruce Banner is the only person alive, just wait around 10-20 seconds. Best to wait like around 15, right? Because it takes a little bit to get back from that spawn, and then kill him. Especially if your whole team is alive. There's no reason to immediately get him, because that would give the enemy team one additional player.
The reasoning behind it.
Now this is a tournament, so there's a lot of communication going on.
If we do get them in the interviews later, but Insomnia might have something to say about that too. Reverse sweep required. Finishing the map is good, but now that you defend, you don't want Rad to be able to do that with time on the board.
Let's see if they can break this, if they can turn this round. Portal trap finds no one. No one going to fall for that. They roll out fast, and here come Rad rushing on that right hand side.
But yeah, this is a competition, so there's going to be a lot of communication because everyone knows each other. They're all in voice chat. They all talk to each other, right? In comp games where there might be one or more people that are not part of, well, actually there's going to be 2 or more people that might not be part of the team up. Usually it's more because people usually don't team up.
But the elimination's actually going in the direction of Naga. He's just up in the sky. Suppressive fire coming down, and whilst the Hulk is still...
Yeah, there's usually not going to be a whole lot of talking, and if they are talking, it's usually over voice chat in the game. If you can stall the Bruce from getting back in that situation, you will have such a big lead on the other team. It does require you to actually yell at your teammates to stop shooting at the Bruce.
But that's because they were so busy trying to find someone and being blocked out by, trust me, they got a really good read.
So if you can get it to work or not entirely depends on how bloodthirsty your teammates are.
To keep some pressure onto the backline, and Insomnia are forced to retreat here. It's all about not getting caught by this Wolverine. Speaking of which, here is the angriest, most missile.
Oh, good grief. Naga's trying to control the skies as much as possible. Has to dodge those missiles that are coming through. But Melio seems to be
yeah, we all saw the fear. Immediately just dove out of the way like I did not want to get grabbed again.
Get some more expenditure out of Insomnia. You do see the Yarn Amplifier being used, and well, we're going to see much. I don't know how Demon is able to see much when it comes to the space and the speed that he's traveling at, but he's being so annoying. Rather still keeping things ticking, and ultimates are plenty.
How do you play this indoors? It's just 90% ceiling, and they're still finding pickup.
Going again.
Trying to get onto anyone, chasing down Rajo, but they're too fast on the Captain America. And here comes Melio. Oh, that's an unfortunate place to be, Banner. Getting absolutely taken down. Trapped by the transforming map. Karmic Revival, though, brings back the team.
Yeah, that Karmic Revival, very smart, because there was a wall in front of it, right?
Final stand, sent from downtown.
Jesus.
Enough to take out Naga, but Melio still stands tall, utilizing that extra bonus help from the freedom charge of Captain America, and they are pushing on back.
Ah, Brucey boy.
Melio just using the close quarters to his advantage, but the be right backs, the Karmic Revivals, Insomnia GG are just, it's attrition, it's bodies, it's Zerg in the
Rocket.
as much as he possibly can, but it hasn't stopped Rad getting to the end with not only a good chunk of time, but more than Insomnia were able to get.
5 minutes to go, but yeah, Insomnia have a multiple revive composition, so they might have what they need to try.
In case you were wondering, they were actually trying to get rid of Adam. He's just very hard to kill.
Maneuver here to try and get these pickups. Melio positioning far forward to try and zone away early to make some space. Here comes. There was a little bit of
roll.
It was a clean engagement, but not quite bringing them down to ground. Melio using this bulwark to allow to get closer. The shotgun damage is just seeing if he can force more out. Nocta actually switching over to the name. Furious ones, and there's more. Grabs up.
Oh no, he got jumped.
The pocket meta is real. Moxie is talking about this aplenty, and Melio showing that
he saw the pearly gates, yeah.
Looking to keep themselves a great big time bank to work with. Nocta, however, does have the Horn of Proteus to work with, but where on earth do you put it? With everything going on, you've just got this big ball of metal, invisible boundary, and a giant whale flying across the screen, and then Demon now and again flying across the screen.
Even trying to buy time, but that eternal bond is buying so much time. Final stand pushes 2 people off the point, but takes himself off the point as well. Rushing back in as quick as they can. That's going to be the freedom charge, giving all that bonus health and looking to try and hold them in the spawn. But positioning-wise, Insomnia do have more people on the board, locking down the cap. Relaxing Nice brought back at the Battle Rebirth Beacon, but Demon taken out.
Yeah, they have 3 minutes to get it just a tiny little bit further.
The game so hard to take down, but Satanopoulos is taken down into that banner. That's a psionic seduction to try and zone them out to shut down any of these defensive abilities. But the shield from Mag is buying the time. Everyone is still fighting.
Oof, cap dead.
With the Cosmic Art Amplifier is going to expire, and they've driven back Rad.
There's still so much time. It's a good fight for Insomnia to be winning, but you've just got to do that for another 3 minutes in the end. Are there going to be any changes that you need to
God,
make?
but I love the air control Wolverine.
The squids thrown down are just going to be a little bit more awkward for the likes of Rajara that's trying to jump in a little bit more. Good grief, so far these maps have been an absolute sweat fest, and there's the catch. He's trying to get on the Human Torch, just over on the vapes, I suppose, in the air, in the sky that he leaves behind.
Oof.
The final judgment from Helio seems to be the go-to.
That was a massacre.
Emphatically now, as Naga pulls out the Supernova up in the sky, brought down to ground, back down to earth from Demon, who has been the namesake. He's been ridiculous. How do Rad deal with him? He's just such a thorn in their side.
They're running out of bodies though. Down goes Banner. The cart moves in. Who is left? Who can touch this cart? It will be held. It will be delayed, but they clean out Demon. 2 meters and 50 centimeters remaining, taking out the Battle Rebirth Beacon to keep them off the point.
Oh, no.
Attempted delay from Nocta on the Iron Fist. Now the
No, they got it. They got it.
body at a time, but it's not
Dude,
enough.
all
Rattle
for
hits
Johnny.
with 1 minute and 30 left.
One chance, an extra bit of time for Insomnia to try to get progression on the board. But
God,
this
the air control
giving a
is
flashback
hilarious.
to last week, he had a minute, he managed to push the point all the way to the end of the map. The problem is, this is Rad that we're talking about here. And whilst Insomnia would be really happy that they were able to finish out the map in the way that they did, the fact that Rad were able to do it with like a couple of minutes still on the board.
I mean, it's either going to end in a victory for Rad and them ending in 2-0, or it's gonna go be a victory for Insomnia this round, and it's gonna go into the 3rd round, right?
They need to keep track of and nail down.
Demon is going to swap off. They are bringing out Emma Frost.
I see what they're doing.
Bringing out the Penny. They're on attack, I believe, so they are probably just armoring up. The Demon on the Emma implies that they are actually going to roll out with that, meaning that we may see a triple Vanguard.
There are draws, but in that case it would be difficult to see what is going to happen for the 3rd round, because it's a best of 3, it's not a best of 4.
Maybe not going to get the same.
Well, I guess that might end in a point for both, but I'm unsure.
Really impressive. I feel like we were sort of looking into it, going into play. I was like, okay, which players have played the most heroes, certainly from different categories, and Nocta is climbing up that list, even just from today. Moving over to that Emma Frost, as the triple Vanguard seems to be something that's locked in. A bit more of a brawl on point. If Rad are not careful, they might just get ran over by this locomotive. Demon thrown in, knocked down to the low ground, and you could already see immediately the Insomnia GG putting their butts over onto the objective, saying to Rad, you've got to move us. Haven't quite got to 33%.
Oh god, the Magneto.
First point, I suppose.
Yeah, a lot of people forget how strong Adam actually is.
For them in the end.
They're pushing on in. Soulbond protected against the first initial engage. Relaxing Knights will go down. Naga takes out Nocta, but Demon and Centinoblin are pushing on in. That is likely going to be a point number 1. Portal to attempt a reinforcement. It's too late.
No.
You have to let that go. Trust me, pulls back so they can teleport to the further back spawn point and not get caught out of position.
All right, this feels eerily familiar. And they know now that Insomnia, that this is a momentum game.
Alright, here's a general rule of thumb. Unless you're playing quick play, doesn't really matter if you're playing quick play. If you are playing ranked and your whole team is on point when point is captured, in Convergence. Stay with the old respawn, right? And get back to the fight as quickly as possible. Yeah, Demon went back to Wolverine. But yeah, if your whole team is alive and you and one other person are still in the old spawn when they get the point, stay with the old and don't go to the new one, right? However, if your whole team has been killed and you and one other person have respawned back in, go back to the spawn and go back to the new one. It's further away, but like they said, you wouldn't be caught within out of position. Ooh. Magneto got away.
On this part of the map might be enough to tinker things onto point B.
Also, Insomnia can't leave point, right? If everyone leaves points, they will lose because you don't get extra time, and if you lose points, the overtime bar will actually leave even if you still hold point.
But I need to make sure someone's there trying to block out Melio from that shotgun as they push on in Demon, going aggro, but they are cleaned up, and that is going to be a hold. One extra point, 127 meters.
Not bad considering. Insomnia with a minute, not quite pushing it to the end of the map, but again, matching that hard. Very, very, very hard. And just some of these fights have been amazing to watch. We sort of expected it to be a little bit more,
you know, it's still not game, right? They still have we still have to see Rad on defense.
It has been a different factor, has been Naga. It really does feel like it. There's so many fights that are like, okay, we're watching Melio, the final judgments come in, he hasn't got a pick. Oh, just as I was saying, nothing came of it. Naga finally just gets the burst combo down onto somebody, and everything's able to set up from that point.
Aren't they on attack? Oh, they hadn't changed the things yet. It's Rad on attack now. Sorry. Still have to see Rad on attack, and if they can get it further than, or if they get it to the line where Insomnia stopped, they won.
Just a little tad more.
So we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
As well, a little bit more defensive here, less vanguards, but more DPS to try and push people off the point. We do see that advanced rocket-packed lunge now featuring more spiders from the side of Rad to make sure that everyone is topped up, armored up to make their way in. 30 final hits for Naga. You talked about it, but they are doing so much.
Fat trying to get the jump. I think they have it. I'm not entirely sure though, but I think they have the jump.
To make sure that they have these opportunities to just hopefully not get picked off by this Wolverine.
I love that they were trying to see if they were gonna get Portal off the map.
Push it about 125 meters. Past some of the treacherous shows.
It really was like the portal? Portal? No portal? No portal.
0% for everybody. It feels like who's going to be able to get there first is going to have a great big advantage, and it's actually Lurkin that seems to be making a good amount of progression. Even Nocturne has moved back over to the Namor, might have a Horn of Proteus before anybody else is really able to get going. Unfortunately, I spoke too soon. He's eliminated. The Be Right Back is going to bring him into the fold yet again, and Crook taken down by the counterpart over on Invisible Woman.
Again.
Naga being able to wrap around, playing inside a little bit to make sure they have some defense. Gets caught out. Chase down. That's what we need to see.
So for anyone who did not know what happened, Naga got grabbed by Hulk, and then he got yoinked away by the Wolverine.
With that Battle Rebirth beacon, that extra revive from that rocket armor spawner are starting to hold out. Rad forced to regroup and push in again, but they're starting to get close to the strategist ultimates.
Made a third, but that progression isn't going to matter if they don't get things moving in a minute's time. Rajaro trying to find Nocturne.
Oh, it was Wolverine. I'm like, what kind of red monstrosity am I looking at? Legitimately, I was just watching a Wolverine with his own little starburst.
On the point, but there's enough of a contest there. I'm not too sure who's really playing on this point right now to try to keep things going. It must be one of the vanguards. Relaxing Knight is taking a huge chunk of damage though. Sentinel sent back down to Bruce Banner form. brought back, so the Hulk is going to just keep resetting things going. And now Rajaro fighting on the objective with that freedom charge. Still, the point is not ticking up, and Insomnia just immovable from the looks of it. Supernova from Naga has to be dedicated to just be the difference maker. Meteor M sent onto Bruce Banner as he's being reset down to the lower form. And now Rad, with 20 seconds left, I'm not going to have any more allocated time if they take this overtime to keep things going, and just in time too.
It's not low-key, but no resurrections this time. The Battle Rebirth Beacon burned a little.
They will
bit
need to have
early
someone on
for
point
Insomnia.
pretty soon. There's no one on point right now.
Demon Nocta is getting targeted. We saw the rush in by Rajaro. One of the characters is Captain America.
Alright, they have one person, okay.
The Namor have a little bit more trouble with, because Namor can deal with the squishier divers because the squids will focus them down. But Cap is a bit too tanky and much harder to deal with. Demon finds Melio, forced to try and save the day. Iron Bull one. All of the resources being burned to Melio, and they sustain through, dropping final judgment for the turnaround, and they are punishing Insomnia. Overtime is being held. The Eternal Bonds, the finish line is within sight, and Rad are creeping towards it.
There's maybe another fight in it for Insomnia. And
Yeah, they might have one more fight, but if they get caught out there, they're going to lose. Like, not even close.
Diving at them from 400 miles an hour in the sky, but Rad are very good at taking these fights. They're not really that well phased, and you have Naga jump to the air, the double jump, the double catch on him. He's still able to survive, mostly because of trust these bulwarks that have kept things alive in favor of Rad. The payload stopping for the time being, and overtime is starting to dwindle down a good amount, a treacherous amount for Rad. It's now pretty much on the precipice. Insomnia just seeing if they can pull somebody off, and when your main damage dealer, the duelist of Naga's up in the sky, it's one less body to get things going. A portal required. Look how close the overtime is at the top of the screen. It's down to a little flicker of hope for Insomnia, and that payload still needs to move a good 10 meters. That's the pick. That might be a force of a reset. Lurkin not having the Bira back is going to keep things just right on the precipice. Tetris is going all of the distance. It's down to a wire of 4 meters, and Rad pushed to the end, catching.
Yep, no, they got it. They got it.
Just enough.
Demon wasn't able to make it on point. Rad won. Very close game, though. Very close game.
I would be terrified if I saw this matchup and I had to play against Insomnia in the playoffs. They just pulled what was almost an insane comeback. That draft is tough to deal with, but we did see...
Every once in a while in Ranked you will also get these kinds of games. It's rare, because usually either you are rolling the team or you are getting rolled. But whenever it's like one of these where you actually get a team that is on a similar level as you, it is just fucking peak fighting. Everyone locks in. It's just absolutely amazing, you know? Oh yeah.
This comp's gonna get shut down by a Carbon Crush, but Magneto, with the shields, may have saved their team the game there. That was so impressive from Rad.
60 eliminations are waiting for Naga, almost 40 final blows. Shows just how much of an irritating factor he was. And then you got Melio putting out almost like 60, 70k's worth of damage.
Oh yeah.
If you're a Vanguard playing into this, that's a lot of mitigation that you have to do. If you're a strategist, that's so much healing that you need to do to just keep things even. I love the ideas that Insomnia brought into this one. It was so much fun. And I really would have liked to seen us go to a third map, but the way that...
But like, that's what makes the game fun to play, right? Those moments where both teams are like just evenly matched. Regardless of if you are both at the level you're supposed to be at, or if you're both supposed to be in higher levels, doesn't matter. If your team is evenly matched, it's fun games. If you win or lose, doesn't matter. It's always more fun if you win. But like, it's just fun when you're evenly matched.
And it's gonna be a tough one.
Because you have a game where you actually have to think, where you have to strategize, where you have to play with your team, where you have to make callouts.
Between Insomnia and Virtus Pro in the lower bracket of that group, and that's not gonna be fun for Insomnia. After one of the toughest games of their tournament lives, they gotta do it again.
Yeah. I mean, I also think it's a case of like, okay, Insomnia was seen not really, I wouldn't say respected, but I'd say that they were just not really given the same time of day of like the Virtus Pro, the Berber Pat Pim, and even like Zero Tenacity, I think, turned a couple of heads. I think Insomnia, you have to definitely look as somebody that can make potentially a top 4 finish, maybe even top 2, but there's so many like strong teams that you have to take out along the way. You have to really iron out some of those issues and some of the problems that you ran into going into those games up against the likes of Berber Papim or Rad again or Virtus Pro. But this Insomnia team, I'm really excited to see more of them for next week, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And also for tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we get more games for them tomorrow. Get that game versus Virtus Pro, and we get to see them next week in the playoffs because all these teams are qualified. They're competing for seeding right now. But that was such a monstrous performance to do that, to get that far. And the fact is, Insomnia are now playing with some of the best teams in the world right now. I'll go out and say it. I'm an EMEA believer.
Sure.
They are just going to keep getting better and better as time goes on and just get scarier and scarier. But the same can be said for Rad taking down the Kings, now taking down the team that a lot of people were saying is one of the sleeper scariest teams out there. Rad are on a roll right now.
For sure. They still haven't dropped a map at all. And we do have Fate, or Fat as they were called in game.
I mean, it's not a coincidence that we're able to roll for this pro, right?
We're going to be in the grand final a little later on. The first question I have, how much of a pain in the ass was that Wolverine to deal with? Because every time we cut to them, he was just flying through the air, catching somebody. Like, what were the comms like when you just have Demon flying across your screen at like match 4 that consistently?
It was definitely not dealt with great. That second map was not so good. I think Demon got a lot of value on the Wolverine, but I think also Crook managed to get a lot of pulls, which was good.
You guys absolutely turned that round, like you said. You got some really good iron bulwarks. You had some great force physics to turn that round.
I would have loved to be just a listening ear in the comms of these people while Naga was getting yoinked around by Wolverine.
But nothing like that with the Hulk.
I can only imagine the pure panic when Naga again gets yoinked by the Wolverine. He's on me, get him off me!
Thinking, right? Our original comp we rolled out on, maybe it didn't work so well, but I think after we swapped comp, I think the map was a lot more one-sided.
What was the initial idea for that comp? Because we saw a little bit of Jeff as well, so
yeah.
The plan, reveal as much as you like. I don't want you to...
The only time I'm not really scared of the angry Canadians when I'm playing EMEA and I can just grab him by the throat and throw him onto the ground.
Which worked pretty well. I think the Jeff Storm is just like getting weaker and weaker as time goes on, though. I think as more teams learn to play against it.
So you guys are now in that upper bracket grand final. You will be playing against, for your seeding, either Insomnia again or Virtus Pro again. Both teams you have already beaten. Do you have a preference?
I mean, preference would be VP, just because we want to keep proving to the world that we are better than VP. So,
I'm curious of what the fallout has been like from last week Virtus Pro's like win, because you guys have been like pretty much right behind them when you were on OG, when you were sort of playing in these other tournaments. Like now, Berber Papin might be a little bit more scary, I suppose. Sorry,
yeah.
And then you guys as well for LG beforehand, just able to like scare them, I suppose. But now that you've actually been able to beat them, do you have like a lot of DMs from like other teams and coaches be like, hey, good job, can you give us any help with like the draft stuff? Because it seems to be you leading the line on this like cloak and dagger stuff, I'd say.
Yeah, I think like our team has a very good grasp on the meta. We've had I was talking to, actually I'm not going to say the team name, but I know a lot of our teammates have been helping out other teams, trying to help them win. I think it's a good patch for us. I think Berber, Patapim are very strong. I think they're definitely the team to beat this tournament. So we'll see how that goes.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Is there any shout-outs you'd like to give after what is an incredible win and reaching those grand finals for your group?
I mean, shout out to my whole team. Shout out Sestroid for, I mean, hasn't been able to play any series yet, but he's definitely going to show his name this tournament. So you guys can watch out for that.
Ooh. Fitting in the wings.
CEST is a scary name indeed to be kept in the back, ready to be dropped when needed. Thank you very much for joining us, Fate, and good luck in those grand finals for the group.
Appreciate that.
I do wonder why he changed his name to Fat in the game.
Misclick.
It's an odd one. Yeah, I guess so, because it is like a different client, so maybe it's just putting in your name different each and every time, but it is nice to see that parity of like Virtus Pro and like Rad been like really closed down, that it makes this EMEA stage a lot more exciting. And honestly, I would say for Virtus Pro Insomnia tomorrow, I don't think that's going to be a cut and dry 3-0 because it's a best of 5 as well for Virtus Pro. I do think that Insomnia can scare them in some elements.
We've got some tough matchups coming out. Those games are just going to be heat. But you know what else is heat? Moon Knight, as they have a new skin. There are some new stuff available for you.
Moon Knight and Iron Fist got a new skin today.
The Phoenix for the Moon Knight, Phoenix Knight coming in here, available today. And the Binary Fist for the Iron Fist. Incredible screens. I love these binary skins, especially the Magneto. And this Iron Fist looks so good. And the Moon Knight looking...
Dude, the binary skins are actual straight up fire.
A little bit of a different color scheme to usual to make it a little bit more interesting and to show off to your friends. Available in game.
Not even close to anything else. They're so amazing.
I wonder if it has like the robotic voice lines like the Magneto one has, which is the one that I'm hunting down at the moment. So definitely worth checking out. But whilst we are in the summer solstice, midsummer is tomorrow. The games are certainly like long in the same way.
Well, that would explain why it's gotta be 30 fucking degrees tomorrow. Yay.
You'll see Pat's been playing up against Zero Tenacity right after this break.
Sorry, 31 degrees. With no clouds. Star-Lord's cowboy outfit? I don't know which is that from one of the comics, guys. I haven't really read them. Also, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave this up for you guys.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the unravel till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Ready. I hope everyone is ready for with snacks for the last match of today. Berber Putapim versus Zero Tenacity. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da.
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your
Minute and a half left.
Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up distance, smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Jeff version is better. Oh, I know. I know. Or I could learn to type. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
One and the games keep on coming for EMEA Ignite. Certainly everything is pretty much on fire for some teams, but some really setting themselves a nice
Exactly
place
long enough for this to
go
start again.
behind.
When you look at that.
We're sort of looking over from the group away from Brad, from Virtus Pro, and it feels like it's been easy green scenery for them so far. The grand finals is their goal over on Sunday for Group A. But they have zero tenacity to get over. And
By the way, you know that Jeff the Landshark is voiced by the same person that voices Optimus
They've had
Prime.
a pretty good run so far. Neither of these teams have dropped a map similar to what we saw a little bit on the other side of the bracket. Can they keep this journey going? As we're going to have a look over here at exactly what's coming up. This terrifying roster. Burr, Patapim, some players from LG, some players from OG. These are some of the strongest players that have come together originally with the explicit goal of becoming champions by taking down Virtus Pro. Now they just have to get to the
Oh no, it's
in
Polly.
this group by taking down Zero Tenacity. Big shout out to
I forgot that
Tanuki,
Polly
one of the
is on
players
the
who
Europe.
did
Oh
massive
no.
damage due to how strong they have been on so many heroes. They used
I
to be
forgot
a
Polly is on the
before
EU
that.
servers.
That's how flexible this team is.
Oh yeah, we see the Black Panther enough. There's going to be some cases of it. This Berber Patspin team, the second place finish, at least this call was in the invitation
Yes.
under the OG banner. And in various tournaments, including Fight Night, they've really made these series close against Virtus Pro. Now they're certainly seeing like blood.
Polly is
very, very keen on, like,
is a
okay,
number
we
one
wanna be
tank.
The team that beats Virtus Pro first. They haven't been able to beat that, but they haven't had the chance to play it up until now. So they're probably gunning for them at playoffs if they can get a pretty good seed. Zero Tenacity, however, like I mentioned, overlooked, and I think some of the elements of it, you know,
I think it's from one of the video games. Hold on.
As a main vanguard, somebody to keep an eye on. And whilst I mentioned Canute before, Lugia is the one that really leaves you scratching your head or just watching in awe, because they have been flicking between the roles so consistently. It's hard to even know what
John
his
Bailey,
character is.
also known as the epic voice guy.
Literally calling on the first day of play.
He does, for anyone who watches it, he does honest trailers. He does, like I said, was it Optimus Prime? And let me actually check which one that is. It should be on his IMDb.
Of organic team play that we do see from Zero Tenacity. They are playing together so effectively, including bringing out stuff like that Ultron.
Apparently, he's also in Monster Hunter Wilds, but I don't play that game in English, so...
It is just like a vibes-based team. When things are going well, they have such...
Transformers Galactic Trials.
And things are working well.
And Transformers 1. Apparently, yes. Transformers 1 Optimus.
That is off the back of the Emma Frost on the other side, using the Psionic Seduction to push people in. So there is a bit of coordination there. It wasn't timing, it wasn't luck, it was really the C10 team.
He's on Elder Scrolls Online, AFK Journey, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth as additional voices.
Against the top dogs over in this group. And Berber Patapim really wanted to show that whilst everybody's talking about Rad and singing their praises or thinking that Virtus Pro is going to make that resurgence, that they belong in that discussion. Hell's Heaven going to be
Persona 5, System Shock, Lego 2K Drive, Muppets Mayhem, The Annoying Orange, Warp Zone, Animaniacs, Transformers Beyond Reality,
We've also seen
Evil Dead the game,
they would rather let through Emma to ban strategists,
Transformers Tactical Arena, Danger Force, World of Warcraft, Mafia, Space Junkies, Power Rangers Unworthy,
Zero Tenacity have
Shenmue 3,
early proprietors, I think, towards that triple strategist lineup too.
Monster Prom, Bumblebee, Powerpuff Girls,
one another. The Captain America,
Mega Man 11.
Lock-in for Berber Patapim is interesting because you have like Polly, you have like I think
God of War,
pick it up if he needs to in a dash. But it's the
Star Wars Episode 6.
Emma Frost is going to be taken out here
as Chief Akbar.
Magneto. And then the Human Torch is banned out. Berber Patapim going off the beaten path, it seems like, when it comes to what we expect from a draft.
This means we may be seeing a different front line for Berber Patapim.
He's also on Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite.
And Hulk in this tournament, a little bit more flexible here. So with Cap already being put on the board for them and getting their Human Torch for Tanuki, Berber Patapim are just getting a lot of the stuff that they would normally like at the cost of Zero Tenacity dominating the draft.
Let's see, double Mags ban, a Loki ban, and in Emma save we have dudes everywhere.
Berber Patapim prioritizing their own picks.
Cap save, Luna ban, Emma ban,
so actually
Torch ban, Torch save.
Right, so it's
alright.
This is really interesting because it does feel a bit of a passive. Everybody else is sort of going for the meta. Zero Tenacity, okay, this is what Rad and Virtus Pro were doing. Let's see if we can sort of take something similar. Berber Patapim are like, what? Like, we're doing our own thing. And it's whether that own thing is going to be actually good enough to beat a Zero Tenacity team like this.
Very interesting. We're going to be seeing Zero Tenacity looking at this classic version of the Guardians composition with Luna, along with that Mantis and, of course, the Mantis and the Adam Warlock there. On the other side, we're just seeing a lot of stuff that Berber Patapim like to play, but currently hovering on the Wolverine. We'll see if that makes it out of Spawn compared to that Human Torch or Tanuki on the Psylocke.
But not gonna lie, if you have the nickname Epic Voice Guy, you are going to be everywhere because everyone wants your voice.
That's pretty much the only way that you can sum up what Berber Patapim
like if your nickname in the voice acting game is Epic Voice Guy, you are not gonna be without work, right?
Berber Patapim are the favourites. Just the history, the results that they've had. You would expect them to be coming out of this group as the top team. Maybe we'd expect to see.
I mean, it's the same with. It's gonna be the same with Matt Mercer, right?
But Zero Tenacity,
Matt Mercer, known for his amazing voice acting skills, he's never gonna be without voice acting gigs.
It would be a great start to really turn some heads.
Patspin have basically got almost all of their preferences here. We look at what they've been wanting to play. Pokey on their Psylocke. We see Tanuki on that Torch. Polly's on the Captain America. Zero Tenacity. If they win this, they have shown that they deserve it. And they are bringing in more...
I know their name is Pokey, but I'm just gonna see PKY and think Pookie.
To try and lock them down and stop
Not Pokey, but Pookie.
characters from moving as much.
I mean, he's a very good character. What he does is just so many people seem to move away from him after the Invitational. So he's going to take a bit of a slog, but that seems to just suit him just fine. And he keeps adding to my list of favorite players to watch because of stuff like this. You do also have like some more support help with the triple strategist lineup. So
hi, it's Arrow. How you doing?
To keep yourself going, but it's not going to stop Tanuki finding that first pick over onto Lugia just as the Soul Resurgence comes in from away.
Nolan North, the guy you need to wait for it to pass away in order to get a lead VA roll.
The cloak to cut things through. A bit of a Patspin, been a bit more of a grueling fight. It's taken a good amount of time. They managed to get the reset over onto Zero Tenacity and the point first.
They actually managed to get a final hit with the Terror Cape. Not the damage boost from it, the actual cape itself, the 55 damage cape. They were able to land a final hit with it. As such, a long first fight for Patspin on all of their favorites are able to take early control.
See, what's his name?
Let's see if what happens with this thing dedication. Clobbering time close. I mean, yeah, definitely. If you're Pokey, he's had to pull out the Dance of the Butterfly. Look at his HP.
Right, Edward Richthofen. Dude, I've been seeing Richthofen voice lines on my on my Instagram reels. Dude, I loved it. Poor Mantis.
Just keeping them here for as long as possible to go for the stacks. They know that the cocoon is not back. That's so much time burned by Burr and Patapim. They are playing for keeps here.
At the very least for Z10, you have got some really nice ultimates available. You've got Soul Resurgence on in a second, but 4 others good to go. Camera Revival available for Knuten, but he also wants to be the main thing that's getting this burst.
Dr. Edward Richthofen. I fucking wish I played COD when COD was actually fun to play.
And you do have like the Eternal Bonds ready to go. Alex is going to be the one that starts it up first. Ken has got the copy available with his ultimate. It's just waiting for probably to grab another Cloak and Dagger to get the Eternal Bond up yet again. This Galactic Legend from Smashness not finding any real discernible damage. And Enzo's actually the one that gets caught out. The Psionic Seduction pulling him out into the open to just be focused in down. Polly running in onto the site, brawling as much as he can, forward, backwards, trying to see what direction this fight wants to be taken in for Berber Patapim, as they've made the point at least to a 99% progression. They're finding that first elimination there too, but there's people being brought back. Newton actually goes down, the Camera Revival was available, but it's just too awkward of an engagement. Berber Patapim diving in, poking and prodding with Pokey, makes this a very clean 100%.
I gotta say, one of my favorite voice lines that I heard from Richthofen probably has to be that if I decide this, it would suck instead of blow.
At this early stage, bringing out this Star-Lord composition, trying the thing, believing they can protect their backline most effectively, but Tanuki has been playing this for months now, since that Johnny Storm, that Human Torch has been
Polly's team, yeah.
Work. And as such, even though we did see the attempt from Smashness to try and track them down with that Star-Lord, to try and win the duels, which Star-Lord is so
I'm not gonna lie, the fact that I know that it's Polly's team that is Berber Patapim, that score, this score, and this score do not surprise me.
But that is still not a lot in the grand scheme of things. Under half the amount that Berber Patapim have been able to achieve.
Strategists surviving. That Alex Ken combination has been super strong and super fun to watch in all of the tournaments that they've played. But now that there's a lot less Luna and Loki on the table, we haven't really got to see Ken on Loki for quite some time, it feels like. So he has the freedom, obviously, to put a lot of pressure into saving it early on in the draft. Oh, actually, no, it was like completely open. It wasn't even saved. It was just not a priority for Zero Tenacity to take it off the board. That could maybe bite them in the backside if they're not careful. The Soul Resurgence found for Oasis. You have got the Karmic Revival. Smash has gone down. Newton's going to bring it down now. We've seen if Lugia is actually going to move over to the Wolverine, so some of these Resurrects are going to keep this fight going for Zero Tenacity. But that is a superb Eye of Agamotto from Enzo. It catches on to 4, but a Karmic Revival. Even
That's a disgusting ult. That's a mean ult right there, Enzo.
Into this engagement, Newton back twice after going down twice.
I love that shield block with the heals. Very well done.
Forced to make this a little bit more grueling. They do have the copy coming in from the God of Mischief from Ken.
Instead of focusing on damaging, all they're doing is just shielding the Emma from gaining health so that they can try and get a pick.
Zero Tenacity zoned away. They went back to the well of solo Vanguard, but this time with triple strategies as opposed to the double.
People in comp are way more interested in getting kills, right? They want to get a pick. They want to have that number go up on the scoreboard. Plays like that will not count towards a point total, which is why I feel like the current meta that they went with having a performance-based point system sucks ass, because it does not reflect how well you were able to hold point. It does not reflect how well you were able to guard your enemies from gaining health so that you could get a pick. It takes nothing into play besides actually popping off, right? Like, are you able to hold up to your rank average, or are you worse than your rank average? That's all it looks like, and nothing else.
Not gonna let him go out without a fight. There's a Dance to the Butterfly find in the backline. That duo that hasn't died at all so far, I think, this map. Trying to get taken out together. That might be enough space for Zero Tenacity to work with, but Pokey's got something to say about that too. He takes out Knut and it has the Karmic Revival again. Berber Patterman just finding the right targets at the right time.
Zero Tenacity are winning this fight, but like you said, Berber Patterman are picking off people to the point where they're delaying this for so long. All that delay that we saw from Polly has allowed Ken to respawn, get an ultimate off, and keep the team topped up as the second Eternal Bond comes in, 2 in the same fight.
Unable to cover the whole point, but they were able to cover enough of it that it doesn't necessarily matter.
Right in the doorway to take down Ducky at Zero Tenacity. Starting to run low. Karmic Revival's going to be coming back to give them that extra reinforcement smash.
Nice placement, nice placement.
Oh my
God.
Put it straight on the Karmic Revival so that anyone that cut... I was about to say that! Yeah. You were called back in, you immediately just die because you're just inside the supernova, right?
They're going to have a bit of a response. He shuts them down, puts out that flame, and Berber Patterpin are 2-0. I don't think Zero Tenacity able to get much on the board, if at all. A map down very early on in this upper bracket final.
This is why you see the ban against the Captain America. Keeping control of the board, delaying for as long as possible, and very few people have been playing it for as long or as effectively as Polly. Polly believed in this even when a lot of other teams didn't, and they delayed. Only getting taken down once.
Well, yeah, Polly is the #1 tank at the moment. Like, they are literally the best right now, all things considered. Like, they top out above the Americans, the American teams, right? The American players, which is saying something, because America has been known as like a very strong player in everything.
Overlooked, it feels like,
especially video games. So the fact that you're the #1 tank at the moment,
yeah, gonna just tick away at him for the most part. And a character that was always the first ban on either side when we saw teams initially trying out this advanced pick and ban system in third-party tournaments really has changed an awful lot, and Tanuki just sort of showing that maybe we should move back in that direction to an extent, because he can't be getting away with this.
We saw a lot of people, like you said, move off of the Human Torch when the patch came out, especially in those open qualifiers, and then immediately swap back to it as the teams are starting to show that, yeah, Johnny Storm's still really good. You have a character who has damage over time with those extra flame shots. You have a character with burst damage, with that shotgun-like attack, and the flaming meteor, which also has crowd control, and gives him bonus health, and he has one of the highest damage ultimates in the game with the Supernova, and he flies. What can this character not do?
I mean, what can
fly away from Hela?
It doesn't seem to really matter what character that he's playing on, but if you give LeBron the ball, he's going to score. I feel like, I mean, my head is shining like a basketball at this rate just from this, but there's still a bit more action at least to come at this rate. Zero to Nasty have a chance to bounce back at his best of 3, make their way into the upper grand final for their group, but we do have a break very shortly, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a couple.
Yeah, no, you're good. Good luck with whatever endeavor you have waiting for you. I'm gonna be here again tomorrow. I think there's gonna be some tournament watching before games. I'm gonna be playing games later as well, so we're not gonna head off immediately like I did yesterday. Let me go check the times. Tournament news. Tomorrow, EMEA is gonna start at 6 to 10. It's probably gonna be done a little bit earlier than 10, all things considered. They just give 2-hour brackets for a fight just in case. So we're gonna be watching the tournament then, and then after that we are gonna go play some games. I wonder if they're gonna have an interview with Polly if Berber Patapim wins. I love how my captions does not know how to write out Berber Patapim. Oh, it knows how to write Patapim, but it doesn't know how to write Berber.
Berber, Patapim have been playing so well right now. They put win into the model and it spat out this team. They are dominating so far against Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's been more one-sided towards them than I expected. Like, maybe it's just me putting a little bit too much, not too much stock onto Z10, because that sounds like they can't do the damage, but more so that, like, this Berber Patapim team is a sort of a league ahead. Like, it's been somewhat of a disappointment that they are in separate groups to Rad and Virtus Pro, but also exciting that in the end that, like, we keep them separate, that we get to go into that playoffs and really mix things up to see who are going to be like the top 3 finishers for EMEA, who's obviously going to come out on top in first place, but ultimately whether people's tier lists of teams are going to be accurate or not, because right now it's been so hard to juggle what teams are sort of feeling currently.
And at this point, I really do feel strongly that Zero Tenacity need to pull a low 9 and just start banning targeted. Yeah, your opponents are going to get Luna. Yeah, they're going to get a lot of this more powerful stuff, and maybe even the Loki again. But that cap, that Psylocke, that torch,
look at all the
it's
Psylocks.
just so
Or
hard to deal
Magic,
with.
sorry.
And surely it might be worth taking away at least 1 or 2 of them.
Arako is actually where Zero Tenacity are going to take us, which we have seen from them a little bit. I think teams picking into them this map. But there was a couple of really nice ideas from Knuten, certainly with like using the right click from Punisher as a boost to jump on top of the actual payload, the big Giga Groot himself, and set up a turret right on top of his noggin whilst it's moving along. And then just all of these different positions that you can play.
2 Magmans, Emma save, Loki ban.
The latest map added into the pool. Verba Patspim, we've seen him play it. Third party tournaments yet again.
Cap save, obviously.
The meta is a little bit different now than it was back then.
We are going to be seeing once again so far, Patspim getting
Loki ban.
The team's helping us with our pushing off the Twitch drops today. Several magics being shown on Zero Tenacity. I don't think that'll make it out, but you can still rock that new magic.
Luna and Torch ban.
By watching the Marvel Rivals Ignite games for all these regions and for selected other streams, so you are already winning just by watching. While we may not see the magic, you can see it in your games. As again, from Patapim, they're gonna get the Psylocke as well. Zero Tenacity have not adjusted their ban strats other than taking out Loki this time.
Yeah, it really feels a bit of Patapim not afraid to really make it quite simple for themselves. Just giving the likes of Polly over to Captain America, Tanuki the Psylocke.
Torch ban, so neither of the teams are gonna have Torch.
The rest of the team goes to an extent. It was, you know, when we sort of saw that Dance of the Butterflies come out from, it would have been Schmasnes, and it catches Alex and Ken. That was the only eliminations they had against them that entire map. It was just a double K with the Dance of the Butterflies. Alex
Luna save, okay.
Been such a difficult combo to.
So Zero Tenacity is going to have a Luna available to them.
OG Cold members like Enzo and Tanuki. It's the fact that Polly and Pokey have slotted in so nicely for the squad that makes them so scary in the first place. But it does mean that we do get Beba Patapim having a Captain America on their side, and as the last ban, they've denied it from Z10.
That is so smart. We did, for starters, thank you Zero Tenacity for banning out that Human Torch, or at least targeting one of these options, and Tanuki is currently hovering Iron Fist. Don't know if that will make it out of base. But what we did see is them get their hands on that Lunar Snow, because it was let through. Patapim were focusing more on banning out the
Tanuki is going to go Star-Lord.
So they had the Lunar Snow. That puts the risk of the Psylocke Captain America backline dive combo significantly higher. Now, while Venom can still replace it, the Captain America is the go-to when it comes to EMEA for this rush the backline and try and pick people up strategy. And it works so much better if you have that Snowflake on the Psylocke to try and burst them down. They're still going to allow it, but without that distraction and that setup that the Cap offers.
Seeing a lot of shots from Arako, certainly towards the end of this map. You have to move this old guy around. Z10 wanting to put a turret on top of that as well. If Knuten's going to go in that direction, he's actually going to be on the Iron Man, which we did see quite a lot on Yggdrasil's path. Same sort of game mode. Plenty of advantages for that. And is it the triple DPS, the triple duelist that they've been working towards that they're opting into? Certainly looks like it's Lucius over on the Wolverine again.
They also got their Human Torch banned away, so they have decided that Iron Man is the replacement for that, while the Wolverine and sometimes the Magneto, sometimes the Emma, they've run both, are causing distractions on the low ground. The aerial flyers with this Ultron, with this, in this case, one of the first Iron Mans we have seen. Newton bringing it back again. They're going to try and siege from above. However, they are getting, once again, we mentioned it before, harassed on the backline.
Okay, so they have triple support with an Iron Man.
Has come to join them on the Star-Lord.
I was wondering if
one of the Flyers, Storm and Human Torch, especially taking
if they were going to.
the playtime. And Tanuki now over on the Star-Lord, taking a lot of fire and being pulled off of the map. Lugia actually eliminated just as he was about to throw them into the abyss. Means that they actually don't go down at all. Knuten forced to fly back, reset, lick his wounds a little bit. Pokey just carving on through, building up to...
They managed to get the cloak and dagger before they managed to get it back into spawn, which is smart because then they have to load back in. Sorry, respawn.
Is what that Groot has been able to make. Zero Tenacity, they're sticking with the same strat, rolling out. They have that invincible pulse cannon at the ready, but Pokey has been so aggressive on the flank. Here comes Wolverine, has to back out, and they're very nearly getting caught out of position. And we'll use that Emma Frost team up to create a little clone for at least some damage mitigation.
This the longest day of the year tomorrow, but these have all been pretty short series so far. All 2-0s. Zero Tenacity. Not really.
I wish I had an Iron Man that knew to, you know, go down.
Half the time that they've been given, they've been allocated, has dwindled. The positive side is you have 4 ultimates, you almost have all 6. The negative, Beba Patavim almost have all 6 too.
Unibebe doing good damage. You can't block you can't deflect lasers, but you can block them. Cap trying to hold some time, and Pokey is on the flank. We will see Polly actually getting taken out. Lugia showing the power of this extra Wolverine instead of the second Vanguard with just lockdown potential. But you can't lock down that diamond form Everfrost, but it will expire. Blast the Barrage. Fate of both worlds from the Lunar Snow that was allowed through, immediately being matched by the Eternal Bond to try and turn this round side of seduction. But the healing output is so good from Berber Patchman.
Yeah.
Not able to turn this round, but the second those big strategist ultimates have expired, it's time for Zero Tenacity to hit the go button. Rage of Ultra to start up. They want to force out this invisible boundary from Ken to open up. Invisible Pulse cannon round the corner, but it's blocked off.
Yep.
But Patavim not had to use anything really. They've held on to pretty much everything other that Eternal Bond that comes through. Zero Tenacity wanted to use it on the attack. Now that they've got some momentum, Tanuki is the
Try to get the Invis out of ults. Unfortunately, Invis went above their heads, so she just kind of floats out.
Dance to the butterflies from Pokey alongside trying to catch Zero Tenacity as they're disengaging from this fight. Polly and Pokey, the 2 new additions to the squad of Beba Patspim, comboing perfectly to keep these resets labored, and there's only 35 seconds left for Z10.
They've almost made it towards point number 1, trying to roll in. Knuten swapping off of the Iron Man has brought out the Winter Soldier to try and lock down the cap, to try and snipe Tanuki out of the air, to try and stop Pokey from getting away after they've set themselves up. One bionic hook.
So I was talking about this earlier, how it's better to have high ground, regardless of if the actual thing is down on the down below, right? Same with this. The reason why the enemy team isn't going down is because it's more beneficial to actually just...
Lugia picked up on the flank as Tanuki is living up to the legend, the galactic legend, as they clean up here.
But yeah, it's more beneficial for the enemy team from when they come back from spawn on attack to...
be one that is very doable to push in.
Yeah, confident hold, I think, for Beba Patspim, so, like, going into this attacking side...
to go up and try and push them off, because 1, then you have a better view of the enemy team, and 2, if any of the enemy team is up top, and you are not, and you have no one that can go up top, you're just gonna get caught out.
Picked up by Shmash Nez, potentially. I'm also curious for Beba Patspim if they're gonna change up anything at all. Tanuki having the Human Torch none available for him seems to have not made any difference.
So if there is a high ground, try and take it, right? Force the enemy off, basically.
They might be expecting a spawn hold, in which case the Storm and the Squirrel Girl...
Aw, there's a Jeffy! Tanuki went Jeff!
But the fact is, Tanuki, they were one of the most legendary Jeff players, along with Jerky, when it came to wrapping around and trying to get people with this old style of Jeff. This is the new Jeff. Tanuki was insane on the old style. It's one of our first times seeing him on this new style, and they are committing to it with the extra support. They have Enzo currently on the Punisher. They are running a solo Vanguard of their own.
Curious to see how Tanuki then is going to play Jeff, right?
One elimination for Beba Patspim they've had against him. defense of all things too. Tenacity struggling to put the resources in the right place. Now Beba Patapin. Oki over on the storm. Oh, actually, yeah, like Mashnez having to back out a little bit more. These squids being broken apart.
Keeping an eye on the side, making sure to... Ooh, scary.
Just allowing that pressure to keep things really up into their...
That's the fun of playing flying characters, right?
Quickly has to be concerning for Z10.
I'll keep an eye on Pokey if they get hit by that force fit, by that extra lockdown from the Psionic Vortex, or by that tainted voltage on Kanuta. This is when you'll see the opening. This Jeff continuing to keep the team topped up. The healing output from New Jeff is extremely effective here. Polly finds Ducky and Oasis. The card is moving forward. That's gonna be a Terracade to try and burst through Polly, but with that Mind's Aegis, they survive a little bit longer, but will get taken out by Kanuta, who finds the double. They're capitalizing. Smashnez has not been targeted at all here and is getting some great damage on this backline.
And so, still dedicating over to the Punisher. Controller player, by the way. I mean, if you're running close proximity with the shotgun, it's not going to matter too much what your peripherals are.
No.
Now, what, there's like 20 meters left to travel, and you're looking at some of the push power. There's Soul Resurgence over for Ken, but also this Omega Hurricane for Pokey. The final judgment's going to be used first.
That is... Oh, that Storm team up is horrendous. Oof.
Out the Hurricane, but it's a Horn of Proteus that sends them both back into spawn.
They have so much time though to get them up that last little bit.
Trying to deal with the Emma, who's the only one left on the point. With 2 minutes to go, zero tenacity hold. It's 6 meters between Berber, Patapim, and
This music is evil, by the way, because even though you might have like 4 minutes and you're like right there at the end, this music will play, and it's there to just give you that sense of urgency, even though you have no urgency, because they have 2 minutes, so all they have to do is just kind of poke and say hi, right?
The ultimate that you have isn't available.
Ooh.
Nor is the soul
Ooh.
from Whiny.
Ooh.
Sorry,
I see the cap.
Whereas on the side of Berber Patspin, you have an invisible boundary, so you can really dictate where this fight is going from. Lucia over on hold looking to try and...
Interesting, they went for low ground.
The ultimate to just survive if this engagement gets a little bit delayed. Tanuki actually...
High ground is preferable, but if it works, you know, you can just go, ooh, you're gonna... Ooh, dangerous.
It's gonna be a bit of an awkward reset from Berber Patspin. It's a bit of a mixed numbers. Never mind, actually, Polly poking...
They were only buried here.
We're sort of seeing on the right-hand side. Might have enough about them, but they have to reclaim this payload and move things along again.
Lugi is going to delay, buy as much time as they can. Enzo coming in with the ball.
Ooh.
Make sure they can reinforce and get onto this finish line. Here
running towards teammates.
With the freedom charge to give them a little bit of extra bonus health for some healing and try and rush onto
forcing the healers away. Smart.
So much pressure. The point is right there. Portals from both sides.
Yeah, they're not getting any healing.
Smash. Tanuki trying to avoid it, but Smashnez is continuing to be the saving grace for this side on this Namor exactly when it's needed.
Oof.
The dance of the butterflies is cleaning up. They finally find the wraparound, trying to get onto Smash.
Yep, they won.
Them down, and that is GG with 20 seconds remaining. Burr Patapin clean on up for this first push. They are going to take.
They are top players.
On to the grand finals of their group.
It's been utter statements from them and Rad. Clean as you like, getting up to the grand finals of their...
Also, Portal doesn't have to be on height if you're trying to go for time.
Really just proving that they deserve to be in a discussion. And it's an overall team performance, and this team is so comfortable.
Portal is purely there to get your team back on point as fast as possible. It doesn't have to be fancy, it doesn't have to be high, it doesn't have to be anywhere strategic, so long as you can get onto point fast enough, because you're trying to get time, right? Unfortunately, Berber Patapim was better.
Has died a total of twice across 2 maps. That goes to show how robust this team is.
I mean, you know, what are you really going to do against against a team that has, amongst others, the #1 tank currently in the game, the #1 tank player?
the blonde party together, just completely dominating with Tanuki bouncing in and out to make sure they're supported.
We all know Jeff that Jeff the Shark is GOAT. I mean, they did have one of the #1 Jeff the Landshark players on. Still dirty, But they did have a #1 Jeff the Landshark player, although that was old Jeff, right? Because Tanuki was one of the #1 sniper Jeffs. They were backline Jeff. They were there to cause chaos, and they were good at it.
Down to the losers bracket, so we'll see them playing again tomorrow. We know that is not going to be the end of them, and they're going to be in playoffs next week for certain. But seeding is going to start.
But how are you doing, Fi? How are you doing, Ramen?
More important. You've got Insomnia having to go up against Virtus Pro, but against all business.
Kind of would have been awesome if there was a match between Berber Patapim and Virtus Pro, but what can you do?
A really good best of 5. Now that we move into the best of 5s, it isn't just a momentum of winning that random domination game and then hoping to sort of get on something that you're comfortable with. You have to get some things going, and then you get the chance of domination reappearing in the draft once we get to map 4.
Trying to learn new Jeff. You're trying to learn a power wash simulator.
So we do know that all business have the capability to try.
Just stand in the back and spray.
Bring it back, and again, all these teams already in the playoffs. This is for seeding, and this seeding is really important because we just saw how solid Rad were. We just saw how incredible Berber Patapim is, and Virtus Pro back on the rise again, taking their map as well. Suddenly, higher seeding is so important because it means you go longer avoiding these top teams.
Yeah, I mean, eventually you're going to have to run into them, and I think when teams start thinking too much about where they want to be sort of put in a playoffs bracket like this, at the end of the day, if you want to be the top team, you have to be able to beat everybody, and it does feel like everybody at the moment is beatable. Berber Patapim, I mean, there's only been one team that's been causing you consistent issues, and they've also got their own issues that they're dealing with currently over in a completely different bracket so far. But we do have an interview with one of the newer additions to this Berber Patapim team. We're going to bring out the Captain America Extraordinaire Polly. First and foremost, was that like a business of as usual kind of series for you guys? Like, it felt incredibly clean, and you were sort of going against what a lot of people were doing drafts, right? Like, it was a little bit different to what we've seen.
Yeah. As for the game, it's really just me and my cousin Pokey cooking in the backline, and as for the end of the round, we tried some new things in attack. Tried some kind of attack rollout or something. Tried to make it a bit more interesting for you guys. Yeah.
Appreciate that.
So how does the coordination work when you have what is essentially two almost separate arms to the team? Like you say, you and your cousin diving into the back line, and then the rest of the group trying to hold back their front line. How does the coordination work?
They're playing that way, and I just get dove constantly. I love trying to play him closest to Invisible Woman. The lack of bubbles is what is currently annoying me. I'm used to being a bubble machine yet now. Yeah, no, you get 3. You get 3.
On my own.
But hey, you can put them on point maybe and help your teammates. Maybe.
And then my team pushing up. And just having that constant pressure like all the time. That's sort of our style, you know?
You taught me for a little bit of the Captain America, I think, because like we've seen so much of the focus going in onto Emma Frost, Magneto. You guys are actually like first saving Captain America. For those that aren't really following in the scrims themselves, what is it about Captain America that makes him so strong right now that he's like genuinely a good pick alongside the Magneto and the Emma Frost?
His kit is just really good. His survivability is just insane. But the most insane about his kit is his ult. It's basically another support ult for your team to use. So it's really only that.
So I want to ask something that we've been seeing a couple teams.
I've seen a lot of people play Captain America, and none of the people that play on my team run back towards team to give extra health.
One fit in, and where would the other fit in?
About Venom?
We've been seeing a lot of teams use the Venom as the second dive instead of the Captain America. Like, where do you feel that would take the advantage?
I would continue to just spit them out. Just keep one as a lifeline. But overall, just keep spitting them out. Really, like 100%. Keep spitting them out.
But for me, at least, whenever Cap is banned, Venom is always an option for me.
We had Enzo in an interview last week say that he wants to be the team that first beats Virtus Pro. You guys have been the closest up to Rad did last week. Has that result, despite it being in a different group, has that almost like infected you guys a little bit, or has it affected you at all? Are you a little bit more like, okay, we're playing really well, the top team that was undefeated has now lost, this is a perfect tournament for us? Or are you just sort of almost approaching it game by game, just to make sure that you're focusing on your own performances, not too much about the other teams that you might be competing with?
I think at first we reacted, we were kind of shocked that Virtus Pro lost, but we then realized that this might be good for us, because we don't really see Rad as a threat, so it was kind of like surprising that they beat VP, because we thought like VP was the best team in Europe, which they are. So yeah, I think we're taking this really good.
So where you guys currently are, you're in this upper bracket, you're in the grand finals of your group. This means you're likely going to be playing against one of the teams that lost today. Do you have a preference between Low9 and Team Peps?
I'd like to face L9. That's all I'm saying. Kind of because they're like my friends and I really like them. So yeah.
Are there any teams that now that we have our top 8, like, yeah, we're sort of looking into seeding now, we sort of expect you, Virtus Pro, Rad as well to be up there. Are there any teams in this top 8 like Low9 that you think people are underestimating? Even Zero to Nasty felt a little bit underestimated, but they didn't really have much of a show in this game, it felt like. That stuff that made them really excited to watch. You kind of dealt with it very cleanly.
I think a team that really stood out for me was All Business. I didn't really expect them to do this well, but it's good to see them do well. Is the next match All Business versus L9, or did I miss out?
That's already happened. It was All Business 2-0 versus...
Yeah, as expected, really. I think All Business has stood up.
I mean, they're up against Zero Tenacity tomorrow, so is there a team that you think could win out of those two?
Is it Z10 versus...
All Business, yeah.
I think it might be close, but in the end, I think Z10 will take the win, honestly. But I think it will be close.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining us, Polly. We'll let you go celebrate with your team.
Well, you never know 100% who will win and who will lose, do you?
That are coming up.
Thank you.
Well, we had an incredible day of games, Ryan. We had some very fun ones. A little bit more 2-0s than we would personally prefer, because we always like seeing those game 3s. Yeah. But overall, some of those matches were exceptionally close. Some of them have left teams with a lot to prove.
Oh, for sure. At the very least, for the weekend games, they can't be 2-0s because they are full best of 5. It could be 3-0s, but at least gives us a little bit more to watch. And I think ultimately,
so Nat the Fox, how you doing?
Teams get a little bit more reps to see exactly how they are cooking these comps up. But let's have a sort of recap of the bracket so far. We aren't in the playoff stages yet. We don't need to look at the grand finals of Ignite just yet for stage 1 or the mid-season finals that would come up afterwards. We're looking at completing out these groups for the rest of this week. Berber, Patipim confirming their position in the grand final so far without dropping a single map. Incredibly clean work from them. And then we see Zero Tenacity versus All Business, a rematch, as you see in the upper bracket semis a little bit to the left. It's going to be playing up tomorrow. And like I mentioned, full best of 5, so we get to see a little bit more from these guys.
An incredible setup here. We also have Group B that has also been putting quite the performance. We lost Team Peps down into that playoff bracket. They are locked in with their position. Insomnia versus Virtus Pro, the next litmus test for Virtus Pro against this incredibly aggressive and very innovative Insomnia GG composition. VP play against all of the innovative teams right now, and Rad Esports waiting, looming in those grand finals, looking to try and, as they said, prove themselves that it wasn't a fluke when they beat Virtus Pro the first time.
It's such an exciting matchup that it wouldn't surprise me if we see it a little bit more in the other games as well. So
fix your shit,
I
rivals.
think for me, Rad versus Virtus Pro is probably something that we're going to see a fair few couple of times.
Not even just this season. I would expect that this could continue for a long time. These teams are so good. And then, of course, that other side of the bracket, that Group A, Berber Patapim also just hovering on the periphery, waiting for their chance to strike. Here are the results for today. 2-0s across the board. Virtus Pro and All Business punching their ticket to another matchup. Team Peps and Low 9 not out yet. They are already in the playoffs where they have their chance at redemption.
Yeah, get familiar with these teams, these 8 squads that are on the board, because we will be seeing a lot more of them for next week. It is just a case of solving out the bracket. So we do have the schedule for tomorrow's games as well. So if you're needed to get a couple more hours to get that magic skin,
these are the matches for tomorrow. We have Zero Tenacity versus All Businesses, Insomnia versus Virtus Pro.
Later than today. We got Zero Tenacity versus All Business, followed by Insomnia Gaming versus Virtus Pro. The first one especially, a grudge match of a rematch, I would say. And honestly, I think All Business are coming into form right now. Let's see if Zero Tenacity can bounce back after the loss that they just suffered here.
Zero Tenacity absolutely caught All Business off guard with an incredibly unique draft that we did just see. We just saw Berber Patapim able to counteract. We're going to be expecting All Business to be sitting there watching that game and just like, yeah, good, learn. We take this and we move on. So we get that grudge match coming up, and then of course the next litmus test for Virtus Pro versus Insomnia GG, the team that has created upsets that people have slept on, that has Canadian missiles in the form of that Wolverine with the Hulk. This comp is so scary.
Never underestimate an angry Canadian that can get thrown by people.
It's going to be fun. I think there's a lot more.
If there's anyone that can throw an angry Canadian, be afraid.
I am so excited.
The Flyers will never be safe.
America comes up a little bit later, so make sure you stay tuned for that. But from us, thank you all very much for watching. Make sure to tune back in tomorrow, where we're going to find out some more of those seedings here in Marvel Rivals Ignite for EMEA.
Bugger me.
Hello.
I struggled a little bit. It's like, way you guys are at sound, but really describes how I'm feeling right now.
Yeah, no, you're good. Oh no. Not the swollen eyeball.
Yes.
Starting up the game. So I'm guessing because Hay Fever is being a bitch to you right now that we are not going to be playing ranked.
Oh, that's right.
Can you see?
Just about. You know, like when you sneeze sneezed a lot and your eyes are a little bit like watery?
Yes.
Just perma-watery.
Ah. Usually, if my hay fever kicks in and I'm perma-watery, I literally can't see anything. Yeah, I actually won't be able to see anything if that happens to me. Open your eyes. The world is but an illusion.
Like salt water in your eye?
Yes and no. It burns more when you get out of the water and it gets in then than when you're in the water for some reason.
Oh, for me it burns like hell either way. It's really funny though, because salt water.
Nah, salt water salty?
Right, you listen here, you. I was trying to make a point.
You know. You know. You do the exact same thing to me. Don't act all innocent, you. Hello. Now. What's the plan tonight? Well, we just got finished watching the tournament, so now we are going to be playing some games, and I love these skins. I hate it. Yeah.
Bro, $4 is such a deal.
What?
Oh no.
What?
They've released the Moonlight skin.
Yeah. Rivals. I have to go pay for a thing.
I think we're doing the same thing.
I think so too, yeah.
Keep some Moonlight.
Well, I mean, if I'm gonna be playing Iron Fist, we're not gonna be playing ranked. Well, you just said dibs on Moon Knight. And I wanna... You're fine, you can dibs him.
Oh, it's not working. Why is it not working?
I had an error. I hate this. I know. Nah, it's not wasting money, it's just being a bitch. Oh, it'll add funds, don't worry. It's just being a bitch. You get an error, right, at the top? Yeah, just click out of it. Just cancel it entirely. It's fine. Just go back into buying the thing. It does it all the time. It's annoying, but... I don't even know why it does that. Okay.
It's taking money out of my account.
Yeah, just continue with the payment. It should be on the buy lattices thing.
No, it hasn't gone down to my Steam.
Oh yeah, I am very likely going to be playing Pokemon at the very least when ZA comes out. Now I can actually show you guys because I'm not making any kind of payment.
There we go. Okay.
Oh. Hi, Felix.
Okay.
Nothing much. There were some new skins, so things have to be changed.
Immediately.
Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
I love that they're starting to add voice lines to emotes now.
That's very cool.
Fucking love it!
I don't know if I want this.
It's binary fist, I don't
You
need
know
that
what,
one.
I'm gonna equip it.
There you are. Gibby.
I'm still in the thing.
Oh, no, you're good. I have to go do things. Oh, I'm Centurion with Invisible Woman. Oh, I thought it was Knight with her. Or Captain.
Dude, the Phoenix Pursuit, what's it called, is actually so cool.
It is.
Okay. Oh, look at that, I need to have a skin for everyone now.
You have a skin for everyone?
Nearly.
Who are you missing a skin for?
Let me see. Let me just go ahead and equip this Cloak and Dagger skin because it's very cool. I think I might have to actually play Cloak and Dagger for the first round, whatever we play. Oh my god. Asmo, I'm literally 1600 of the purple shit away, chrono tokens away from finishing off the
Yes, I can.
battle pass completely. Okay.
Oh,
I'm using a skin for...
Yes.
This is gonna be a long list. Black Panther.
Yes.
Doctor Strange.
Yes.
Groot.
Yes. Wait, you missed a skin for Groot? Did you not get the free one that was, like, a few times ago?
No, I did not.
Oh.
I missed out on it. Human Torch, apparently, but I'm gonna get one for him because it's literally part of the thing now.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Invisible Woman.
Yes.
Iron Man. Hold on.
I thought you had a skin for Iron Man.
I do not.
Oh.
Jeff. Loki. Rocket. Penny. The Thing, Thor, Ultron, Winter Soldier, and Wolverine.
That is... Did you not finish the event for Wolverine in Season 2? Oh.
Unfortunately.
I thought you finished it.
I did not. I mean, overall, not a bad sort of, you know... Not an awful amount of characters. It's what, 10? I might get an Ultron one at some point, but I don't really play him anyway.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
I was about to ask if we're playing ranked, but no, we're not. Because no banning. I need music. I'm throwing Asmo. I've got no music. Oh, so don't have your stream open. Jeez. What even am I doing?
Noticed immediately that my mic was not working.
I was wondering why you got so quiet.
The moon gives me strength.
Okay.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Oh, I like it.
Are they psychic like mine? No, my daggers are formed from pure light force energy. They purify whatever they touch. Those would be quite useful against some of the demons in my homeland. Let's hope they're just as useful here. The battle starts in 5,
Hello.
4, 3,
Hello.
2, 1.
Hello there.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Oh, help. There's a very angry green dude behind me. There's also a Black Panther over there. Yep.
I'm sorry, I couldn't see you.
Ah, you're good.
dead.
Why am I hearing Ultron in my ears?
Very much.
Yeah, we all experienced that.
That feels better.
I can't tell you. I got a kill.
Yay! Help! There's an angry cat behind me. Bitch! You do it once, it's fine, but if you do it again, I will destroy you!
Love battlefield medicine. Good, you needed it. A gift from Khonshu.
Help, 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 cat, 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 cat!
I am ready to put on a show.
This is real firepower! Coast is clear. Squids at least.
Okay.
That feels better.
All-time reign supreme. Ooh. Khonshu says hi.
Executioner! I'm hulking.
So yeah, Khonshu says hi.
Dude, did you see that fucking ult from our, what's her face?
Yes, I was watching her.
That was actually a really, really good push.
Oh yeah. Oh god! Hi! No, I'm dead. Woo!
Did I prevent death?
Yes, you did. It literally prevented my death.
Sorry about your amplifier, Rocket.
You know what? I'm actually almost glad, in a weird way, I'm almost glad that they nerfed that poor baby. You know what? Nerf isn't even the right word, honestly.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes.
Let's get this down.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way. Wicked, let's do this.
No more squids? Good.
Love battlefield medicine.
Goodbye.
The squirrels get the win? Really? I like a good challenge, Thanks.
I don't know what that Namor was thinking, but like it was interesting.
It certainly was.
Rise and fall. Love battlefield medicine. The moon haunts you. A gift from Khonshu.
There we go. Ah, so that's where everything went.
Jesus, I did my 10,000 healing in 1 round.
They have 12 final hits. Our, what's his face literally just stole everyone's kills. Yeah.
Yep. But look at me. Most KOs apparently. Along with our Venom.
Yep.
Most healing and most assists. Easy
Yep.
peasy. Yay, that's the first thing finished. Now I can go be angry.
Now you can go be angry.
Yeah. And after this game I have to go.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Deer should be already gone now, but...
Yeah.
一夫当关，万夫莫开。
You know what?
No, he doesn't have a robotic voice. Yep, you did. After I kept talking about it.
Dude, it just looks so good.
You know what? I'm gonna be nice. Remember to press both buttons when you have your thingy activated. It literally just does both things. Unlike with a regular secondary, you can have both of them active. You can have both her secondary and her primary active if you use the team up.
Oh shit, I didn't realize that.
It's getting you to stop talking about
That's
yourself.
unbelievably fun. Dude, this skin is so fucking good.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's a ridiculous looking skin.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Ah, they didn't fall for it.
Clash over fighting vampires
How rude. There's one
How
here.
rude.
Yeah.
A little help, please.
Oh my fucking god, the DPS. Oh my fucking god, the DPS. As well, where has this been all my life?
I exploded.
Oh yeah, because you and I were the only ones there.
The Sorcerer Supreme returns.
Their spine is called La Bomba Clut Jump.
That's fucking funny. Oh, I'm dead. Oh my fucking you see her invisible woman's face. That's glorious. Yeah, that's not glorious.
Yeah, I can't do anything. Our healers aren't able to stay alive when they get dove.
I noticed.
Even though we have 2 characters that should be very strong against both dives.
Ooh, keep me alive, thank you.
Tremble before fast!
I was not being kept. They walled me off. I was the only one there. That's so rude.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Behind us.
Really? That hits me through my shield?
Us against the world.
Let's judge, bro. Holy Jesus, my health is gone. Thank you.
Yep.
Oh my fucking god, Asmo, this DPS is ridiculous.
Why do you think I told you to press both buttons when you have the team up active?
Dude, I didn't even realize. I was just doing my fucking right click.
Nope, both buttons. Both buttons means you do an exorbitant amount of damage.
See why? Also, that save was actually crazy. That's unbelievable.
Woo! Nope, I died.
I died as well. I have 2 mega dives and our Namor is not really.
Why is our Namor all the way in the back?
His positioning is atrocious.
Dude, why are you back there?
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Son of a bitch. I couldn't get my E down in time as I was retreating for a health pack.
Yeah, now you're good.
Dude, this Namor. Oh my god.
They are Lord Namor, by the way. Just so you know, they are Lord on Namor. Their positioning is atrocious, but they are Lord Namor.
I used to think that meant something.
Judge!
I'm ready to put on a show!
Yeah, I can react to surprisingly, my visibility isn't atrocious considering how bad my eyes are right now.
Where are my heels?
Really?
Literally keeping the point alive. I know both my heals are somewhere behind me. I am not getting healed.
Wild. Dude, I got one person with my fucking ult.
Do you know where the heals were? They were in spawn door. Right inside it. They could see me.
No, you're lying.
No, I'm not. I died, so I turned around like, can I see where my healers are? They were right behind me. I was on point. They had eyes on. Let me know if you have ult. I'm gonna do funny.
I have 50%. Oh shit. I'm fine. I have ult.
Well, I don't have the funny anymore, but...
I know what you're planning to do, and I wish I had ult ready for it. You cheeky bitch. I didn't get to one-tap him, that's so rude. Namor, what are you doing? Oh my god. I just watched him eat the Spider-Man, not doing anything about him.
Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Yep, nope. Don't worry, I don't need healing. It's not like I'm the only thing keeping everyone, you know, out. No more. Why are you old? Fucking okay. Dude, you suck ass.
Lord the more, by the way. I'm not even gonna fucking type it. It's not worth the energy.
No, don't.
He doesn't even have a proper Punisher from fucking MVP screen. Criminal.
He kept sitting so far back. I watched Namor try and hit people from spawn, by the way. I got killed. I went into spectate mode and I see Namor near the green door. You know that giant ass hallway you need to exit to be able to see anything?
Yeah,
It was in the back of it.
Embarrassing. That's honestly embarrassing.
And he was still getting hit.
Brr. Okay. I can't.
Sorry. I forgot.
I'm gonna have to leave this one because I need to eat.
Yeah.
I hope that's okay.
No, you're fine. Sorry, I forgot.
Nah, you're okay. Yeah, I know, leaving penalty. I shall see you in a little bit.
Yes.
Life energy is a powerful weapon against evil. Evil is a rejection of life. Thus I am the guardian against evil. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I'm a support main. What do you mean try?
Already proven your worth. If this battle is to be won, it will be because you are on our side. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission.
I don't necessarily like the rework.
Target-rich environment. Back to
More bad guys. Just what we need.
I'm good to go.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
The mission area is yours.
You're welcome.
I hit that. Come on, game. I'm dead.
We are undefeatable. Control lost.
Did not get healed by shark or raccoon.
High caliber.
I'm more dangerous.
I'm doing this my way. The bad guy.
You have no soul.
From the brink, baby. Watch this spot.
I know, I know. Bye-bye.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
I'm dead. I would love it if my shark actually healed me for once. Or my raccoon. Either or. I don't mind getting healed by either of them. But it would be nice if I could actually get healed by them. Shark hasn't touched me once. Would be nice. Rocket.
Back from the brink, baby.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Much better.
We are undefeatable.
Fucking wall.
Can somebody get me some healing?
Oh, my shark healed me.
Oh. Fantuggins 4747. Thanks for hitting that follow button.
They're winning. You've still got a chance. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. We are undefeatable. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Someone scratch my back.
There we go. I got healed once by my shark, though.
もしもし、私だけど今暇? Martial arts sharpens your mind.
The best of both worlds.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hey, I like your firearms. Never thought I'd find someone with the same taste on this backward planet.
Yeah. What do you got in your trash can?
Let's see. Ion turret, photon reaction chain gun, mini black hole.
War journal entry. This world is
The
official.
battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Seems Hydra has twisted metal in ways I would never dare.
EMJs are there. It's gonna get complicated.
Even on the shake it up. Our enemies are here.
I feel like myself again. I'm good.
Or
Back from the brink, baby. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
I'm dead. Yep. The Hulk slapped me in the face.
Double KO. We captured the mission area.
My anger is healthy!
100% unlimited power. Pretty sure those are bad guys.
Can we not stop moving?
Much better.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
Let's just join the legend.
I'm dead. What? Shark, what are you doing?
Someone scratch my back. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
I love how he ulted when the enemy team was. You bot? Are you legitimately just a bot? Get punched. Scary, ain't it? So funny when they run away from Mantis. I have fitness. How art thou this lovely of Fridays? Apparently, I already did the healing. Awesome. Bam. Get that exclamation point off my screen, gosh dang it. I need to check my missions. Oh, 2 sprays. Meh. Oopies.
The right heroes could make all
Well, thank you.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
I can't remember if I put the emote on her, but I think I did. Well, I feel like I need to... This is gonna be a test of my healing skills. Thankfully, it's quick play, so I don't have to worry too much.
All these years, saving the world still hasn't gotten old.
Did I put it on? I did. Okay.
Stay strong.
Archer, I hope you don't plan to miss today.
Why would I plan to miss?
Well, it's a little joke before battle. Never mind.
There we go.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
What cruel fate has befallen my beloved Midgard?
What a difference.
Twas but a scratch.
Clear the way. I'm afraid we're outnumbered.
Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm dead. It's gotta be one of those games.
I don't give up so easily.
With dimes galore and brain cells non-existent. Someone please help. Never mind. What are the odds of the Ultron paying attention to the other healer that needs his help? Oh, I would love to. I'm just perpetually dead. Again, chances of the Ultron paying attention to the fact that his drone isn't out. Oh, he is paying attention, just not to the right person. Bitch. God damn it.
Hello.
Hi. Please help. My teammates have no brain cells.
I just realized the Venom's bubble pop thing.
Yeah.
Has a Jeff emote.
Just in time. Thanks.
That is so fucking adorable.
No worries. I got your back.
Right?
Heads up, backpacks. Your demons chose their queen wisely, Magic. I have a shield, but no complaints. You stopped them in their tracks.
Why are you moving away when you're not at full health, you idiot? Oh my god, if my Ultron doesn't want healing, I'm not fucking healing him.
Clear the way. Us against the world.
I'm just dead. Yeah, I have a very special Ultron that apparently doesn't understand that he needs to move his bot around. So he just puts it on one person and leaves it there, so. Maybe if you repair me! Asshole! Every single time I'm at low health and this dude does not look at me, but he asks for healing, like, bruh. I've got... Never mind. I can't with this Ultron. You know what? 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 No, I'm just gonna go play Cloak and Dagger, and I'm gonna go no brain just healing. Well, my Ultron was there, but he wasn't shooting at the Hulk that was trying to murder my face for some reason. You saw that. You saw no beams going for the Hulk.
Yep. I saw nothing happening there.
He had eyes on the Hulk. He could have just, you know, picked the corner. Get slapped in the face. What? Well, okay, well.
Fantastic!
I have suffered severe damage.
Never miss!
I am Asgard's might!
My time to shine. 60 seconds left. Let's pop back up where they know it. Feeling fantastic.
Fast! Grace us with victory!
They look like they mean business.
Ultra Great Supreme!
You don't get to go anywhere, Wanda.
You owe me one.
I am helping. Shut up.
Another epic victory.
Oh, we try our best, Fitness. Also, it's relatively hard to grow onto it, so... as long as people enjoy themselves, I'm fine. Well, that wasn't hard at all.
Pushes their biggest people instead of pushing the small creators.
Hmm?
I said it's not like Twitch only pushes their biggest creators instead of, you know, some of the smaller ones.
Yeah, they pretend that they push the smaller ones, but it's like maybe 2 or 3 streamers with like 4 viewers, and then like a shit ton of them with like 100 to 1,000. It's like, yeah,
Yes.
I think I see something here that doesn't really add up.
They only push partners.
You want to do ranked or just stick to quick play?
Yeah, I'm happy to do ranked if you want. A fair warning, I am still, in fact, dying.
Okay. Well, if we lose this match, we'll just go back to quick play.
That's a good idea.
Thank you. I appreciate you saying that me crashing out and being angry at my teammates is relaxing and exciting.
Mind you, to be fair, your crash outs are very mild compared to what I do.
True.
You
But
can
whenever...
see me full crash out.
Oh yeah. But you know that my crash outs usually result in me playing very aggressively and very well.
My crash outs result in me playing Punisher and punishing everyone on the opposite team. Because I'm funny like that.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Okay, hear me out.
Now, who
Lord
am I
Groot.
gonna banish for this match?
I'll
Storm.
follow your lead on the bands. Storm.
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 Get that lady out of here.
Imagine he fucking picks someone that's not Storm.
I would be very angry.
Well, he picked no one. Ah.
I don't care. As long as Storm is out, it's fine.
You bang.
Yeah. I would much rather Luna Snow than Spidey.
Come on, group. Take Spidey so we have the 25%. That's 33. We win the 33 though. Watch.
Ben Namor? Namor isn't that big of a problem depending on who you're playing. Ow.
Ultron ban? What a weird ban.
Apparently, Ultron was annoying to people.
I mean, he's like...
Well, if they're not banning Luna, I'll just play Luna. Don't do it. Thank you, Newton. Also, hi, Gara. How have you been?
What are we saying, Asmo?
If you can hit your shots, it's fine.
I can hit my shots. And now I can freeze people and be a toxic bitch.
We might not have the DPS.
Wait, what's our DP?
We can try. We can try. We can try. We.
No.
Okay.
I can hit my shots really well with him as well, and it means I have a fuckload of DPS I can lay down.
Look at us.
Why are you true healer?
I don't know. I'll just go play Star-Lord and.
Yeah, because the team up question mark, but also it just doesn't make sense in my mind.
Aye, the standard.
And I'm practically seething inside about how good it looks.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
If it doesn't work, I can always go Adam Warlock or something.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Once we get this timeline thing sorted out, I'm taking a long vacation somewhere with lots of stuff to steal.
Okay, they're going...
Look who's here.
With a snowball guy.
Yep.
What a fucking shopper, huh?
So shocking.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I was just getting targeted. That was a bit weird.
Got the thing. I'm dead. It's fine. Rocket, put your thing down. Squirrel Girl on this map might be the move. I don't know how to position Squirrel Girl on this map, because I don't play her on this map. Where is the respawn? Where is it?
It's up here where I am.
Oh.
I am ready to put on a show.
Woo! Never miss. Did you see that? My way.
Fucking what? Excuse you, what? What? What in the actual fuck? He was not hitting my head and he got a fucking headshot out of that. I call bullshit.
Oh, what, the Hawkeye?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
the
hit-
hitbox on those bows is fucking ridiculous, by the way.
He hit below my shoulder. That is not a headshot. Even on that dude, it's not a headshot. Fucking
I went up to
bullshit
the left
ass.
with Groot. That was working. You good, Asmo?
No, I'm still annoyed that, what's his face got a fucking headshot when it shouldn't have been. I call 100% bullshit on that.
No, that's fair. I'd be pissed about that.
Yeah, it did. It 100. That reload right there sold the kill. Yeah, I would have had Luna otherwise, but it's fine. We won the round.
Exactly.
That's new territory for us, huh, bud?
I saw the Groot was getting absolutely fucking hounded by the Loki and Max, so I just went up there and bullied the Loki. That was fun.
Please, you don't have to say anything.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'll try and put that extra pressure on the Hulk guy as well.
Got it?
Ideally though, I'm focusing the healers the most. Let me get into position.
Oh, sweet moves, right? These robotic spiders.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Oh shit, okay. That's a cool looking skin for
Oh god. Ooh.
ping that I have all. I don't have the time to use
I'm dead.
it.
Yep. Oh, never mind. I'm back. In my altars.
How the fuck did I steal that from you?
Reload.
Doritos keep fucking you, huh?
No, that was you and your fucking shotgun just running up and stealing the fucking kill, you bitch.
Oh, no, not for that one, not for that one. I'm talking about the last one. Sorry.
Oh.
I was concentrating
I
on
was
the magic.
What the fuck are you talking about? You just ran up with her with the shotgun and killed her.
No, that's literally because of the fucking what's his face? Good. I killed the Black Panther. How the fuck did I kill the Black Panther?
Because he has 1 health, and again, you just go in and steal my fucking kill.
That sounds like fake news.
You fucking know it's not fake news. You always do that.
I have a well-deserved fucking ace. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yep. Or you can just stand in it. That's also an option. I'm dead.
This is such an awful position for me to be in.
Yep.
Just dead here. I just tried to do something.
God, where are my frames?
I'm sub 100 at the moment. It's really bad.
My monitor can do 165. I have it maxed out. It's currently going below 60. I know.
I hope they keep me alive, I hope they keep me alive, I hope they keep me alive, I hope they keep me alive. Oh my god, please keep me alive, please keep me alive. No one kept me alive.
And our healers were dead.
Oh, dude, I was trying so hard.
Our mission target is here.
Nice.
Okay, I'm fire.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Nice done. Nice done.
Glory is almost yours. I feel like I'm being watched.
I love how literally no one is actually just shooting the penny mines, which is fantastic.
I shoot them as I see them.
This is real firepower!
Never mind.
Tremble before fast!
I didn't have my... I had my right click, what the fuck? I was literally like spamming right click and it wouldn't go. That's so fucked.
What kind of person makes nests of explosive
Behold!
I had to run.
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Let's see if we can get back in there. Yes.
This is real firepower!
What the fuck?
I'm dead.
It feels like the cloak and dagger and fucking what's his face aren't really healing well enough. Like I'm sitting here, just nothing. My health bar is not going green, which is honestly a bit bullshit. I can't go in there on time.
I touched. Fuck.
Yep.
I tried. Probably should have kept it for next round, but I'm not getting the healing that I need.
I may be from Earth, but every planet's under my protection now.
But yeah, because our healers are unable to keep themselves alive because they're not grouping up and healing each other.
Get ready.
I feel like we should tell them.
This is not how I was expecting this day to play out.
I don't know.
Never a dull moment for our crew, eh, Quill?
I just hope we can get this wrapped up soon. You know, I have plans.
You made a plan. I guess there's a first time for everything.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as
The battle starts in 5.
I mean, I'm about to fucking suggest I go cloak and dagger.
Where there is evil in this universe,
This
All you
fucking
need to
point.
do is capture the mission area.
balance it.
Got it?
I like the future. It has kick-ass wins.
Right, I need to go up here. Positioning, use height.
始めますよ。
Height equals advantage.
Look who's here. Can someone exterminate these robotic pests?
The cosmos heals you. I require some aid.
I fucking...
I feel better already.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture.
Tremble before fast!
The cosmos heals you. Little spider creatures. How curious. Quantum magic.
Bro, can I... Oh. So we know there's a Black Panther in our rear lines, right?
Yep.
And I'm sat here trying to fucking get through. Our teams are both frontlining. Dumb in its own way.
Yeah.
I can't do DPS. Legit, what do these people want from me? And then I'm getting killed by magic immediately.
Yeah, I don't know.
And now we don't have enough DPS.
What? I am a DPS.
There's still so much to do.
But also not
I do more damage than most DPSs on this roster. The fuck are you talking about?
You sure?
Yeah.
I am at your service.
Sometimes I don't know what the fuck I'm saying because I'm getting angry.
Your powers are mine! This is real firepower!
Fuck your firepower.
Healing power. Our foes have arrived. A spider nest.
Nice. Panther behind. Nice.
My cosmic might
Maybe not, maybe it fell off.
This is real
I'm so
firepower!
fucking confused by this motherfucker.
I require some aid. No more spiders to worry about. Battlefield ready. Healing power. Spiders, watch your step.
Where is our team?
Oh god.
Dude, this is actually painful. Did you see that it was just you and I at the front there?
The cosmos heals you.
God damn it.
And we lose it. We just lose it. Like,
Yeah.
how are they this bad?
I don't know. Groot is Lord, but he was unable to like keep taking space.
It was a tank diff. It's literally what it was. They were just bad tanks overall.
And this is why the games currently are horrendous. Because people just don't know how to play, but they're in high ranks for some ungodly reason, and that just means that everyone has to suffer.
I don't understand how they get into it.
I don't either. I legitimately don't. Like, it just hurts. So we're gonna stay in quick match and we're gonna have fun.
That sounds good.
Otherwise I'm just gonna get angry.
And angry is not good.
Oof, jeez, that is one hell of a D rank from Grandmaster 2 to Diamond 3. Jesus.
Yikes. Sorry, what, in a week as well? Oh my god.
Yep. Oh, yay, a Black Panther. And their name is We Need 3 Support.
No, we don't. I'm just gonna keep grinding fucking Lord on this dude. No, can't be bothered.
You play on console? Well, that doesn't matter. Like, everyone currently is in agreement that regardless of what you play on, games are just horrendous.
30 seconds before you attack.
Like, it's just painful.
Get it. I truly, I don't get it. If it's like a matchmaking issue or what it is, like...
All I have ever wanted is better lives for people.
Well, like, PC is more popular because overall the skill level is higher on PC. But, like, you know, the higher you get on console, the smaller that skill ceiling actually is. You know, the skill diff. Like, it gets lower, the smaller the lower that, the higher that you are. Like, if you're in, like, bronze, the difference between bronze PC and bronze PC is already, like, gigantic. So there's a Squirgle behind us.
Yeah, I noticed. Okay, cool.
Did you get squirreled?
Fuck myself. No, I just like, I'm the only one fucking doing anything about her, and then I get targeted by 3 people. It's like there's a complete lack of people understanding that sometimes you need to team shoot people to get rid of them quickly when they're nuisances, and people don't fucking understand it.
Nice. So am I. The games are horrendous.
It's a fun game ruined by players. That is genuinely the best way I can say it. It's a fun game ruined by bad players.
Well, like, Lat says it amazingly. The game is fun. The games are not.
Yeah.
Battlefield ready again.
Hi, why? You moved away from my healing.
That's fine.
It was an honor to serve alongside you, Kelly. Feeling fantastic.
Hello.
Anyone willing to help?
I'm doing this my way.
Shields up!
Satisfying?
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Time to waddle.
They look like they mean business.
I need help.
Jeffy alone. You still need help?
Grace us with victory.
What? I just got stun locked.
Justice.
Anyone willing to help?
I'll be ship-shape in no time. We've got quite the mission ahead, Spider.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Battlefield ready again. T'Challa, get up. Together to victory! Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Da, 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 da.
Firestorm!
Oh, Firestorm.
No! Ah, I got murdered by the firestorm.
The Black Panther just completely ignored her. I just... He's 3 and 4 as a lord.
Yeah.
Please, uninstall the game. I'll give your big brother the controller back.
Anyone willing to help?
Jesus.
It's much better.
I literally fucking ate. I can't be arsed, dude. I got eaten, and he just kills himself.
I killed myself. Oops, I went too far forward, apparently.
Oh, okay. I'll just go into the corner over there.
That's the boost I needed.
That's one down. Healing pen. Shields up. Speed is everything. Anyone willing to help? Get that vehicle moving again.
We've got quite the mission ahead, Spider.
My strength is renewed. Victory belongs to Wakanda. Out of the
Don't turn back now.
You're welcome.
Thank you, because you were the only one healing me, legit.
Wasn't Invis in front of
Fully
you?
ignored by the other one. Yeah.
Wasn't Invis in front of your face?
Yeah.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
And I was legit being ignored by her. How crazy is that shit?
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Like, I know duelists like to complain about bad healers, but also
Yeah, sometimes it's warranted.
I'm literally in a position where it's like, yes, I'm trying to do my job. Please keep me alive.
I also had Cap run away from me while I was healing him. He would have been alive if he just stayed on me. But now.
Anyone willing to help? Feeling fantastic.
Sorry, I forgot my beam does damage just everything.
That's fine.
I'll be shipshape in no time. Neutralize the turret.
Absolutely no fucking turret to you, you little bitch. I'm just being fucking bullied by a bitch back child.
Yeah, I can't.
Well,
My Cap literally just fucking ignored me.
Have you seen where she's at? Have you seen her positioning?
No, where is she?
She was
Why is-
even past the front lines.
Why? Why?
Literally.
Supernova!
Right. Fuck this.
Shields up.
Count enough to clear a six.
Much better. Only 60 seconds left.
This is real firepower!
I'm doing this my way.
So close. This is your big chance.
Get him.
I'm trying.
My aim is true.
That's a real soldier.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Okay.
I can't. I just can't. Okay. I fucking hate this. And the cap just sits there fucking twiddling his thumbs because he's a fucking moron.
Yeah.
You can't expect to win them all.
These games tonight are not going well, huh?
Sorry, I had to go make a comment.
No, that's fine.
Ugh. I feel like people just have given up on actually trying to play good and just like have turned their brain off.
Pick your hero.
If this next game is as bad as the last one, I'm just gonna play a different game with my girlfriend. She's playing League at the moment.
No, I just played Jeff. Also, Jeff has been taken.
But it does help.
Or you could play the one tank that is technically not a tank anymore. Oh well.
I've made my share of mistakes, but I am fighting every day to make
Oh, fuck it, I want to try something else out because I've been playing nothing but him.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. Well, look at you. Are you a superhero? What can you do? Okay, I'll let you show me. You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world.
I'm the You play with fire, you're gonna get burned.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I can feel the currents and electricity in my veins.
Yeah, now I'm pumped. Dodge this.
That one hurts.
I was sat in front of Jeff being damaged and he doesn't fucking heal me.
Capture the mission area.
Okay, you... Okay. I know.
I'm actually starting to get tilted now.
Yeah.
Man, my hair's all messed up.
Be wary until we destroy this ark.
I have smashed the ark.
Dodge this.
Oh, now I get healing. Oh.
Wait, I didn't put that on there, did I? The moon haunts you.
I was out of that. Okay.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Ow.
Still burning bright, baby.
I hate Moon Knight's bullshit. It's still bullshitty.
Now I'm pumped.
Christ. I legit, I can't even do anything.
Okay. Yeah, you might have ult, Jeffy, but your DPS isn't getting sustained well enough to actually do anything. What the fuck is he? Oh wait.
I guess I'll just go fuck myself then, Jeff. Thank you. Oh, I want to break something. He fucking swallows me and only me, and then fucks off immediately.
Let's cook some more. The enemy is here.
Oh, I'm so tilted. I'm actually tilted, Asmodeus.
Wait, did he get off point when he had you in his mouth?
He got off point because I was off point anyway. I was fucking hunting down one killer while I was on ult still. He swallows me while I'm mid-ult, which then ends my ult prematurely. Spits me out towards the enemies, and then immediately fucks off. Literally, this is how I described these people when we were playing in silver lobbies. Do you remember what I said?
No. I'm trying to forget silver lobbies. I'm streaming.
Oh, fuck.
30 seconds before
I'll just forward it to you from Discord.
Yeah.
You have held Mjolnir. You control lightning. Mayhap you are Odin's long-lost daughter?
No, thank you. The X-Men are enough family drama.
At least you have an awesome skin.
The battle
At least
starts
I have
in
an awesome
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to
Which
do
I didn't
is
necessarily
capture the
really
mission
want,
area.
but
Got it?
I mean, the bundle was cheaper than getting the skin that I wanted.
When the bundle's
Literally a
cheaper.
free skin. Dude, the bundle's 2,200. The skin itself is like 2,000.
One less problem. A little help, please. Looks like the mission
Depends. It depends how hard it is to play with torches. If you have a good torch, not that much. If you have a very angry torch that likes to sit behind every single wall in existence, then yeah, it's gonna be a little bit hard. Bitch.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Oh, fuck.
Judge, jury, executioner.
I'm hard focusing him with everything I have, and he's being out-healed because they actually have decent healers. Oh my fucking god.
defense is the key.
The Punisher?
There's more of them than us.
Oh hell no.
Heal me, heal me. Oh my god, learn to aim.
Conchu, I'm sorry I trashed his stuff.
Dragon unleashed!
The moon haunts you.
Who the fuck just Thor? Fucking whore!
Keep going.
Now you know how it feels. Feels bad, doesn't it? Huh?
Fuck me. I did 90% of the damage. At least when I kill the steel.
More eager idiots.
When you kill the
I
steel?
can't English. I can't English anymore.
Okay. I hate...
Oh. I'm just getting fucked.
Jeff, what are you holding?
Do not handle lightning very well.
Shields up! Disappear!
By the eye of Agamotto.
Fucking got hit by that, okay.
Let's light this candle.
Go away.
Annoyance. All of them are annoyances.
I think I broke ancient history again.
The moon haunts you.
Where the fuck is the moon? Oh, fucking... Yeah, that's why Squirrel Girl did not need a fucking buff. She needs a fucking nerf.
Oh, she does.
If anyone needed to be nerfed into the ground, it's fucking Squirrel Girl. Her damage is insane and it makes no sense. She throws nuts.
Alright, it's totally me.
Why does she get a buff but does Jeff get a nerf? That's so stupid. You don't even have to aim with her.
You don't. She's literally the easiest character to play in all of the game.
Debatable.
Well, I suppose there's other ones, like Scarlet, which is quite easy to shoot.
I was about to say.
She's just... She's literally noob bait, is what she is.
Yes.
They'll strike when they least expect it.
I mean, I can't say shit. I played Punisher, I made him, and, you know, he's fucking easy to play, but also...
Yeah, but even Punisher had like a skill ceiling that you need to get used to, because a lot of people just don't switch guns.
Well, yeah, true. That was me when I started off. I didn't realize I had a second gun.
They just sit on adjudication and go like, yep, this is life now. And when they do accidentally switch, it's like panic mode.
I remember when I first started switching, I was like, what this? You told me about it, I was like...
As well as the 5-second thing. Where if you stayed on 5 seconds on one gun.
I fucking hate it here.
You get squirreled.
I got squirreled, I got frozen, I got fucking attacked by everything. Dude, I can't deal with it. I legitimately can't deal with it.
Why do you fly into the damage?
Because they're a word that I can't say on stream.
One less arc, one less problem.
How? You're not even shooting at me! You don't even want to kill me! You're fucking aiming for someone else! Oh my fucking god. I swear, Squirrel Girl needs to be removed. Fuck her.
Especially ones that big.
I'm getting so mad.
The moon haunts you.
to put on a show.
We try this again.
Control lost. Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Please focus. Please heal us all.
Oh, apparently we're not the only ones that are getting annoyed.
Who the fuck is shouting? What?
Black Duck was yelling at Jeff.
Oh, good. Good, he deserves it.
That we needed healing. Because we legitimately are not getting healed by him. Like, Invis tries, but like... Well, then use your fucking ult, you ass! He's been sitting on that ult.
Fucking oh.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Yummy!
I can't be bothered, dude. Asmo, I'm gonna call it there. I'm gonna be so honest with you.
Yeah, no, I'm same. Fucking...
That's enough Marvel Rivals for today.
Our Jeff has 10k healing done. I call bullshit on that.
Same. I didn't get any of it.
I got some of it, but not enough.
Well, thanks, Asmo. I appreciate it.
They're in plat 1!
Fuck off. No, actually, fuck off. Who's their main?
I mean, granted, they're on console, but, like, how? How?
I don't.
It's Invis.
Why weren't they playing Invis?
I don't know. We didn't have an Invis at the very start.
We didn't. Legit.
I have Cloak and Dagger and Invis and Mantis, and apparently Jeff is also one of the characters that they play. I call fucking bullshit on everything. Like, it's not that hard to hit people. You have aim assist. You're playing on console. You have aim assist.
That is so bad. That is legit just so bad.
Aim assist. How hard is it to hit people when you have aim assist?
Fuck it.
Yeah, I'm gonna call stream here. It's almost time anyways.
Fuck it, we ball.
Yeah.
Well, thanks to the games.
You're welcome.
I'll speak to you later.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And I shall say thank you guys so much for watching. I'm sorry that you guys had to see that train wreck. That was horrendous. Even for a quick play, apparently I was expecting too much from quick play. Usually it means that, you know, people are just fucking around and doing semi-okay, because, you know, you still want to win. Apparently not. Apparently our Jeff decided that no, we do not. He just sat there, probably healed himself for 10,000 damage. Thanks. At least you guys enjoyed it. I don't like being angry in quick play. It's usually when I try to relax, but it wasn't to be. Anyways, tomorrow we're gonna go into another EMEA watch party, the Rivals Ignite watch party. Gotta go watch people actually coordinate and heal and be nice to each other and not fuck up like they are preschool children playing on their brother's account. Well, at least someone's annoying themselves. But apparently I got put into the reach admin of Target, and I apparently wasn't allowed to leave it even in quick play. Which is a new one. For now, I'm gonna say thank you guys so much for watching. Well, you know, I'm gonna yell at my teammates, but I'm gonna yell in the comfort of my own stream. I don't necessarily yell at them in the game. Unless it's absolutely 100% warranted. Usually when they actually do not do anything. I've had those. They suck. But yeah, I'm gonna say thanks so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you're not already following or subscribed, depending on where you're watching, go do that right now. So you get notified of when I go live or when I upload a video, depending on which channel you are following or subscribing or what have you. And maybe if you're watching over on YouTube, give the stream a like. You guys liked it. And then we'll see all you lovely people tomorrow. Hopefully with no anger if we do get to play some games. Bye-bye.
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that? I think she's feeling me. Turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease. Bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase. Asmodeus to the face, baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. She got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase. Casamigos to the face, baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so